as an independent consultant, but I'm a consultant with Uganda Management Institute and a SAMI, that is East and Central African Management Institute. And I consult with many other organizations and cross-border. Thank you.
Good morning, everyone. Good morning, everyone. Good. My name is Sharon Nachito. I am the director for YARU, an organization that works for young people, especially those living with HIV, and we do more on sexual reproductive health. I'm happy to be here.
Good morning. Anyanzo Thomas Abe is my name, Executive Director PALMCO. We're based in West Nile. Thank you. Happy to be here.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Florence Anobe. I work with CARE International in Uganda, and I support knowledge management across the organization. Happy to be here.
Good morning, everyone. I'm Asite Rachel Alonji. I'm the HR officer, South Sudanese Refugees Association, and we are basically located in West Nile, Yumbe, Arua, and Koboko. Glad to be here. Thank you.
Good morning, everyone. By names of Nachito Sharon Alice, a volunteer from YARU. Nice meeting you.
Good morning, everyone. I'm called John Lodaikalo Akim, Program Coordinator for Palabek Refugee Organization Network from Lamu District, Icholi Sub-Region. It's a pleasure to be here.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Onziato Pista is my name, Executive Director, Community Empowerment for Peace and Development, West Nile. Thank you.
Good morning, everybody. Geoffrey Wino is my name. I work for Oxfam in Uganda as Policy Influencing Coordinator, and at the same time, a focal point person, local humanitarian leadership. Thank you.
Good morning, everyone. Jennifer Kumu is my name. I work for Voice Uganda from Gulu. I'm so happy to meet you again, and for those whom we were with yesterday, I'm grateful to mend again for the second day. Thank you.
Good morning. My name is Kalfan Orone. I work for Navura Rural Initiative for Development, Naride, and we are based in Mbale. I'm the co-founder and executive director. Thank you very much.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Paula Achen, founder of Aroma Avenue, based in Kawempe.
Good morning, dear leaders. I'm Sharon Inampija. I work with the Refugee Mental Health Network as a communications person. We are based here in Central.
Good morning, everyone. I'm Kola Betresi, businesswoman, CEO Amstick Wall of Cosmetics, based in Kampala. Happy to be part.
Good morning, everyone. I'm Magala Alan, representing Boy Child Adolescents Kidding Foundation. We are based in Setamukono. I'm the head of programs.
Good morning, distinguished ladies and gentlemen. My name is Dijaro Emily. I work for Integrated Child Service Consult, and I stand here in 3 capacities. I work as the executive director. I also coordinate Charter for Change in the West Nile sub-region, and I am also the board chair of West Nile Regional Civil Society Network. I'm delighted to meet all of you and looking forward to today. Thank you.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Molly Bella Kello. I'm the Executive Director, Fountain of Life Uganda. Our head office is in Otore District. I also coordinate Northern Region, West Nile, Karamoja Region, and Girls Not Brides, Uganda. I'm happy to be here. I'm from Laon Sub-Region.
Good morning, everyone. It's in Mbepit, that is in Teregu District, West Nile Region. Thank you.
Good morning, good people. Are we all good? I'm also okay. My name is Fiona Acheng. I work for an organization called CLASS. We are based in Aleptong district, that is Lang sub-region, northern Uganda. Thank you.
Good morning, everyone. I'm called Augustine Enyipu. I'm head of program for Dan Church Aid in Uganda. But I'm also here representing the country director, Anders. He's currently out of office. Glad to meet you all.
Good morning, friends. My name is Paul Langol. I work for Children of the World Foundation as the executive director. We believe in a world where children and their families thrive and live their full potential.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Comfort Masiku. I work with Peace for Women West Nile as the finance and administrator. I'm so glad to sit near the CD of this year. It's an honor.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Beatrice Virunji, and I'm representing UCOBAC. Thank you.
Good morning, everyone. Daphne Atiang is my name, the Executive Director, Dreams Rescue Foundation, Uganda. We are based in Kwania District, Northern Uganda, Lao Sub-region. Thank you.
Good morning. My name is Andrew Agassi. I work for Brass for Africa. I'm here representing Hingo. Thank you.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Stella Adong. I work with Noble Youth Foundation Uganda from Lango Sub-region. I'm the program director. Nice to meet you all.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Ryan Dooley. I am the humanitarian INGO Forum, Hingo, INGO Forum, Hingo, hosted by Save the Children, we are a network of 63 INGOs working in the humanitarian space. So thank you so much for this invitation.
Yet fishing was there.
Good morning, everyone. I'm Gladys Logel, the coordinator, Karamoja Humanitarian
which
Platform.
decreased their income. The development partners of Laka, Jesse, and Seko.
Good morning to us all. I am Brandy Salome Nakwang. I work for Miriam Civil Society Network.
And Seko.
Good morning to us all. I am Brandy Salome Nakwang. I work for Miriam Civil Society Network, Karamoja. Thank you.
If disaster preparedness and refugees.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Florence Lanyero. I work for Opara Foundation Uganda. We are based in.
As a local government, we coordinate the localization thematic area. As a local government, we coordinate the localization thematic area and also coordinate the district engagement forum. I'm happy to be here.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Aruya Ross, the founder and the director of Laruna Agribusiness, based in Kitgum. Thank you.
Good morning, everyone. My name is John Baptist Biaruhanga. I coordinate Western Uganda Humanitarian Platform. We are based in Kagadi. Thank you.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Betty Uzo. I work with Upendo Baraka, based in West Nile. Thank you.
Yeah, good morning, everyone. My name is Jeremiah Nyaga. I'm the National Director for World Vision Uganda.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Hadija Mutes. I work with CAP AIDS Uganda.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Stella Akol. I work with CR Oyaro. I am the team leader of CAP AIDS Uganda. Happy to be here.
Good morning. I'm called Esther.
Good morning, everyone.
My name is Samoin Lai. I work with CAP AIDS Uganda.
Good morning. I'm Abigail Nezero, and I do work with Deborah Foundation as the HR.
Good morning, everyone. I'm Judith Okala. I work with Yarid. Happy to be here.
Ojambo. Good morning, everyone. My name is Taban Rashid. I work with Community Empowerment for Creative Innovation, C4C Uganda Refugees.
Founder of Deborah Foundation. Thank you.
Good morning, everyone, as the county representative.
Humanitarian agency, often known as Mission Uganda. We are operating within Acholi sub-region. Thank you.
Good morning. Good morning. Good morning. My name is Paira Boni, coordinate Acholi Humanitarian Platform, coordinating Charter for Change in Acholi, program manager, Humanist in Northern Uganda. Humanist in Northern Uganda is into education of young people, and we try so much not to mix young children and religion so much. That means we are a humanist organization. Thank you.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Ian Chikomeko. I work with Touch the Heart Uganda as the team leader, and I also coordinate the Central Region for Charter for Change. It is a blessing to be here. Thank you.
Yes, protocol observed. Good morning, everyone. My name is Tukasha Felix, working for Stride Action Community Empowerment based in West Nile as the Executive Director. Thank you so much.
Yeah, good morning, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Gad Bender. I am the Country Director of World Voices Uganda. I also coordinate the Charter for Change for Western Uganda. Thank you.
Good morning, everybody, and welcome to this engagement. My name is Odoko Rach Shanti Francis. I'm the country director for Oxfam in Uganda, but also the chair is to the Charter for Change. Thank you very much.
Good morning, everyone. Amito Grace Odiambo is my name. I head Amito Group of Companies. We are based here in Mukono.
Yeah, good morning, everyone. I'm called Flora Tumwebaze, and I'm the partnerships coordinator here, also representing him in his capacity.
Transformation Organization, YOSTO, based in Kangwali refugee settlement. I'm so proud to be here. I'm as well a presenter from RFF in Kangwali, 102.6, as well as a Refugee Engagement Forum representative. Asante sana.
Good morning.
Members, let's try to be audible. Let us.
Good morning, everyone. I'm Catherine Nora. I'm a social media influencer on X.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Gad Rogers, a social media influencer.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Charles Sumenchan is my name.
Charter for Change. Hello, Charter for Change. Charter for Change. Viva Charter for Change. My name is Mate Jokas. I work with Wilmot Development.
Left out anyone? Please.
Only you.
All right. He has been saying Charter for Change, and somehow we didn't know what to do. So yesterday in our Women's Summit, we usually have a way we clap as women. You know, we are organized and good, all those things. Some people are jealous now. But ideally, we can also give you the opportunity to learn from us. So we're going to teach you how we clap during our Women's Summit. And maybe you can take it on, you know. So when I say Charter for Change, we clap 4 times. Can we try it? Charter for Change. I thought I was going to hear another clap, and I'm like, did that one go to, did they fail math like me? Anyway, let's try it again one more time. Charter for Change. So that's the way we're going to be clapping. So if someone says Charter for Change, we give 4 claps. Is that okay? Thank you.
Thank you very much, Kathy and everyone, for this wonderful moment of introduction. For those ones who will join us late, we will not give them the chance again because time is gone. But in the building, we have Julius Onen from Wooden Dad. Thank you so much, Julius, for joining us this morning. We have Stella Akol from CRS and Olawa Abdu from CRS. We have Rao Dowley from HDNO. I do not want to pronounce names that I don't know. And then Andrew Agassi from Brass for Africa, and then Lacote Sharon from Wooden Dad. Thank you so much for coming. This year's theme for this dialogue is tracking progress, strengthening partnership, the localization agenda in action. Can somebody say wow? Wow. Right, the agenda is as follows. Between 8 to 8:30 was arrival and registration. And 8:30 to 8:45, we are going to be having opening remarks by our chair, where we shall be understanding the localization journey, progress, good practices, achievements, and present or persistence challenge. We shall also be having keynote address from the Oxfam Country Director, that is Mr. Francis Shanti Odokorach, who will be diving deep into the role of signatories and as enablers of localization, reflection, responsibilities, and strategies, or strategic priorities. Then we shall have official opening from the big man, Dr. Stephen Okello. Dr. Stephen Okello, even if you don't know him personally, you have met him through his signature. For those of us who are in the NGO world, very famous signature, and it's very simple signature, but without it, you know what it means. Dr. Stephen, nice meeting you for the first time, me and you, but we are grateful having you around. So, you will be talking, will be giving us the official launch of the dialogue, reaffirming government commitment to this very localization. Ladies and gentlemen, I do not want to go very far. I want to stop there for now, and then take this opportunity to welcome the chairperson, who is going to give us the welcome remarks. Our chairperson for Uganda Working Group Charter of Change is none other than Julian Joyce Achoko, who is also the Executive Director of NUWOSO. Julian, this is your time. Is she in the building? Hey, chair has stepped out a bit. Okay, let me proceed by giving us the other sessions. We shall be having another thematic discussion under accountability in localization, tracking and reporting on commitments, and that will be moderated by the person speaking. But we shall be having presentations on the progress report on the 8th Charter for Change commitment, and this will be done by none other than Dr. Ronald Matanda, and the counterpart, Godfrey. John Jal is supposed to be part of this discussion, but unfortunately, an apology from John Jal. He is in Geneva for another very important engagement. He will be joining us online if time permits, and he may make a remark. John Jal is our co-chair for Charter for Change Working Group Uganda. And in the session, we shall also be having panel of discussion where signatories will be having reflection, and this will be involving country directors from Plan International Uganda, Dan Church Aid, and Fin Church Aid and Care. They will be talking about sharing, they will share what the signatories and the allies' experiences are, best practices, and institutional accountability mechanisms for achieving Charter for Change goals. The discussion will also address systems, systematic challenges, monitoring framework, joint reporting, and the difficulties signatories face in documenting and tracking progress. Then we shall have Q&A for all the participants, which means when you are here, you should be keen on taking notes and also asking questions. We shall then go for health break, and when we return, we shall get...
Making her entrance, allow me give an opportunity to one of our country directors who is present to introduce herself.
Thank you, and good morning, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Lainey Heil, and I'm the head of programming for Catholic Relief Services in Uganda, representing our country representative today. Thank you.
Charter for Change. Oh no, we have to do better than that. Our chair is going to make a wonderful presentation. Charter for Change. Thank you.
I can see the Women's Summit has come today. Thank you very much. Good morning. In the interest of time, I respectfully observed all the protocol and warmly welcome each and every one today. The government representative present, we don't take it for granted. We appreciate you coming. Development partners in the house, the donors, UN agencies, if they are there, international organization, the HINGO, local and national actors, including the women-led organization, refugee-led organization, disability-led organization, youth-led organizations, among others. Members of the Grand Bargain, the National Reference Group in the House, private sector, the academia, the media team, you are all most welcome. For those who are here for the first time and also knowing Charter for Change for the first time, Charter for Change is an initiative which is a global initiative which is led by both the international organizations and the local organizations to practically transform how the humanitarian systems operates to enable more locally led responses. It was first presented during the World Humanitarian Summit Global Consultation in Geneva in October 2015 and officially launched at the World Humanitarian Summit in Istanbul in May 2016. So both Charter for Change and the Grand Bargain are all the products from the World Humanitarian Summit that happened in 2016. So the Charter for Change includes the 8 commitments through which the international organization signed to or committed themselves to change the ways of working, the relationship of working, delivering the humanitarian, so that the southern-based local actors play a more prominent role in humanitarian actions that we talk about. To name a few, one of the commitments is to pass 25% to the local and national actors to ensure that the partnership is equitable, to support local actors to lead capacity strengthening, institutional strengthening, avoiding the subcontracting, promoting the work of the local actors, the visibility of the actors into their different media. The issues of recruitment, whereby during the crisis, do you balance the boat? So they want to do it in Manchester and what? The footballers. Manchester and what? And Arsenal. So if I want to shop from Arsenal, I have to pay for that, right? So if the local actors, we employ the interns, then the international organization, they come and say, we want 3 years experience. So you have to pay that person who has built the capacity of the intern, right? I think that's a fair game now. Because for you, you don't advertise for interns, you don't advertise for, you need experience, somebody who has been in the space before, among others. So the commitments are right there in front of you. You can read all the 8 commitments. So since Charter for Change Working Group launched in 2018, we have grown into a peer support, accountability and influencing network, supporting organizations from commitment to measurable practices that now we are seeing. So the Charter for Change Now Working Group Uganda, the in-country, brings together the national local actors, the international NGOs together, the donors, and the UN agencies, the government actors, to come together and discuss the localization can be achieved, dialogue, look at what is going well, what is not going well, confronting issues that affect the humanitarian response into our community. So we consider it a meaningful discussions into the localization. Since 2018, Charter for Change has achieved and moved milestones. And one of the achievements is consistent organizing of the dialogue, bringing together the different actors to discuss. Right now we have 13 international organizations that in country for Charter for Change. Then we have 379 Ugandan endorsers. That one deserves a round of applause. From 2018 to now, we have now 379 local actors. So Charter for Change has established a rotational coordination structures that support the coordination of the discussion of the localization agenda. So in the House, you see some of the colleagues, the advisors, meaning they were once leaders. Allow me to allow the advisors to stand up, the advisors to Charter for Change, meaning they have served as the chair or the coordinating agency before. seeing Naomi Ayaro in the house. I'm seeing Juliet, Donna in the house.
Charter for Change.
So the achievement that I'm going to talk about is the achievement of the combined efforts from the first chairperson, unfortunately, she's late, then the second chairperson, the third chairperson, and I'm the fourth chairperson to the Charter for Change working group. So Charter for Change has amplified local actors' voices in every spaces. So right now, you find local actors are considered in every decision-making table, though we are still asking for more good tables for us so that we present our need directly. It's collaborated with the government, and we are part of the task force team of the recently localization strategy that is being developed by the Office of the Prime Minister on how to localize the refugee response. Annual meeting, which helps us to understand what is going on in the humanitarian response and also development and also the peace. Charter for Change has been sensitizing this year. That was our emphasis, to make the staff of the international organization. This year, that was our emphasis, to make the staff of the international organization understand the localization and how it works and all the commitment. We have also recently we were gotten a shock by the stop work order, which affected many organizations, and we did the assessment into. So those are some of the few has really registered. We have another one, a huge one, is the strengthening of the local and national in Acholi. We have Charter for Change in Karamoja, Eastern Uganda. They can stand up for recognition so that you can get engaged with them, because they have activities that they do at the subnational level. Therefore, although we have challenges, but Charter for Change, we love the challenges are the good things to us, because it makes us to change. Sometimes we lack resources. Sometimes the coordination becomes tough because coordination drains energy, time, and all that. But we consider them a positive thing. So we have a global influence, and in the recently concluded annual Global Charter for Change meeting, Uganda emerged #1. So the rest of the country wants to see how we are doing things differently. Donors, the INGOs and the local donors, the INGOs and the local actors. There's a lot of the relationship has to change between all the actors, the players in the humanitarian system, development and peace. We are going to publish and also discuss the evidence. We have mapped local actors, 7 local and national findable and fundable local organizations.
Charter for Change.
So if I say findable and fundable, meaning they're physically present into the community, and they have the basic, I'm happy that NGO Bureau is here, they have the regulatory and legal requirement in place. Meaning you can start from there, building the capacity, strengthening and all that, because they have the necessary requirement needed for them to deliver the humanitarian. That is what we call refugees, the climate-induced shocks, gender-based violence, unemployment, poverty. The subnational leadership will talk about that in the later time during their discussion. So what we expect today we want, by the end of the day, we are going to understand where we are, where we have reached in terms of the 8 commitments. And I want to appreciate all the signatories who participated in the tracking of the progress. We are going to understand who are the local actors and where are they, the location. I want to thank CRS and the sub-regional leadership for supporting mapping the local actors. We are going to see the increased visibility and recognition of local actors and their capacity. So don't leave without reaching their places. So distinguished guests, localization will only succeed when we change the relationship that we have among the local actors, the communities, and the international organization. And that is the only ask of the local organization. We want a situation where we deliver as one. We want a situation where partners, the donors, and the funding is not earmarked. We want a situation where we, the local actors, are recognized, our logos are pasted. We want the localization that have same languages. We have the localization that blend the local knowledge and the international knowledge. We want to see the localization that the partnership does not have a top button, but the equal sharing that we need. And that is why Charter for Change exists. Though we do the Charter of Accountability, where the local actors has to appreciate accountability, ensure that the risk is shared. The local actors, they appreciate the requirements of the government, and that is why we are here. So today, let us speak honestly, listen also intentionally, and also commit collectively to making the localization work in practice. Once again, I warmly welcome you to the annual high-level dialogue on localization in Uganda. Thank you.
Charter for Change. Charter for Change. Thank you so much, our dear chair. And now you understand why we are giving her 4 claps, right? She's the 4th chairperson ever since the charter started. Without wasting time, allow me invite, I call them our grandfathers, but being that I'm also the first granddaughter, I've been given the privilege to invite our coordinator, and the country director, Mr. Francis, to take us through the role of signatories as enablers of localization, reflection, responsibilities, and strategic priorities. Ladies and gentlemen, a round of applause to our grandfather. Charter for Change. Charter for Change. I say first granddaughter because Howard was the first chair, and so being they are the first grandfathers, we are the first granddaughters, isn't it? A round of applause to our chair once again, to our coordinator. Charter for Change.
Kathy, I know I'm a muzee, but I appreciate that you give me the grandfather blessings. I know we are not many here. In case you're one of us, we'll meet in the evening. Distinguished guests, I would like to start by appreciating all the people who have responded to our invitation, especially from the government side. I really recognize you. I I may not name all, because one of the areas that we are not very good at in the civil societies is protocol. But I will endeavor to ensure that I do my best. Dr. Stephen Okello of the Uganda National Bureau of NGOs, we're really, really grateful for you honoring this opportunity to come and engage with us. The MC has already mentioned how important it is, your signature. But even above all, that you have reimagined and reinvented the regulating body. You know, when we were growing up, whenever you go to the headmaster's office or the headmistress' office, even if there is nobody there, you enter while you cannot even walk properly because you fear authority. And that is how we have been brought up. So to sit on the same table with you and always you welcoming us and talking to us like a real brother, I find that transformative. And if you guys were not very mean with your hands, you would give him a normal hand clap. Now we see you as a partner. Before that, we were thinking you are there to get us, but you are there for us. So continue with that, and we will be working together, because at the end of the day, the people that matters the most are those that we serve in the community, those that we are lifting out of poverty, and those that we are giving them dignity. I think those are the things we need not forget. So I really want to appreciate you for that. Allow me also to extend my deep appreciation to the Charter for Change Working Group Charter for Change Working Group leadership. Joyce Achoko, you have demonstrated true leadership here. I think you've taken on from the shoes of your predecessors, and a job well done on your part. So on behalf of the signatories, we just want to congratulate you.
Charter for Change.
We want to congratulate you and the entire team that you've worked with. For us, as the CDs, if you guys are non-functioning, we cannot also function. But the way you guys have been coordinating, you've made our life much easier to advance this collective issue together. Allow me to appreciate everybody who is here in the house for making the time, especially our participants who have been here since yesterday. I was among the privileged gentlemen who was in the house. I think I could count the number of men who was in this house yesterday, and I was glad to be among them to participate in the annual HDP summit that took place yesterday. It was very empowering, and I hope it was the same to you who participated. And I could see a number of you still here today. So
Charter for Change.
I also take this opportunity to appreciate the international non-governmental organizations who are signatories and allies to the Charter for Change. I have received a number of on pressure cooker. As we are closing the financial year, if we are closing the calendar year, we are all balancing. You know, somebody said you're dancing on needles, you're dancing. That's what is happening. But with us, so I have received a number of them, but we have their representatives here. If you're from the allies organization representatives, we have other country directors who are here. The signatories and allies, please rise up so that we can also give you a big hand clap. My brother Jeremiah is behind. My sister from Action Against Hunger. This year, Oxfam has only accepted the responsibility to be the steering all the for me, it's an absolute honor to be here to give this opening address or keynote address, and I wouldn't wish to take a and I will emphasize a few things, and I'll try to keep it a little shorter so that we can try and catch up with the time. Of course, to us, as the international NGOs, localization means many things, but amongst those is about shifting leadership, influence, and of course, implementation. Underneath that is power. And normally when we talk about power, I don't want to comment too much about it. Shifting it and transferring it is not very easy, but we are committed. So to whom are we trying to shift that? It is of course to the local actors, the government institutions. Sometimes we overemphasize on the civil societies and other local actors such as CBOs, NGOs, and we don't emphasize enough the need to talk about the government, especially the local government, the districts where we work. We also know that a number of the districts require a lot of support to ensure people can access sustainable and quality services. And of course, not forgetting the communities themselves. The first responders, very important for us, to ensure that our responses are effective, efficient, relevant, and also sustainable. And of course, Charter for Change is a vehicle, is a platform that provides us with that opportunity. So what do we actually stand for? We, as the INGOs, we seek to rebalance the power and resources in the humanitarian response. I think the chair has mentioned elaborately about the 8 commitments. And the first one, by the way, it was not by mistake that it was the first, because normally the one with the money dictates the tune of things, right? So if Ango Sudhir Ruparelia entered here, he just walked in here, and who doesn't know Sudhir Ruparelia? Who does? Everybody knows him. You will all stop looking at me and you look at him, because right now the power is here, because I'm the one speaking. If he enters there, you will all shift and look at him, because he will command that attention because of the money and resources that he has. So therefore, the 25% that has been stated in there was like a starting point. By the way, there is a word "at least" which is missing there. It should have been at least 25%. That means you should be able to give more as a starting point. And of course, we are really, really delighted to the C4C Working Group leadership for the initiative to ensure that also at the country level we're able to demonstrate that level of transparency to see the progress that we have made. As signatories, we are required to submit on annual basis our commitments, the progress that we are making at the global level. But we have also made a commitment here to say that also in Uganda, we should be able to see how we are making the progress. The second important purpose for us as the C4C signatories and allies is to ensure that the local and national NGOs play a central role in decision making, implementation, and leadership. Of course, we face a lot of issues. You know, in a number of spaces we've been discussing, and we said that the organizations that we work for have got mechanisms to deliver on their commitments. And we use different systems, we use several policies and processes that sometimes are not aligned to the commitments that we have made at a global level. They may not be as flexible as they should be, although many of us are trying to reform them. But you can imagine a big animal like Oxfam working in 80+ countries around the world and using several systems and policies to align it to exactly what we are asking for here. It's a tall order. It takes a lot of time. But I can assure you we are making progress. We are making steady progress towards that direction, but we are not yet there. And I suspect it is true with many of the signatories organizations, especially when it relates to compliance aspects. We cannot exercise as much flexibility as we may all wish, and therefore, truth be told, we will still have to continue to work together to influence from within and also without. I think those are areas that we still commit to making progress. And of course, underneath that, as a third, is to emphasize that humanitarian aid or responses is more effective, sustainable, accountable when led by local actors. We saw this very well during the time of COVID-19. Some of us could not access the refugee settlements because of the restrictions that was there then. But the refugee-led organizations were able to operate and deliver quality services, even with less resources. So we can no longer say that this has not yet been tested. Even if it was for a short time, they demonstrated that they can actually lead it from the front. But let's not forget that they have already been doing that for a very long time, and they continue to do so. But at that time, it was like they're almost on their own, because everybody was busy dealing with the siren of the ambulances that was all over the city. We were all having our crisis of our own that we had to deal with, and therefore we were all impacted all over the world, by the way. So we were able to put that to test, and with that, we can be able to urge you. Chair has spoken through the commitments, but just allow me, for a matter of emphasis, just run through them, because it is very important that we recommit. Today we are recommitting to them, and we hope that what will come out of the analysis will be able to wake us up. So the first of the commitment of the signatories and endorsers is that we will pass at least 25% of the funding directly to the national NGOs. We will publish the amount and percentages of funding passed to local actors, and also reaffirm principles of partnership and equality in collaboration. I want to spend a bit of time talking about the partnership. The chair was talking and said, indeed, what they're asking for is equitable partnership. Now, when you put it to perspective, we have donors that we receive funding from, and with due respect, a lot of them are making commitment which aligns to the commitments in the Charter for Change. But even their systems, just like ours, are not yet fully aligned. And therefore, we are all still in that journey, the journey that I hope we will be able to walk together and complete that journey soon. But that's still a tall order. Just before USAID, the situation arose, they had come up with also their guiding frameworks that we're all very excited about. But even then, achieving that was still going to be a long way. I recognize also other donors that have come up to announce their localization guiding frameworks, such as ECHO and others. But still, I think we still have areas of discussion with many of them. So I would still encourage us that let's not get tired. This is a long journey. We have been in this system for many, many years. Many of us were still babies, if at all. We fall in the categories of the grandfathers. Oxfam is about 80 years almost. and others. So when we read the history of the aid sector, especially after the World War, you know, up to date, look at the system that was built over those years. That was not the balanced system that we want. So for us to tilt it and change it drastically, it will also require a lot of work and time. But we are making good progress, and I'm sure together we will be able to shift the whole conversation. The aspects of recruiting staff away from local NGOs as part of the commitment, that is a tall order. It's so complicated in this sector. I am one of the people who was recruited by an INGO from a local NGO, and so many of us that are here. I like the proposition that we should do some trading here to also contribute to the sustainability of the local organizations. If you find a polished product, pay for it. But I suppose that will also require commitment from all the actors, because maybe some donors may not like that idea, because that will increase the costs of delivering services to the people and responding to the needs of the community. So we'll have to balance it up and ensure that conversation is also well thought out, and that we can bring a lot of people on board with that suggestion. I have always thought about, is there any other alternative other than us paying for? Or, you know, if you're hiring someone from my organization, you have to pay for that. I still don't have many of those examples. I hope that we can always find that. The aspects of equal decision-making powers. You know, I like the idea that focusing on not only the country directors, but also the staff of the INGOs that are in the front lines. You know, power is a very interesting thing, and it comes with a lot of humility, but also responsibilities. A lot of our teams who go out there, they have key deliverables that they cannot miss, and mainly relates to compliance aspects. And discussing issues of compliance requires a lot of humility. So we'll take that as a feedback to us, and also continue to ensure that the language that we use when we're in the front lines is the one that demonstrates that mutual respect amongst us. But also allow me to say here that some of us are also very stubborn. Can I be a bit frank and honest? Are you ready for this? Are you ready for this? Some of us are very stubborn. Yeah? We know the implication of non-compliance. We know it very well. But we are still deliberate about it and do it with impunity. Deliberate about it and do it with impunity. You know the deadlines that you should handle. You know the guidelines that the donor has given for the effective utilization of the resources. Effective utilization of the resources. And you signed up to it. And you signed up to it. It's a contractual obligation. It's a contractual obligation. But then when somebody comes to remind you about it, then you say, you see, you've started those language that we don't want. Well, you know politics, it's okay. But fact is, let's separate it, yeah? If we must speak that same language, then we should also do our part diligently. I don't think somebody will come and use some language to you if all the boxes are as agreed and delivering to that, which is part of the commitment. If that happens, then indeed that person is in the wrong sector. But I'm not defending, but I'm also pointing out the facts. This is a conversation. I was asked to give keynote address, so I'm just stimulating conversation. Are we together? Okay, so the aspects of robust organizational support and capacity building. Indeed, how I wish we can come up with a very coordinated way. We can come up with a very coordinated way. We have some examples that are coming up, such as the QAM that we are all committed to. It's still at an earlier stage, but there's hope in there. And other initiatives that we believe can bring a more coordinated approaches. Look at all the numbers of NGOs in the country, and look at the actors who are endorsers of the Charter for Change. We are a big force. We could reach all corners of this country and create lasting change and impact if we are well coordinated. So I fully agree with you on that, that if we can coordinate this support, there's a lot of capacity strengthening happening, but they are not well coordinated. But simply maybe also from the government part, there could be some missing links that we need to explore, how that coordination can happen. Because amongst us as civil society actors, we can do our best. But I think government is even in a better position to ensure that coordination happens, maybe at sectoral level or at different spaces. And of course, we have the Charter for Change platform that can also begin to give us that space. We're working in Uganda. Instead of saying Oxfam, we're working with these other organizations. So that's part of the commitment, that when we are telling the story, we're going to tell it fully with the actors that we're working with. And I think maybe not all of us have signed up to, but a number of us have already signed up to those additional commitments. And I'm leaking this secret to you. Continue to hold us to that and ensure that whatever we publish out there demonstrate that kind of inclusive language, that indeed we are not just working alone, but we are working together with you. But also when you're doing it on your side, also include us. Sometimes when we visit you on the ground, we are even not known. Oh, Jamani, what are you doing down there? We also want to be known. Eh? I visited some part of this country, I will not mention it for my own security reasons. When we reached there, the local government said, Oxfam, you mean you're also here? The cow. Good enough is my OB. I said, Chief, what are you talking about? We are supporting, we are working with these partners. I said, how many are they? I said, there are these. I said, are you sure? We have never heard about this. So also commit to authentic storytelling. It's not only on our side. It happens. Me, I have concrete evidence that has happened. So in this, we are all together. Sindio? Aha. And then the third one, under the Pledge for Change, is influencing wider change. So with those, you know, if we can be able to combine these different initiatives that we are taking, we should be able to make some progress in terms of shifting power, transparency, equitable partnership, capacity strengthening, and financing. What are some of our key priorities that we are talking about as INGOs? Of course, you would have heard this over and over. We still commit to all of these 8 commitments, and I think going ahead, we will continue to depend on accountability and tracking of our progress with some rigor. You know, we want to do this a bit more. Of course, continuing to engage with you around resources. These days, funding and looking for resources has become very complicated. It is so complicated, like milking a male what? Eh? Me, I know how to say it in Acholi. I don't know in yours. But there are some wild animals that it's so difficult to milk the male one. So that's how we say it. But I think we need to rethink the question of resources. Sometimes I think we are leaving so many opportunities that are within. And I think as we talk about, you know, reconstructing or reforming the aid system, we should also launch a big call on how to reform the resource mobilization strategy in a sustainable way for us, especially on Africa continent. I think it starts in the household. The other day I was saying that so where can the change start from? It should start from our children. Some of us are already spoiled because we are products of the IDPs in the northern Uganda. We are products of this aid, which was, but now we can transform our children. I think I'm going too far. Okay, so I think that's also an important point for me. Over and above, ladies and gentlemen, I just want to say thank you very much to all of you for listening to me. The points that I've been trying to emphasize is that as Hingos, we are here. We are here to work meaningfully with all of us. We are not yet perfect. We are committed to it. We made these 8 commitments ourselves. Hold us to account to those commitments. Some of us came in late. We may not know the origin of these things. Because we are looking for a job and we were hired and we came in on board. Help us to onboard us effectively. Some of us, the leaders, we are not fully onboarded. So don't get tired of onboarding us. Don't think that the moment I am a country director, I am perfect. No, I don't know everything. Help me to understand it fully, to embrace it, so that we can create a change to this sector. In that way, I think we can be able to have a more effective, equitable, and sustainable change in our communities. I invite all of us to have a fruitful conversation, open dialogue, because this is the purpose for this meeting. It's supposed to be an open dialogue, so that all of us who play the part in the sector, the private sector people are here. We know they can play a lot, and many of them can also give us quite some handsome money, if not beautiful one. Trust us, we can deliver good work. I say this for God and my country.
Charter for Change.
I was also told that before I sit down, I should do the honor, for the purpose of time, to invite Dr. Stephen Okello of the NGO Bureau to come and officially launch this dialogue. Mine was just to stimulate and set the pace in terms of what we can be talking about, and he's coming to launch it officially. And again, ladies and gentlemen, let me invite you to give a big round of applause to Stephen.
Charter for Change. Charter for Change.
Yes, thank you, Francis. Unfortunately, you did not get to clap for him. Yeah, please clap for Francis. You ensured they clapped for me, but not for himself. Yeah, so all the NGOs and all the CSO leaders present, the government officials, the development partners, all the guests, the colleagues, and the partners who are present, ladies and gentlemen, all protocol observed, good morning, everyone. I've already been introduced. I'm called Dr. Okello Stephen. I'm the Secretary, NGO Bureau. For a couple of years, you knew me as the Executive Director, NGO Bureau. But from the 30th of September last year, that changed because of the government policy on rationalization, but also eliminating the positions of directors in government. So that affected the NGO Bureau too, and I think a number of you have been following and seeing exactly what happened. Right now, the NGO Bureau still is executing its mandate, but as a department within the Ministry of Internal Affairs, and the position now I hold is of the Secretary and not Executive Director, meaning all the communications you make to the NGO Bureau should be to the Secretary. But also, just as Francis and also the moderator said something about the NGO Bureau, I want to also re-emphasize one point, that the NGO Bureau is not only a regulator, because so many people see the NGO Bureau as a regulator only, but it's also an enabler, meaning that its work is to do everything to partner with you, work with you, ensure that you have the right capacity. So when I see an engagement like this that is focusing on the capacity of the indigenous organizations, I think this is the right event to be in. So please stop seeing the NGO Bureau only as a regulator or as someone holding a whip. That is not the only role that you are supposed to play. Our work is to ensure you are transparent and also compliant with all the legal obligations that you have, but also to ensure that we are an enabler. So back to this particular event, it's a great honor to actually be here. I want to thank the organizers for really inviting me, and that is the Charter for Change, and also the Grand Bargain for inviting me to be a part of this annual high-level dialogue on localization in Uganda. Last year I was invited for a similar event. I had actually confirmed to attend. At the last minute I was called for another engagement. I assigned a colleague to represent me. Later I learned that that colleague did not make it to the event, and I think we missed that opportunity of that engagement. And this year when I was invited and Francis kept following up with me, I committed that I would really be a part of this. But also I want to add my voice to Francis to thank everyone who spared time to be a part of this. I'm glad that the room is actually full and people have taken this seriously, because this is a very important subject matter that affects all the organizations that are working in this country. Francis emphasized a bit on the sustainability that should be a big concern to everyone here. Funding is becoming a challenge and is shrinking globally, regionally, and within the country. That means that the conversations in this room are very important, because you're talking about your capacity and seeing how the indigenous organizations can be empowered. Because I can tell you that from the side of government, the most affected organizations when it comes to issues of sustainability, especially the weak sustainability, and those who are closing because of the shrinking funding, it is the indigenous organizations. So when we sit here and we are talking about how to strengthen their capacity, how to ensure that they are supported more, the percentages that are passed on to them, I think this is the right way to go and the right kind of conversations to have. So today we come together as the government, the NGO sector, the private sector, the development partners, to of course not only be united in having this conversation, but also to have a shared commitment in advancing this localization agenda. So I'm really proud and happy to be a part of this, because this is where I feel I'm supposed to be and the right direction to go. In terms of when Francis was here, clapping was such a problem. I'm glad that the people are starting to clap by themselves because he was struggling to make you clap, but I'm glad that no one is now begging you to clap. So the importance of this localization and why I really feel it's very important. We are all aware that Uganda continues to face a very complex mix of humanitarian and development challenges. We host over 1.9 million refugees, one of the largest refugee populations in the country. I have interacted with a number of you, and I'm aware that you actually are in that particular arena of the refugee. And also, at the same time, our communities grapple with the climate induced disasters, and that is the hunger, gender-based violence, environmental degradation, and unemployment. So in this particular context that we are discussing today, localization is not just a policy choice, but it is a necessity. Just like the chairperson emphasized and Francis has also emphasized, it's all about shifting leadership, influence, and implementation to the local actors. Now, government institutions, the civil society, and all the communities, really, this is something which all of them are taking seriously and want to ensure that is achieved and not lost along the way. I'm glad to hear that the Charter for Change started all its work in 2018, And it was also good to hear the kind of achievements they've had for all this period. But also this ensures that the humanitarian and development responses are effective, are efficient, are relevant, and are sustainable. Most importantly, it places those most affected at the center of decision making, just like Francis emphasized earlier. But also coming from the government side, we have a very big role to play. And I want to bring out some of the role that government has got in this whole discussion that is going on today. We have seen that government has consistently demonstrated leadership in advancing localization, and we have seen this through so many different items. One of them is the refugee response. Uganda is globally recognized for its inclusive refugee policies, and also integrating refugees into national systems such as education, health, and livelihoods. This localization in practice, ensuring that humanitarian response is embedded in national development frameworks, is a very important thing that we need to appreciate the government for. The government of Uganda through OPM is reviewing the new refugees policies to further strengthen this. But also this will soon come out to ease our work on the sides of government, the international NGOs, the local and the national actors, and the refugee-led organizations, and also the development partners and all the donor agencies. The other thing that we have seen government involved in is through the global leadership. Uganda has co-convened international platforms such as the Global Refugee Forum and actively engaged in localization, the role of local and the national responders. The other thing the government has been engaged in is localizing the SDGs. Through the Office of the Prime Minister, Uganda has localized the Sustainable Development Goals across more than 75 districts that translates into 13 local languages. This ensures that communities understand and own development priorities. So to streamline the work, the government of Uganda through OPM and the Minister of Local Government are developing the National Localization Policy Strategy. This is now at the final stages, but yet to be blessed by Cabinet. All of you are aware that all the policies have to go through the line ministry and then end up with Cabinet. After Cabinet approval, that's where it stops. It does not proceed to Parliament unless some principles have been extracted that turn into a bill that have to be considered by the Parliament. So I think that policy framework is something that is so important for this sector that all of us should keenly follow and also pay attention to. But in terms of the other achievements that the government has also contributed to is the policy dialogue and accountability. The government has supported national mapping of the humanitarian actors. There has also been strengthening the visibility and the coordination. It has also engaged in evidence-based assessments such as the impact of the stop work order to inform policy and advocacy, just as the chair and Francis strongly emphasized. So all these efforts reflect government's commitment to building a humanitarian and development system that is inclusive, resilient, and sustainable. So in terms of the global frameworks and also Uganda's role, we have seen Uganda at the forefront of advancing global commitments such as the Charter for Change and also the Grand Bargain. The Charter for Change calls on international NGOs to implement 8 commitments that rebalance power and resources towards local actors. The Grand Bargain emphasizes efficiency, transparency, and accountability in humanitarian financing and delivery. Through the Charter for Change working group and also the Grand Bargain National Reference Group, Uganda has localized these frameworks, creating platforms for dialogues, coordination, and accountability. This is a testament to our country and also the leadership in shaping a humanitarian system that is inclusive, equitable, and locally driven. Now, in terms of the achievements to celebrate, just like the chairperson of the Charter for Change also put forward, I want to take the opportunity, first of all, to congratulate the leadership of the Charter for Change, especially having seen the chairperson say something here, and also to congratulate the signatories and the allies that who are present here for some of the noble achievements in advancing the localization agenda. And some of the achievements that we have seen, one is that the mapping of the local and the national humanitarian actors has been completed, strengthening coordination and visibility, and there's something we are going to hear about it later. I'm actually eager to hear the findings and what some of the recommendations are. But also something else that we should celebrate as an achievement are the best practices in the partnerships that have been documented, showcasing how collaboration can be more equitable and impactful. The third one is an assessment of the stop work order that has provided evidence to provide and also inform policy dialogue and advocacy. The fourth one is the Charter for Accountability that has accelerated the attainment of the 8 Charter for Change commitments by the signatories and the supporters. So these achievements demonstrate that Uganda is not only embracing the localization agenda, but also actively shaping its implementation. But of course, with these achievements, it does not mean that there are no gaps in the ongoing attempts and the processes that we are discussing here today. There are a couple of gaps that we need to acknowledge, and one of them is that the accountability mechanism must be strengthened to ensure commitments translate into tangible results. The other one is also the financing for the local actors remains limited, and resources must be unlocked to support their institutional growth. The third one is that partnerships must move beyond what we see as the normal way of doing things, but also to a more genuine power sharing, because we want to see things more balanced, where we see refugee-led, women-led, disability-led, and the youth-led organizations being recognized as eco-partners. And that's what Francis was trying to emphasize here. I feel glad when I see the claps come by themselves. So, and also, I want to also reemphasize that these gaps remind us that the localization agenda is a journey, just as you heard from the chairperson that since 2018, this has been ongoing, and let's not see it as a destiny. Let's not feel that after today we celebrate the achievements and then we go home and relax. We want to come back next year and see more achievements and more that is being built onto this. So let's see this as a journey and not as a destination or the final event that we have reached to. So what are some of the special appeals and requests that I'm going to make today? So today's dialogue is an opportunity to reflect, to recommit, and to act. I urge all the stakeholders present, that means that the government officials representing the different government MDAs, the development partners, the NGOs who are present, and also the private sector. And I want to make this special commitment to all of them. One is that there's need to generate new pledges that strengthen locally led initiatives. The second one is to invest in the capacities of the local organizations, ensuring that they're visible and are resourced, just as was emphasized by Chairperson and Francis. But also the other appeal and the plea that should be made today is to foster partnerships that are equitable, transparent, and accountable. The other one is to ensure that the voices of local actors are not only heard, but acted upon in policy and practice. Let's not just do this as a formality, but let's ensure that we are seeing that the voices of the local actors are being turned into something tangible that translates into the policy and the practice out there. The other appeal is to engage in the policy formulation and review processes. Do not just be a spectator and withdraw from it and watch it from a distance. Please be a part of it and ensure that you're actively participating in it. The other appeal is also that there are opportunities for constant engagements amongst the localization players at the different spaces, at the local, national, regional, and global level, to share an experience on the local humanitarian leadership. And this is a special appeal that please ensure that you're part of those opportunities and platforms. So those are some of the special appeals that I'm making here today. So in conclusion, localization is not just about efficiency, it's about justice. It's about ensuring that communities most affected by crises that we see are empowered to lead their own solutions. It's about building a humanitarian and development system that is inclusive, resilient, and sustainable. Since I was invited here to mainly focus on the launch, but I think I had also take this as an opportunity to say something. With these words, I want to officially take this opportunity to launch the annual high-level dialogue on localization in Uganda. But also I want to invite all of you to engage actively, share openly, and commit boldly to advancing this agenda. Together, let us make localization in Uganda not just an aspiration, but let's make it a reality. But also, before I leave this platform, I want to take this opportunity to wish all of you a Merry Xmas and a Happy New Year, because I may not see some of you between now and that time, so I don't want to miss that opportunity. So for God and my country, thank you all.
Wow. It deserves a better one. Charter for Change. Thank you so much, Dr. Stephen, for that very elaborate presentation. We are honored having you as the pivot of all the NGOs, both local, international, and CBOs. If you go through the website, you will really understand that this bureau is very, very instrumental in our operations. One key thing that I think I noted a few, that NGO bureau is not only a regulator, but they are also enablers. That's a good one. Thank you so much, Doctor. And you re-echoed the commitment of the government towards the operations and localization. Consistency, demonstrated leadership, refugee response, integrating the refugees, reviewing the refugee policies, global leadership, strengthened role of local and national actors, and also the commitment of the Charter for Change and integrating the grand bargain in the government plans is what you are committed to and mentioned. Thank you so, so much, ladies and gentlemen. I would have gone further, but because of time, I do not want us to waste a lot. We still have too many things in our agenda, and I want us to go for a health break right now. Kathy.
Yes, please. Our tea is ready, but before we go for our tea, allow me give the microphone to one of our people from government or OPM to also introduce himself. I felt like we could not miss this opportunity. I mean, after all, we are trying to get MOUs with OPM, right? This is our opportunity, right? Okay.
Okay, thank you. Let you know there's the hope that I'm going after signing MOUs for people. Otherwise, good morning to you all. And thank you for coming for this very important engagement. My name is Senator John Bosco. I work with the Office of the Prime Minister, Department of Refugees, as a National Field and Emergency Coordinator. I bring you greetings from the Commissioner for Refugees. He's aware that you are here.
Thank you so much, Andrew. And ladies and gentlemen, when we come back, we're going to get into another session. But for now, please, let's have 20 minutes for break. And if we can have a working break, that would be so good, because we do not have a lot of time. Please grab your tea and come back to your seat. Do not go out. You can go for a break, health break, and then you network a bit. And I want to change our sitting of positions. There are people who came all the way from Amoro and they are all together. Now what are you networking? Eh? Look for the titles here, doctors, CDs. Look for people. You are here for opportunities. You came all the way from Karamoja and you are seated together. Why? You are here to look for money. You look for money with the people of money. Be close to Francis. Be close to, don't let people sit alone. Be with them. Okay, we have a 20 minutes break. Thank you.
Range yokufa n'ebeera nnyingi muno owakusobola wa muhindo aneti twabere tune ngauta abana munana abesingane nabo na twabere tune wetwenu tunakesiri omwanja akyake mecha micho umusi kyakahita twabere misichinga kemya hayi twabere tukabuka tukabana amagese abibere omwanyumba wetu na twamathebethu kwa skuru yebitho twamayayirenderako twabere tunemoyendero kwa skuru yebitho.
In 2022, after the formation of the Western Uganda Humanitarian Platform that now comprises of over 56 local actors, our biggest challenge as local actors was funding. We were positioned well but lacked funding.
So it is on that basis that with support from Oxfam, we piloted what we call the Emergency Response Fund that will provide resources, especially financial, to local actors to respond timely.
As a platform, we sent out a call for proposal and different local actors within Western Uganda responded. They were vetted within 12 hours and money was dispersed to them to be able to respond within 72 hours.
Tandikira mwaka 2019 amezi bakatutera mengi gasisa amaka gaitu na mbara ali ebintu byomunzu byona yasisikara amazu batwarwa amezi ebisoro nkenkoko nembuzi nente nabyo byafa byo tyatuhambiriza kufuruka mu bikaro bitukaba tulimu ntugaruka ntuje hano mu kikaro kimu mataka g'abantu abandi byo batufunira umwanya guno bagutupangisa twaguma kuriga umwaka gwa 2020 mpaka sasa na 2025 niho iziye kitongole cha Jesse Uganda cha training okore sabuni ya liquid shop cha training anyewe na gumizamo natandika kukora iyo sabuni na geraha abakazi batahi bange abanyeteranize nabo twakole kitebe akasenta akarero nikaruga mu sabuni katuyamba kusevingaho mu kitebe no kusasura abana school fees no kombaka hamaju agatuliye mutwikara mukurora tubaho naito ntugeraho ubumezi n'obutuzi hambere tutuli.
The guidelines we developed as a platform, it is clearly stipulated that when you're going to do an intervention, it must be inclusive. Because we have the neutrality principle, under the humanitarian core principles. You have to consider everyone. And everyone in the community, of course, they are men and women and children and the elderly. So when we are doing needs assessment, even involve the communities, the chairperson, the vets, the health workers. So make sure that we are doing it with them.
We called on partners, we deployed them where Western Uganda Humanitarian was working with our local NGOs and CBOs, and we would sit together in the coordination meetings, deployed them. We had a central store for them, so it would be from our stores at the district headquarters, load, commission, and we go on to deliver.
Abantu abatubikira batuzira mu bintu ngabona twakatuha ebafu yatuha nejerekani twahura batuyambire twasimopo abakuba sahoje tukabatwinda tutayina nambaye tukwogera tutayina nambaye turafechingira amaizi ekiro cyaho nawe katandika kutahamizi kuruga nambaye tugaya sahoje abana baitu batandika kunaba tukabutayina hano nambaye so kunabira twatahamizi gokunywa twatahise ejerekani yoje amaizi ago kutuchumbira ebyokurya.
So within the last 2 years, Oxfam Uganda managed to subgrant a total of over $70,000 to the Western Uganda Humanitarian Platform, a fund that was meant to support them do response. And the local national actors were able to respond within the quickest possible time, less than 72 hours. And we hope if we get more funding from donors and advance this to the local national actors, be able to do better than what they've done.
If we can have resources before this scenario or this situation happens, we can try to mitigate and establish warning mechanisms that can prevent any further damage, particularly to the PWDs, who we think need a lot of assistance and awareness before such emergencies happen again.
Muhindo aneti fabarat fune ngauta abana munan abesinga nena na fabarat fune wetwani tunake siri omwanja achake mecha micho umisi chaka hit kama vile misinga kama hai fabarat fukavuka tukaba na amagese abibero mwa nyumba wetu na rufama sevet kwa skuru yebitro kama ya yerandiraku In
2022, after the formation of the Western Uganda Humanitarian Platform that now comprises of over 56 local actors, our biggest challenge as local actors was funding.
Thank you so much, ladies and gentlemen. As we keep on enjoying our break, time is not our best ally. Yeah, as I said earlier on, we're going to be having working break. And as we were going for the break, we were privileged to be joined by our chief guests, none other than Solomon Sonko from CRRF OPM. Thank you, sir. Thank you for coming. I know your hands are busy, but you can do the good manners of clapping. Thank you. And accompanying the chief guest is none other than Suzanne from CRRF, Office of the OPM. Thank you so much for coming. Ladies and gentlemen, this next session, we shall be diving deep into understanding accountability in localization, tracking and reporting on commitments. I would have been the one to moderate this session, but as we are talking about localization, I have requested a colleague, the coordinator of Western Uganda Humanitarian Platform, to come and moderate this session. It's none other than Honorable Gad Bender. He's also vying for position of Member of Parliament. He will tell us more. So let's clap our hands as we welcome Gad Bender. Gad, please.
Thank you very much. My brother of another mother from Rango, or team. Yeah, good after break tea. Okay. Yeah, good after break coffee, ladies and gentlemen. You guys, are the the tours still active there, or yeah, as you've heard, my name is Gad Bender. I'm the country director of World Voices Uganda, and we host the Western Uganda Humanitarian Platform and the Emergency Response Fund facility that provides quick locally managed grants for local humanitarian actors to respond as soon as possible, particularly within 72 hours. So I'm happy to be moderating this session, and I know that there is a lot that has been said, and as you've heard, we have 8 commitments, and we have our esteemed consultants who have undertaken the trouble to evaluate the same, and we shall be hearing from them regarding the progress against those commitments. So allow me to invite the consultants to get near so we can hear from them, and then after that we shall have a panel and this panel is composed of 3 panelists. Actually 4 panelists. One will be Dr. Ronald Matanda, who is also going to be a presenter of the report. Then we shall also have John Jar, who also doubles as a co-chair, but is not presently here physically. He's online. Then we shall have the country director of Plan International, then the country director of Dan Church Aid, Field Church Aid, and Care. So allow me to invite those panelists to come and take their seats, and also invite Dr. Matanda to come and make his presentation. Dr. Matanda, you have 15 minutes to make the presentation, and then we shall also have 15 minutes and probably 3 or 4 minutes as bonus for plenary as a response to the panel discussants. Thank you very much. A round of applause to Dr. Donald.
Our distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, what an honor to be amidst the gallant men and women, our chief guest, the signatories and the INGOs present, the endorsers and the local actors, including refugee-led organizations, the donors present, private sector present, the Charter for Change leadership. What an honor that we are all in this space to discuss localization. Most importantly, government representatives. You are all most welcome. As I wait for the team to raise up my presentation, I must say that as a consulting team, we are very honored and privileged to have been part of this very important milestone in this country, because when we're looking around for secondary data on any report on attainment of the 8 Charter for Change commitments, we're looking around and we said, I think this report is going to be like a benchmark upon which other reports will be riding on. We'd like to thank Oxfam, the coordinating agency for signatories, for leading the process of making sure that the roadmap is approved, but also Charter for Change leadership for making sure that really this task is successful. In the way I would like to say that this exercise, which is about tracking and documenting the attainment of Charter for Change commitment, is being a 2-month thriller for us to learn from each one of you, but also interrogate your documents. We are privileged that we had an opportunity to look at some of your most sensitive documents, and at some point some of the colleagues as signatories were worried about, are we safe with these documents? But I kept on saying that yes, we are extremely very safe, because this is evidence-based research that we must look at what you committed to do and how far you are doing it. I thank every agency that participated in this process. Thank you very much. Those are the signatories, allies, and the endorsers. Thank you very much. But also the local actors who are not endorsers also participated. I undertook this exercise with my colleague, Mr. Geoffrey Alengo. Thank you for being part of this journey. My name is Ronald Matanda, and I've been I'm still the leading consultant on this assignment. Should I start or I wait? All right, perhaps along the way you'll get me going. The team managing this PowerPoint presentation. Yes.
What we could do probably as we set the PowerPoint, we can have John Jar online to make a short preamble,
as we set the PowerPoint.
All right.
So I hope for those who are setting up the online presence for John Jar are ready. Secretariat, I can't see anything here on the screen. Work in progress. Yes. Ready? Yes, John Jar. Yes, John Jar. John, can you hear us? JJ. Okay, please. We are happy to hear from you, and we are very glad that you've been able to make it. So please go ahead and address the congregation. Here we have quite a number of stakeholders, ranging from international organizations, government directors, technocrats, and those people who actually wield power. We also have the local actors here. So just know that whatever you're going to tell us within a few minutes is going to the right people. Please go ahead. You have 3 minutes. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Dad, and everybody.
What an introductory remark. Hey, before even uncover my meals from the kitchen, they are already out. It's a very great honor that at least there is, it's a privilege that at least I can speak when your appetite is already up there. So I'm going to speak on a few key findings as we undertook this exercise. And I can tell you this was an action research. We're basing our findings on evidence. And we listened to stories. Ugandans, for those who are not Ugandans, Ugandans were very good storytellers. So we had to make sure that we immunize ourselves against any storytelling, but rely on facts. The second slide, person managing. It's about what are these commitments. Some of you are not aware of these. So for those that are not aware, the 8 commitments include direct funding, partnerships, that is reaffirming the principles of partnerships, but also there is an issue of transparency. The slides are not moving. I can see on the other screen. There is an issue of promotion, which is about promoting the role of local actors in the media and in public. Then there's an issue of recruitment. The chair ably talked about it, that is it possible that perhaps we are able to reward local agencies for the efforts invested in making sure they build the capacity of their staff? That will be discussed. But the commitment parameters are clear on what should be done on when it comes to recruitment. There are issues of advocacy. That is the emphasizing the importance of national actors to humanitarian donors, but also issues of equality. That is, that addresses issues of subcontracting, ensuring equality in decision making, and also support, which is about providing robust organizational support and capacity building. In terms of the task we had, the objectives, there were 3. One was about to track and document progress made by Charter for Change signatories, supporters, and endorsers in meeting their commitments. Now, ladies and gentlemen, I can tell you that each of these, especially the signatories and endorsers, they are all signed up for a particular commitment. So we had to interrogate that. But also being aware that their allies and also those that wish well for Charter for Change. So those that wish well were also able to look at how far they've gone using the same parameters. But the second objective was to compile and share success stories, learning briefs that highlight best practices, challenges, and key milestones achieved and recommendations as well. And last but not least is to compile and ensure alignment of the Charter for Change, Charter for Accountability, to support evidence-based advocacy, organization learning, and donor engagement. So we took this and made it extremely simple in terms of methodology. Our research was mainly document review. So we looked at over 40 different files from different organizations. That is the INGOs and local actors. We did the review. But also we had to have key informant interviews, mainly with the local actors, signatories, the advisors of Charter for Change as well. In terms of response rate, ladies and gentlemen, we were provided with documented evidence of the fulfillment of Charter for Change 2021 to 2025, and this is the breakdown. Out of 18, we received 7. So the signatories that responded were 7, and these include Dan Church Aid, Care International, Catholic Relief Services, CAFOD, Finchurch Aid, Oxfam, and Street Child. Among the allies that submitted include the Plan International, Wood and Dad, and then ULAN. So in terms of submission, the allies were at 60%, while the signatory submission was 38%. What is the rate as well? How deep I went to do key informant interviews. From the INGOs, we interviewed 4. That is CRS, Finchurch Aid, Oxfam, and then the Charter for Change Leadership. And then we had 15, that is 50% of local actors, and these include, some of them include the Lang Youth Development Network, Kal Alul Kingdom, that is the culture institution, Train a Girl Child, Uganda Kamali District Advocacy Network, Global Forum for Development, Uganda, Geno Geno Development Initiative, Dream Rescue Foundation, Youth Development and Advocacy Network, CAP AIDS as an advisor, and then West Nile CAD. From the findings on the direct funding, that is the first commitment as per the Charter for Change. From our investigations, findings reveal that the following organizations were able to interrogate their evidence. So DCA, the standard at 27%, CRS at 17%, Finchurch Aid 25%, and Oxfam at 70%, giving a total average among the signatories to be at 35%. That is 5 years down the road. So, was that a hand clap? Thank you. Yes, we are seeing a positive trajectory of this growth. Whereas we are talking about the 4 that were able to get an average, we have the following that we could not access the records. And these include Care International at 66%, and also Street Child at 75%. These we could not verify their findings. We could not access the data. And CAFOD could not avail us with information on this commitment, so therefore could not come up with any finding. Among the allies, we extensively reviewed Plan International, and they're at 91%. But also we looked at Wood and Dad at 75%. So giving, when you look at the two, the average is at 83% to date. So the ULAN responded to this request and said since they're a research institute, they are not providing any direct funding. So we could not as well go further on that first commitment, but they feature in other commitments. During this assessment, we were trying to interrogate why, do a comparison, because we read the documents of allies and also the documents we had from signatories. We realized among the signatories, why they're 35%, there's been a declining funding stream, but also there are issues of trust. The issues of trust of local actors on some of the signatories, but also there's perceived low capacity of local actors. You know, these strongly, you'll see the rigor they are taking into verifying, identifying, but also taking action of all the local actors they are working with. That by the time they make a decision to work with the local actor, they've gone through a lot of robust due diligence and assessments. And at some point, they make a decision, no, they are very weak, we shall not go ahead to work with them. On the contrary, what we identified from the allies, there's heavy investment in capacity building of local actors. This was evident by Plan International, but also by Wood and Dad, the documents that we reviewed. But also the confidence levels, I mean the trust building levels of local actors. They would give strong testimonies about these organizations, the journey the local actors have taken from being foundations to growing through being registered as from a foundation to a CBO to an NGO. And you see they are moving with the same organization to the end. And I think in our recommendations, we were recommending, actually strongly recommend INGO to look at some of the models that your fellow NGOs are using in working with local actors to build confidence, but also be able to have the best actors that you will have. In terms of trend, we did a trend analysis putting together all actors. And the trends show that we are declining in terms of direct funding to local actors. That from 20 billion in 2021, 2022, it went down to around 15. 2023, it went to 10 billion. 2024, we shoot up as a country. There was a lot of investment to 30 billion. Currently, for the information we have had, we're at 5 billion. So you see that we are trying to, this is the data and the resources that we're able to analyze based on what you gave us to do a trend analysis for all INGOs that we had information. Now just imagine if the 18 signatories, all of them were able to share these reports. Don't you think this figure would have been different? So as a consultant, my colleague was telling me that as a consultant, you do what? We read your watch. So you give us your watch, then we can read it for you. So this is what it is. Let's dive deeper into partnerships. We did a satisfaction survey with the local actors. And on a scale of 1 to 5, 1 being poor, 2 fair, 3 good, 4 very good, and 5 excellent, on the average score, it was at 70%. This is a good level of satisfaction from local actors. At least in terms of satisfaction of partnership engagement with the signatories and INGOs, it is good. Evidence showed that over 80% of the INGOs have in place policies, frameworks, and also partnership mechanisms for tracking, but also getting feedback from local actors. And about 50% of the local actors responded that partnership terms and conditions were set by INGOs, and local actors had a duty to comply with the limited space of proposing major amendments. So before an agreement is signed, you share it with a local actor, but their level of input on the terms and condition is usually very limited. So that is the feedback we got. The other half reported balanced partnership. So we have a half which is saying we have no input, while others are saying We do joint planning, we do joint co-creation, we do joint decision making, action planning. For example, plan has hands off and eyes on. So that is what we were told. Overall, partnership trajectory is on the right path, and this is demonstrated by how NGOs are working with local actors. For example, there's directly linking them with donors. Some have multi-year funding frameworks, others provide recommendation letters for fundraising to donors, and most importantly, all are strengthening the capacity of local actors. So the element of capacity building was cutting across all NGOs. In terms of transparency around resources transferred, only 55% NGOs that responded were able to disclose details of funds received and proportion transferred to local and national actors over that period of time. Majority of the local organizations reported terms and conditions of funding agreements, budget and reporting timelines were clear. However, the local actors did not have any options of proposing any major change on them. So the terms and conditions are set by the international organizations. When it came to poaching, we actually called it no poaching. Out of the 9 NGO HR policies reviewed, only one, that is CAFOD, 11 has clear anti-poaching policies. The rest have open, fair recruitment policies that may put local actors with low staff remuneration capacity at risk of losing key staff. 50% local actors have ever experienced poaching in the last 2 years to the NGOs without mitigatory actions from NGOs. And the reasons were as follows. There's better pay, but also job longevity, stroke security. So those are the affected organizations. When it comes to emphasizing the importance of national actors, NGOs such as Oxfam, Plan International, CARE, DCA, CRS, Finchurch Aid, and Street Child. They have this, identifies youth and women-led organizations. Also, they link local actors to donors directly, co-publish reports with local actors, also have joint logos. They do joint proposal writing. Also, they've done formation of consortiums, but also do joint celebration of success. This was one of the key celebrations that we saw cutting across the NGOs. Issue of subcontracting. About 35% of local actors reported that they are subcontracted to implement projects whose activities and budget lines are fixed. However, majority observed that they do receive sub-grants whose contract duration were 1 year, but quarterly disbursements. The short duration limits sustainability and long-term development strategy. So we're asking, what is the difference between subcontracting and sub-granting? So that is a question to you, ladies and gentlemen. In terms of organizational support and capacity strengthening, there is evidence that all signatories are intentional in strengthening the capacity of local actors. This is through training, mentorship, and coaching. For example, 63% local actors have attested to the significant organizational capacity development support by Plan International. The approach: develop develop local actors' capacity when working with them. So we are trying to provide what we've learned from this process. They have picked many organizations from foundations, CBOs, to being registered as national NGOs. There are issues of legalization, strategic planning, policy and system development, support, supervision, and monitoring. So in this policy, you see these processes being demonstrated but also documented how each process is done. But we're also saying that DCA, CRS, CARE, Finchurch Aid, amongst others, have strived to develop capacity of local actors. Among the celebrated achievements of the Secretariat, we are able to review and confirm that there is a GIS spatial mapping of local actors, and by 2024, there were 450 mapped across the country, but from 69 districts in 8 sub-regions of Uganda, but also increased capacity building opportunities for local actors into, that is, in advocacy and communication, leadership and risk management, women and corporate governance, partnership and resource mobilization, among others. There's also enhanced partnerships with INGOs. That is the Lango Humanitarian Platform was also launched. There was also development of the localization framework spearheaded by CRRF, where they are members, but also they've organized annual events. The Women in Humanitarian Leadership Summit, the annual dialogue meeting, and the annual revelation meeting for the past 4 years consistently. Let's look at the chart of accountability, ladies and gentlemen. In Uganda, currently we have 344 endorsers that signed the Charter of Accountability. They believe in the transformation of systems, but also working in partnership with INGOs will not only perform supportive roles, but become proactive partners in the change process. The focus on the most affected people, make them accountable to them, hold partners, that is the signatory, to account for the fulfillment of the commitments to Charter for Change, but also influence on the non-signatories to support. When we did an analysis, this was majorly focusing on the endorsers. Those are the local actors who have signed to Charter for Accountability. Their first one is about holding themselves and partners accountable, and it's majorly on trust issues. And our findings reveal that that the Charter for Change partnered with CRS and coordinated the spatial mapping of local actors. The total of 400 were reached, and the purpose of mapping was that the local actors are findable and fundable. Those are the words that Charter for Change has been consistently using. Our question is, how many of these have been funded as a result of mapping? Because there should be an outcome after you've mapped local actors. So we don't have answers yet, but at least the leadership of Charter for Change has them. However, local actors are at different levels in capacity, and they have to be supported through training, coaching, and mentorship by signatories, such that they can earn the trust, be accountable, and transparent. One of the technical working group members said this, that local actors should know that it's their responsibility to build their organizations. They should work on their trust issues, and sustainability lies within their hands. We should promote coexistence, not competition with INGOs and local actors. If we are to coexist, some expectations need to be toned down. But we are asking, to what extent is it feasible for local actors to build their own capacity to the latest without external support? But also we are asking, what is it that they can do And what can they do? What can they do? So we want to understand from where the local actors stand, what can you do and what do you need support in? It has to be very clear while we're interrogating this issue. On the second one, which is about uphold accountable and meaningful partnerships, it's evident that partnership with endorsers is not as strong, meaningful, upholding all the principles. We did look at the local actors. Now, for this second accountability framework is about the endorsers themselves. And we realize that there are few endorsers who are even receiving funds from signatories and INGOs. You get it? So we are building partnership with local actors, and not every local actor is an endorser of Charter for Change. Whereas the local actors are willing to work in partnership, some of them do not have the required capacity and requirements to implement and account for the resources available. On the positive note, we have witnessed teaming agreements between FinChurch Aid and local actors during proposal development. We're able to review them. But also organizations such as CARE, Oxfam, DCA, CRS, Plan, Wood and Dad are promoting equitable partnerships with local actors they work with. However, poor dynamics is not balanced, since the INGOs still make major decisions. For example, during the process of signing MOUs, local actors only read before signing, but have limited input in the agreements. In terms of upholding transparency and accountability on the utilization of funds, findings show that Charter for Change promotes transparency and accounts to the signatories. The chairperson attends donor engagements, where she raises concerns about compliance and commitments of signatories. This has attracted more signatories to come on board, from 7 in 2023 to 11 in 2024. However, our findings show that there is no clear accountability mechanisms in place where Charter for Change endorsers hold signatories to account. One of the findings we realize is that Charter for Change is a voluntary arrangement for signatories to account to local actors. Even the Charter for Change leaders cannot hold them accountable. Signatories are expected to do an annual self-reporting, but they don't. They share reports at the global level, not at a national level. This was said by one of the leaders, because we had to engage the leaders at all levels. So there are no consequences in case any signatory fails to comply. So ladies and gentlemen, what are we recommending? We are saying that this strongly came from the team. The recommendations from the assessment is that there is need to have sanctions for signatories who consistently fail to fulfill their commitments. The local leaders, that is the endorsers, they need space where endorsers can appeal and report non-complying signatories. We are asking question, but who has the instruments and authority to hold signatories accountable? We have very glaring good practices to celebrate. One is about direct funding to local actors. We are saying it's improving. One is that we are seeing local actors receiving funds from donors directly. And we have evidence where agencies have linked their local actors to get funding from either Ministry of Foreign Affairs, Finland, or any of the organizations as donors. So we are seeing that direct funding. And what the organization do is to do backstopping and monitoring, do audits. So that is a very strong testament of funding. But also we are seeing that for all organizations that we've interacted with, a positive trajectory towards funding, direct funding to local actors is evident. The amounts might be small because of the funding stream currently, but at least you can see the will and the action moving. There's a lot of capacity strengthening worth to be celebrating. There's a lot of investment done by INGOs to invest in capacity strengthening of local actors. We are saying certain INGOs have localization strategy. So we wanted to pick interest into this to know how many have localization strategy in the organizations. But we said, no, for now we shall not pick interest because it is not our line of investigation. But it's a good practice. For those that have localization strategy or frameworks, you'll see them demonstrating action into by working with local actors because it's a strategic call by the institutions. In terms of partnerships, we're seeing equitable partnerships and meaningful partnerships getting better and while working with the local actors. We're also cognizant of the mapping. It's a good practice for us to know who is where. We can find any of the agencies present, and also the existence of the Secretariat, the coordinating agency, and regional platforms is a good practice because it enhances coordination, but also information flow and management of any content that comes. It is easy to convene. So without any further ado, I would like to request and welcome my colleague, Mr. Alengo Geoffrey, to come and take us through some of the issues that he has prepared to present to you. Thank you. Geoffrey, come and take over.
Thank you. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, my name is Geoffrey Alengo. I'm a consultant for those who came late for program design, strategy, and evaluation. So if you have challenges in those areas in your organization, let's stay in touch. Now, I want to look at the barriers and challenges of localization in Uganda. Trust. There is limited trust between the stakeholders, the INGOs, and the local actors, whether they have signed or they have not signed to the charter. And this is about capacity and accountability. These are the ingredients, among others, that are, breeding trust issues between the players. Exploitation. We've got reports of some INGOs exploiting the vulnerability of local actors. We've got example where an INGO contracts a local actor, sign a contract rather, you implement the project, but the fund is not disbursed to you, but you should make the accountability. I think because of lack of better word, this was the best thing we could arrive at is exploitation. Yeah, rigid funding contracts, that are short-term, 1 year in most cases, and the disbursement is quarterly. And sometimes this disbursement comes towards the last month of a quarter. And you should make the accountability, implement and make the accountability, and also apply for the next quarter. Some of these issues are happening. They need to be addressed. And even power dynamics, so far, by large, major decision lies with the headquarters of the INGOs when they are partnering with the local actors. There is a practice for some organizations giving some limited space for minor adjustment, proposal from local actors. I wish that could, become the norm of practice. Yeah, so limited funding is affecting both INGOs and the local actors to implement programs. And this is due to global funding cuts now. But like the precurrent speakers have said or suggested, right from the word go, we now need to look at how can we do it from home. High admin costs, procurement is sometimes bureaucratic and restricts service delivery in especially humanitarian response, where you don't have a lot of time. And bureaucratic due diligence. Here the issue is every INGO comes with their criteria that the local actors should take mark for them to qualify to work with, to partner with them. Now, if the NGO Bureau has set a uniform or standard criteria for INGO to come and operate in Uganda, why don't we set also a standard criteria of partnership so that local actors can assess themselves before even seeking partnership? This way it will make people prepare in advance that is the same criteria that the other INGO will use to assess our capability at the grassroots, and so we are ready or not ready to avoid disappointment. And then there is an issue in the north, in Lao sub-region, to be specific, that there was already Laxon, an umbrella body that was bringing civil society organizations together. But also Charter for Change had to set up another similar role agency, regional agency. The stakeholders there feel that if they were consulted, there maybe you would not need to form another. Now they are divided into others are subscribing to Laxon, the others are subscribing to Charter for Change, and yet they are doing the same thing. And where do we go from now? Those issues. Funding gaps, we are recommending grassroots philanthropy and social impacting enterprises be adopted by local actors and even INGOs. The CD for Oxfam had alluded to this. Charter for Change needs to do more effective communication. The local actors raise issue that sometimes they don't get some of this very important communication in time. We know that their local actors, actually majority are not signed to Charter for Change, but they are there and they're working with INGOs. This, I think, that mapping needs to touch them. Participation and sustainability, we need to increase direct funding, multi-year support, flexible funding, and Charter for Change needs to have a robust M&E capability to track all these complex relationships and activities that's going on between INGOs, donors, local actors, including local governments. And co-creation of programs makes it sustainable. Reduce subcontracting. Now, C4C needs to advocate for standardization of due diligence processes so that compliance, accountability, and self-preparedness is achieved. And also the reporting framework. We got challenges when we requested for information. How to get to a standard form of data that should be shared. Everyone was sharing what they have in their possession. I think that, Chair, this is an area you need to think about. Now, legalization of C4C formation is what we are recommending. You see, if it is a voluntary arrangement, but you have mandate to hold members accountable, what power instrument and the instrument of authority do you have to hold a very powerful INGO who has his money accountable? And what if he doesn't account? What do? What if he's the one that finances part of your budget as C4C to operate? These are the questions we need to answer correctly to get the next strategy. We think that, so the legal and policy framework and the budget framework that puts C4C in place should be strengthened. It's good the National NGO Bureau is here, so that they can have a proper strategic plan, systems, policies in place, the accountability framework mechanisms, and clear organizational structure which is easy to implement and hold accountable also. But legalization also of direct funding. The OPM and, NGO Bureau, yes, for now we are talking 25%, but does Uganda, you are talking of localization. 25% is a global figure. Does Uganda need 25%? Why not 50? Why not 30? Why not 75? If Plan and others are already in 91%, what about there? So what is so unique? Why are we looking at 25? Why are we, want to move with the bare minimum of 25? Because the ED for Oxfam said that at least 25. I was following when he was talking. So capacity building or capacity development, the INGO should adopt this principle, or let me now say a model that Plan is using. Plan, their model is that they assess a capacity of local actors the way they are. They build a capacity so that they can be trusted, and then they partner and work with them.
May we conclude, please?
While most or some of the INGOs, they look for those that are ready, that have the capacity, and then they partner with them. Who should build the capacity for you so that you come and just partner and proceed? Yeah? Yeah, so the issue is for C4C, the mandate is very good in our view, because we think that what do they need to be effective in doing their coordination work? Maybe they need to pull together, funding that pool that donors put money there, have adequate monitoring and evaluation framework, track the performance of the C8. But the question is, does C4C have the required instrument of power and the systems, the budget, the policy framework, the technology, or even the tools and sufficient teams in place to perform these roles effectively and efficiently? So that is a key reflection question that we need to go with. Finally, when we were undertaking the research, we got some challenges. the scope needed to have been deeper, but limited funding, we could not do much. Slow response from the stakeholders that should have provided data. Within 3 weeks, so you saw the statistics of response. And we think that, yeah, we had to start from somewhere. Maybe next year it will be better. So from me and the rest of the team that work on this program, we just want to say thank you very much for listening to us and for giving us the opportunity to present here.
Yeah, another round of applause to our presenters. Thank you very much, Doctor and team, for a wonderful assignment. Well done. And I think you've had these reflections that you've heard from the report, actually beefing up the prior presentations. If you listen carefully, the keynote addresses from Dr. Kero and my brother Francis, you realize that actually they are almost echoing the same voices. And I think that there is a lot that we can learn, but also a lot that can bring on the table to for a meaningful conversation. And I think maybe the other thing that probably maybe the members and probably maybe Dr. Kero can take note, and the other colleagues from government, I think which we need to underline. And I think the previous presenter mentioned a bit the issue of the role of government, okay, in actually putting to task these international organizations and donors to ensure that actually they meet the commitments. Yeah, because that becomes part and parcel of the enabling, just as Dr. Okero raised. Because whether you like it or not, the government signs cooperative agreements, cooperation agreements with international government, with other foreign governments. So bringing on board the different actors like Foreign Affairs Ministry, you know, also Prime Minister, Parliament, and so forth and so on. I think that could go a long way in ensuring that ideally the donors and international organizations actually, you know, fulfill these commitments. And I think that I needed just to amplify that. The rest issues to do with trust, I think should be on both sides. Dr. Ronald and colleague. It should be on both sides, both the local actors and also the international organizations. Because if you heard from Francis, he talked about some of the examples where they have had the good gesture, but that gesture is also misused. So I think it's on trust should be on both sides, and then others. So without further ado, I know we have almost spent most of the time. It's a good report, and all of you are going to have, you are going to get a copy of this report. And this is not going to be the end of the conversation. The conversation is just being set of now. So we shall continue debating. In fact, at some point, we're even thinking that we can always organize dialogues to just interrogate each commitment findings separately, because each commitment has a mouthful of issues, both the opportunities and the challenges, and then we can always actually discuss moving forward in the future. So please, today is not going to be the end of this conversation. So without further ado, allow me to invite representatives from Dan Church Aid. Please, Dan Church Aid, if you are around, kindly take up your seat. Please, a round of applause as he comes to take on his seat. Then allow me to invite the Field Church Aid. A round of applause. Thank you, thank you. Then Kea, I saw Comrade Mike here. Thank you.
Then Plan International. Plan International. Yes. Thank you so much, Plan International, as they come. Now, I know that there are many questions that I had arranged for you. And, but I know that most of these issues have been already highlighted. So some of these questions actually have been infused within the different presentations, and actually the questions that have been raised by the conclusion by our consultants. So I'm just going to have a quick run through general perspectives, and I think we might not go direct to question specific as I had earlier on. As I had already prepared. So allow me to start like this, and I will give you a question, and each of you is going to spend 1 to 3 minutes on the same question, and then within that you will also tell us actually your names again for those who came late, and also the position you hold, so that we are able to know that actually this person is speaking from from real mandate. Otherwise, somebody can easily say, for me I was sent, so whatever I said, please don't take it serious. But this time around, we know that actually your decision makers here. So any statements you make, actually we consider it as a position of the organization. So the first question is, how has your organization strengthened internal systems for tracking and reporting on the said commitments, and what practical improvements have you seen on the issue, regardless of the performance? Okay, the percentage that have scored, the others 5, others. Of course you had. So just disregard that. We are talking about the general perspective in that regard. I go with you first. Yes, please.
Thank you. Good afternoon. I know people look a bit tired, but just bear with us a little bit. I'm called Augustine Enyipu. I'm head of program for DCA in Uganda. And I'm also, like I said in my introduction, I represent Anders, who is really passionate about localization and should have been here himself. But like was said earlier, at this time of the year, there's a lot of running around, so he's unfortunately not able to be here. But I just want, moderator, if you can give me the opportunity to just go a little bit back in history. This year was founded in 1922. One of those really was in the room. And right from day one, we started with a partnership approach. We're informed that was 22 evangelical organizations in Europe that came together to agree on a way forward to address the issues of World War I collectively. So the partnership approach started right from day one. Then when we entered Uganda, we entered through Karamoja in 1979. I'm reliably informed that we were welcomed or invited by Lutheran World Federation, which was already on the ground. So we fitted into that partnership as well, and we went on up to about 2002, when we now brought in local actors to replace that partnership that was between DCA and the Lutheran World Federation. And as we talk now, we work with 25 local partners across Uganda. So, of course, this is something that we are really passionate about, and we feel that we have a high level of accountability. We monitor internally how we are performing with these commitments. So I can just give some examples probably. When we allocate budgets on a yearly basis, we first have to make sure that the 25% minimum threshold is achieved. So that is the first thing. How much money is going to the partner? So we first take the partner allocation and put it aside. Then, of course, we monitor through reporting. At the end of the year, there's a whole section in our annual report. How have we performed on the commitments? And should it fall below 25% or even fall below what it was in the previous year, I can assure you many questions will come in. There was a time, I think we hit 36, then the following year it came back to 32. We had to explain that, what exactly happened. And of course, we had to learn lessons from that to continue improving on the commitments. Then also we do commission, our headquarter commissions a partner satisfaction survey every year. Actually right now, I think last week, the one for 2025 was sent. And one of the sections is specifically on Charter for Change. About 15 to 20 questions. Some of you have filled that questionnaire, so you know what I'm talking about. So they go to the finest detail to see how Uganda is performing on the Charter for Change commitments.
Thank you very much. I think a round of applause to DC. He's been actually straight to the point, because when we are talking about internal system strengthening, that's exactly what we are talking about. You're having those kind of system infused that actually you are not just, you didn't dream last night and then you came smiling and said, today I think I'm going to give you 3 grants. So that you know that is an obligation that you have to ensure that, that you deliver. Planned. Oh, yes, Finn Church Aid. Please, you have the floor.
I hope you can hear me. Yes, Finn Church Aid has also been implementing with a partnership strategy right from the word go. Like you all know, our office started in Nairobi. Regional office was in Nairobi, and we were operating in Uganda through partners until 10 years ago when Finn Church Aid established an office in Uganda.
You guys behind there, can you hear her? Just extend, there.
Yeah, until, you can hear me now? Until 10 years ago when Finn Church Aid established an office in Uganda, but we still work with partners. We have budgets where we co-share with partners, 25% to partners, 35%, we have some budget that actually goes even 35% for partners, but we also have budgets that come and we strictly 100% goes to a partner.
One applause, please.
Yeah, where we do a hands-off implementation and we only ensure streamlined reporting as the donor requires. So that's how we track. We have a donor that allows us to do 100% to partner, and we are completely hands-off, and then the partner provides the reports. Then we also have commitments to capacity strengthening. We, for example, have a project that is going to even start next year where we are going to target 15 partners of low capacity. We shall go around and map them out, where we shall strictly do a strategic engagement, not on project-based, but strictly for partnership and capacity strengthening. We shall look at the systems, enhanced system sharing, platforms and documentation. I have seen quite a number of our partners here who partner with Finn Church Aid. I think you know that if we are implementing a project together, quarterly we have to engage and share lessons and see how we are progressing and how we can better do our engagement. Then visibility is shared, where of course we also have challenges as signatories or as INGOs, where a partner will tell you that you give them money to implement, but they will tell you they do not want to include you in their visibility. So they actually print out things, their materials, and don't engage you. But for us, we believe it's practical and partnership enhancing for us to engage our partners through our visibility, our stories. If a partner has done something, they're included, the visibility is out, and credit goes to them. So not to take a lot of time, but we also have a partnership feedback questionnaire that we engage at least every 2 years to ensure that our partnership, if we have done a partner assessment at the beginning of the engagement, then at least every 2 years we do a feedback assessment and compile a report where they
Forward, Comrade Michael.
Thank you, and hello everyone. Mike Opio, Program Director at CARE. 2 to 3 reflections on this. I think from our experience, CARE is 70% of them are women-led and women rights organizations. But if I reflect on the last 3 years, 2023, 24, 25, what we saw as the kind of best practice across the sector, but also with us, is number one is strategic alignment. Make the shift from being 100% direct implementer to becoming, let's say, 70 like Oxfam and 60 as others are saying. Commitment of whatever form and shape is a key factor to this success, because then you are committing at a strategic level to say we're going to make the shift. And I think the stories we are not telling enough is that the biggest resistance is not outside, it's within our organizations. I remember for CARE, when we had to localize our humanitarian, it meant that we're going to send home 35 or so, 20 to 35 staff, and then bring a local partner. And of course, your staff will tell you they don't have capacity, you can't trust them. But we know that capacity issues are both at INGO and local partner. Trust issues are both at INGO and local partners issues. Stealing of money is happening in both places, you know. Bad behavior and bad performance is in both places. So strategic commitment has been a key one. The senior leadership of CARE globally and here was committed to say we're going to make the move, we're going to take risks, we're going to make mistakes, we're going to make losses, but so what? We have to make way forward. So that was my reflection. That's very, very key. And it doesn't have to be a big document. It has to be a position taken. The second reflection, which we've learned that works effectively, is the commitment of leadership on both sides. I know we're talking capacity, technical capacity, but some of the best and most progressive partnership we've had was based on leadership commitment. When you have commitment of leadership on both sides to make it work, that means you're willing to have the difficult conversation. That means both local partners and INGO partners are willing to make the decisions to improve accountability and to improve trust. As of 2023, when we started, we were doing about 2022, about 20%. We set goals to increase that by 10% every year. So we went to 30% to 40%, and we set a goal of 50% for this last year, and we achieved 45% overall. But the humanitarian portfolio is actually 66%. So, but on the average is 45%. Our Florence will kind of be our link to provide our evidence, but actually the 66% is humanitarian portfolio if you single it out. But the average overall is 45% for funding to partners. The last point, which is a key one, which we see as a success, is this conversation around capacity and labor mobility. I think that is probably an area we are discussing with some degree of shyness. The truth is that when you really decide to reflect between INGOs and local partners, you may find that both of the officers on both sides have the same qualification, same university, different pay, different benefits package, different terms and conditions. I think that the boldness that the sector needs to go for is to promote open labor mobility. I think that the local NGOs and the national NGOs should be courageous to poach from INGOs. Why? Because if we are going to create more space for local national partners, then they need to be courageous to go for some of the experienced staff at the INGOs and be courageous to say, I know you are paid 10 million, but we're going to pay you 5 million because we are not CARE International. We are X, Y, and Z. And I think that the local partners have to be courageous also at the same time to have the debate in terms of if the INGOs want local partners to improve capacity and to improve staff tenure and retention, then we have to discuss that equity in terms of pay and benefits. Not to be on the same page, but there has to be a certain degree of equity there. So I think that that capacity issue needs to be approached in that way. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you, Michael. And I will still begin from you.
Sure.
The following question is, could you kindly highlight 2 critical challenges both external and internal, too critical, that actually you're first in actually making localization a reality?
Two issues. I think in terms of accountability, it would be an issue that we've seen in both ways. Our systems as INGOs can be bureaucratic in terms of the speed at which we process agreements and funds disbursement. That we know. But that has a knock-on effect to the local partners' capacity to account. Meaning that, I think one of them said, sometimes they're getting funding late, but the timing for accounting backwards doesn't flex. They still have to account at the same time. And that, in a way, also affects the quality of the programs that are on the ground. So work for 3 months is being done in a half a month, or in 1 month, or in 2 months. And I think that that aspect of accountability needs to be looked at in the full value chain of that. And sometimes, of course, some local partners and national partners have real accountability issues that are integrity related. But there is a part of that accountability issue which is pressure time related. And that's a real strenuous conversation in terms of the relationship between local partners. But also you have an aspect of that accountability which is about some of our local national partners being unwilling to be firm on zero tolerance to integrity. I was telling Francis that as Ugandans, we believe in localization. We're making noise, we are pushing boundaries and getting more resource and more space for local partners. Then you hear X partner has a major fraud issue. You want to hide because you believe that the opportunity is for national and local partners to take the space. So accountability is one of them. The second one, which is a real issue, is also the bureaucracy at INGO level. And I think that sometimes the biggest places for us to do advocacy for is our headquarters. Because like Francis said, you can't even blame this organization. We are 80 years old as well as CARE with, I think this year is even older than that. So they have set systems which are going to take long to be able to change those systems. And I think we need to recognize that and find collective ways how to work around that, because that is not something that's going to change tomorrow. Not because INGOs are bad, it's just because we are working with an 80-year-old system that was set there for good reasons, but now has to be adjusted. We need to look at how to deal with that from that point. So those would be my two comments that I can say.
Yeah, thank you so much. I think those are very, very serious observations, and I think that calls for policy reform, and you know what it takes to ideally engage in advocacy and influencing at that level. You know, because now it goes beyond the country level offices. That means that for them as field operational commanders, you know, and they might not actually have also the capacity to engage HQ. So that means that they also need some kind of support to ensure that actually you engage on a system that has outlasted for over almost 100 years. So I think this is very, very, very important. Then Finchurch, the same question goes to you.
Yeah. For me, I was looking at the aspect where expectations are very high on us today. The expectations are quite high, but the funding terrain is very lean. And so as the expectations are being pushed on us, of course, we also now are on pressure to deliver, but deliver what? What do we deliver, and to what extent can we walk? Of course, we have the commitments to walk the journey, but we cannot walk it when we do not have means to walk it. So we also find, if we get into co-designing, you find a local partner is expected to do some cost sharing, there's a 5% expected, and the partner cannot have that money in the pocket. So the advocacy needs to be really high, not just on the international partners or the signatories that are here, but also straight to the donors. How are we drumming our advocacy so that it's picked from above and it flows down properly? Then the risk still remains high on the INGO. Even when compliance is abused or accountability issues are abused, there are issues of fraud, still the risk remains a load on the INGO. So sharing that risk remains a bit shady. Of course, we know that money may be released late, but still accountability is required. So what do we do? How do we get into the room and discuss and say, even when this is the thing, but there are compliance issues or compliance measures that we need to meet, and we need to meet them together. Not just saying, if FinChurch Aid has released money late, or if FinChurch Aid is giving us 25%, they should do all the accountability, and for us, we should sit in our comfort zone and let it be. Or how can also FinChurch Aid come out and hold these honest discussions? They can be had, but at least we know that we are taking baby steps, but we are heading somewhere. And if we are walking the journey, we can walk it together.
Wow, 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 wow. She raises so very two critical issues that actually part of them were highlighted by Francis, where she talks about the risk. You know, because at the end of the day, she's like the country representative of, you know, so he's shouldering all your problems. You know, he's going to be on the crossfire on your behalf. So at some point, I think they also, and I think then the second issue is, don't you think in this next conversation, we need donors in the room? We need donors in the room. Yes, and I think even last year, some of these issues came up, and I think we need them. We need them because at some point we even direct bullets to the wrong people. Because the international organizations are intermediaries. So at the end of the day, so you shoot them instead of, but they also have nothing to do because they are also probably guided by the framework agreements or, contracts that they sign with them. And they cannot dictate otherwise in terms of reforms. So I'm thinking that I think it's we need to move a journey in that regard, just as bro, please take it on from there.
Thank you very much. We really can't run away from funding. I remember by November last year, we had already communicated our partner budgets to all the partners. Then of course, you know what happened in January with the stop work order and all that. So we had to re-communicate to them to all reduce their budgets by 10%. That was a very painful experience. So you have very good plans, but if you cannot resource them, that's a major challenge. And that's why I liked one of the recommendations from the consultant, can we diversify? Can we look into local philanthropies or other available opportunities or avenues that we can tap into? So funding remains a key constraint. Then secondly, the internal one is probably our own reporting processes internally. We do a lot, that one we appreciate, but we also take time really to document, reflect, so that when the consultant comes out to look for information, we avail that information easily. I think this year was one of those who took a bit of time to get the information together. So let's also deliberately and be intentional just to have time, document, reflect, and share our success stories. Thank you.
Joe, thank you so much for those wonderful insights. And before I release you, probably there are two things that probably maybe you need to document so that we can continue. I think there is also general, I think from Mike, from FinChurch, the issue of ICR. I think you tried to diplomatically, try to dress it up in terms of internal cost recovery. You brought it in a more diplomatic way in terms of equity. And I think that is an area that we need to engage, especially when we need to ensure that there is sustainability. Issues of social enterprise, there is nowhere you are going to just charge project cost to support the social enterprise as an approach to sustainability. So I think those are areas that actually we need to begin engaging so that then we know that actually if you're going to sustain workers to retain capacity that you have already built for over 3 years, during the process of transitioning from a project to another, because experience has shown that I think program-oriented programming or planning is becoming a very big challenge. I mean, from experience, where you know that you have a program for 10 years or 15, it's proving to be a very big challenge. So we have continued to see projectization of interventions. So within that, you know, framework of projectization, you have those short-term kind of transitions. Even by the way, even long-term, you take like a year or two transiting to a new project. So how do you sustain that capacity that actually you have constructed over a long time? So those are issues that actually we need to continue engaging. I really want to thank you so much, my panelists. You are free now to take leave. And I also thank the audience for ably listening to us. I haven't allowed plenary because I know there are more sessions. We are going to continue, the conversation in the subsequent sessions. Thank you so much. May God bless you. Thank you.
Wow, a round of applause to the panelists and then my moderator, my brother. Thank you. It's been a big time. Shall we all rise up and just stretch a bit? I know we have been given the meal coupons. You know, those days when in schools, when you don't have meal cards, you are not allowed to go to the dining hall, yeah? I'm not yet giving you permission. I just want us to stretch a bit. You know, with adult learning, you are not supposed to sit for more than 2 hours. So just stretch a bit, stretch a bit. As I welcome my sister, the advisor, the chairman, the former chair, who is going to unpack the unveiling mapped, findable and fundable local actors and national, and showcasing localization best practices, creativity, innovation, and locally led actions. She's going to take 45 minutes for the 2 sessions. So I want us to do this because our time is really so bad. Take your seats, ladies and gentlemen, as welcome Naomi, you're the director of CAP Aid, to take us through this very wonderful session. And keep writing your questions down. I know you have a lot to ask. We're going to give you questions. And the panelists, please don't walk out because you still have questions that is coming out from the local actors. Naomi, over to you. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Mr. Tim, and thank you so much to the entire C4C leadership and the chairperson. I've been authorized to allow you go for lunch, then we get into the session after. Okay. Bon appetit. See you soon. So how many minutes? 45 minutes for lunch. Chair? Chair. 45 minutes for lunch. 45 minutes for lunch. So we'll be starting at exactly 2, and you know me regarding time. So at 2 we'll be here to delve into unveiling the mapped, findable, and fundable local national actors. See you all at 2, exactly 2 p.m. Members of Central Region, you can see the C4C Central Region representative right beside me. And he wants to make a communication. Please check out at the registration table. You have not yet registered. If you have not yet registered, please pass via the registration table. Enjoy your lunch and see you at exactly 2 while we unveil the mapped data.
Logo na nemo kichea. Okay.
Nggak diharapkan. Bau deh.
Balancing one way.
Oh, Nyeri Waberi? What are we doing here? Take there. That's fine.
Thank you to all those who have made it in time. It's already 10 minutes past. I'll request the Secretariat to please call people in so that we are able to make it for the 10 minutes. Colleagues who are outside, please come in so that we get started. I hope we have enjoyed our lunch. And are ready for the next session. But we'll also request the Secretariat to probably send someone to invite the team in so that we can get started. With the next session, that is unveiling Uganda's database of local actors as we position them as findable. The fundability we shall ask, but at least they are findable, fundable, and we can make them reliable partners in humanitarian response. So give it about 10 more minutes for those enjoying lunch to come in. And once we are about 50% in the room, we shall get started. Food is always a big distractor. Secretariat, I don't know if the AC can also be switched on. It's hot. And I know we have people online. Area 2 of this annual dialogue, which is unveiling the mapped, findable and fundable local and national actors, and showcasing localization-based practices, creativity, innovation, and locally led action. Because we are starting late, we shall not be able to walk around the stalls, but I know that some local actors are showcasing some of the work that they do. So feel free to move around and check what they're doing, especially the ones who will be on the panel. In this session, we shall have the Karamoja Humanitarian Alliance, we shall have Refugee-Led Organization Network, Disability and Inclusion, C4C representative. We shall have C4C Eastern Region representative, and then we shall have the Western Humanitarian Platform. So if you see them anywhere at the back, please check them out before we start the session. Otherwise, we are waiting for now 6 more minutes, then we get started with our session. I'll be looking at the back. Secretariat, if the person you've sent has gone. Oh, awesome. So those who are outside, please get in. This session must stop at exactly 3. So those who are out, please come in so that we can get started with the next session, that is unveiling the mapped data.
The pressure is up, eh? Okay, welcome. Welcome in. This session is going to stop at exactly 3. So we are going to work within the time to ensure that we stop at exactly 3 so that the next session can go on. So welcome back from lunch. It's already 16 minutes past 3. So our theme for the session, welcome back for the session. Our theme is unveiling mapped, findable, fundable local and national actors and showcasing localization best practices, creativity, innovation, and locally led actions. So as Charter for Change Working Group Uganda, we've been working with the already converted signatories who by 2024 were about 8, but as we speak with the chairperson's updates, we are almost 15 now. A model that was championed under the coordination of CARE that led to the establishment of the Signatories Technical Working Group Uganda, championed by CARE, Oxfam, Dan Church Aid, Catholic Relief Services, and FCA. There were 5 at start, and we have had several signatories coming on board. I don't know if I should call Mr. Dokorach grandfather. I'll be killing his market, but I know that at least Oxfam is one of the grandfathers. And CARE, I also don't know if I should call Michael Pierre grandfather of localization. I'll also be killing your market. But we appreciate the ideology, the commitment, and the alignment, honestly, and the integrity and the sacrifices you have made towards making localization agenda in Uganda realistic. So I'll get started. I think we make over 50% of the quorum. The thematic session we are looking into is unveiling mapped, findable, and fundable local and national actors, showcasing localization best practices, creativity, innovation, and locally led actions. If you saw behind, a couple of local actors have displayed some of the work that they do and probably some of the innovations that you may be able to see at your free time. Right now, time is against us and we shall not be able to do that. As we start this session, I'll simply refer to Kevin L. Brown, who says in his writing or the book that he published about findable and fundable, he says too many nonprofits are unseen, unheard, unfunded, and to break this nonprofit starvation cycle, we must tackle the problem differently. So if your income has stalled, stop chasing donations. Gather your leadership team and do this instead. To get funding, be fundable internally. Look at your theory of change, strategic plan, and being findable externally before donor acquisition and retention. So look at yourself internally as a local and national actor before you start chasing for donations. And find a way of revising your theory of change, but also be findable. From that perspective, from what Kevin Brown tells us, it speaks to the session. When we sat with the signatories, the converted that I just talked about, many donors said, we don't know where these local actors are. We don't even know what they're doing, and we don't know how we can get started. And this gave birth to us as the C4C working group asking that, please, we don't have the resources, but we have the resources in terms of mobilization power and organizing ourselves. Can you help us get mapped so that we are findable? Having said that, I would like to invite Ms. Lane Hale, who formed part of the country acting country representative of Catholic Relief Services, to come and give us a preamble of the mapping that we did. You're very welcome. And as she comes, I'll request the Secretariat to support in distributing this flyer. I'm sure as Ms. Lane Hale speaks, she'll be speaking to this flyer. You're very welcome.
Good afternoon, everybody. I stand on all protocols established and bring with me warm greetings from Catholic Relief Services in Nsambia. It's a pleasure to be here with you all this afternoon, and it's an honor to hear everybody's remarks and this impressive engagement from earlier this morning. CRS is honored to support the Charter for Change Working Group in unveiling this national database of local and national humanitarian actors. This aligns with CRS's Vision 2030, where local leadership is embedded into everything that we do. Our commitment is rooted in the principle of subsidiarity, that decisions should be made closest to the people most affected, that local and development and humanitarian partners should not only be participating in, but should be leading our work and our efforts. At CRS, we believe that local actors are not just implementers, but leaders, decision makers, and equal partners in shaping sustainable solutions. This mapping exercise has been going on for about 2 years now. It provides a comprehensive and reliable repository of over 500 local and national actors across Uganda, and it enhances the visibility of Ugandan organizations, making them findable, fundable, and recognized for the value that they contribute to our humanitarian and development projects. This database supports more informed and equitable partnership decisions by not only our international INGOs, but also by government and donor representatives. CRS has partnered with C4C as a technical support partner, contributing GIS expertise, coordination support, and capacity strengthening to not only this mapping initiative, but to everything that C4C works towards. Our involvement reflects CRS's strategic commitment to investing in systems that elevate local leadership and put national first responders at the forefront of our work. We appreciate the collaboration with the C4C Secretariat, the regional coordinators, and all who contributed to the data collection and insight mapping for this initiative. At CRS, we believe that localization is not just a way of working, it's a way of existing. We believe that local partners are best positioned to drive and sustain community-level change, that humanitarian systems must continue to shift power, resources, and decision-making to local actors. And lastly, we believe that true partnership requires the recognition of the local expertise and the removal of structural barriers that inhibit local actors to fully lead. This mapping tool is a practical tool that promotes transparency, recognition, and equal opportunity for our Ugandan partners. It stands in line with all of our commitments as CRS and all of our joint commitments as Charter for Change signatories and members. We urge donors, other INGOs, and government actors to use this database to the fullest, to engage with this database when designing programs and selecting projects. Let us collectively commit to prioritizing locally led partnerships, to investing in long-term capacity strengthening, and to ensuring that local actors have meaningful seats at decision-making tables. Together, we can move from a commitment to a concrete action that strengthens Uganda's humanitarian architecture. On behalf of CRS, we would like to extend our heartfelt appreciation to all of the local and national actors who contributed in this mapping event. We reaffirm our commitment to a deep, respectful, and transformative partnerships that elevate local leadership and put our national stakeholders at the forefront. We look forward to continued collaboration with the Charter for Change and all stakeholders in advancing inclusive, accountable, and locally led humanitarian and development actions in Uganda. And with that being said, I'd like to invite my colleague Abdu Olayu to present on the findings from this mapping initiative and to speak about how exactly we can use this going forward. So thank you very much to Naomi, thank you to the C4C Secretariat, and over to Abdu for next steps. Thank you.
Good afternoon. Wow, looks a very cold room, right? Thank you. My name is Abdu Oloya. I work for CRS. I'm the technical advisor for monitoring for carbon sequestration. I'm a system developer. With this mapping exercise, I've been offering the accompaniment to the Charter for Change. So before maybe I start to present the interactive dashboard to the rest of the colleagues here, allow me to recognize the contribution of the regional C4C coordinators. Please rise up so that members here know your contribution to this centralized data repository of local actors. Please, I'm seeing Drasile down there. My other colleagues from the West, they're over there. Kathy is over here. We all appreciate all the efforts you have done. I think with this data set here, I'll present for you at some point. It's very interactive and it's highly interactive. And I believe if the Secretary for NGO Forum was here, this is a very big contribution to government of Uganda, because we believe with the advancement of artificial intelligence, there will come a time when people will wish to interact less with human, but with machines. So with this data set and with these systems, you're in position of querying for just a name of a location. You're able to get to know which actor is there, how can I contact this person through emails or phone calls, and also get to know how many districts do they operate in, and that can help you start to pre-position with a local actor. It has been a journey that we took together, all because of challenges. There's a time I was asked, before I present the system, I was asked when disaster struck Kisoro in 2022, that how many local actors can we pre-position with them for this assistance. So that became a very hard thing. Much as I was on ground, we could not start doing an assessment of local actors at that time. Allow me move towards my computer so that I can show you what we have, and you could give us a feedback. Thank you. All right. Good. So in summary, that's a visual that you get to see. This is hosted online, and for example, you on this other side, you see the total number of local actors who have so far mapped to date and validated together with the local leadership and the district. On the other side, you see the details of the local actors in terms of the sectors they're in and their registration status with the government of Uganda or the district, either they're CBO or they're registered as an NGO at national level. For example, if I'm in Kampala and I need to quickly get an actor in Kampala, you can come and do a search for Kampala. Sorry. You can search Kampala. It will give us a breakdown, a drill down of Kampala. Down there, you'll be in position of seeing local actors that are within Kampala in terms of their registration status, how many are CBOs and how many are NGOs. For example, if I still want to go further and say, in Kampala, I need to get this list, you can click here, you download this list, quickly get down through. These are the list of local actors that are in Kampala here.
in a downloadable Excel file. There's a more detailed list of all local actors, including the sectors that they are implementing in. They're here. For example, when you look through Gulu, there's an organization called GWEDG. They're in 14 districts. They are women-led organizations. These are the districts where they're implementing the sectors they're implementing, whether it's a refugee or they're in the development sector. So all these details of the data set is there. Just a matter of interacting and querying the system. So if I'm interested in knowing who can I talk to from CAP 8, I just click CAP 8. It will be in position of selecting for me where CAP 8 is exactly. That is exactly where CAP 8 is. So I can either drive through with my car or I can walk through to CAP 8. And if I don't want to walk through there, I can just click onto the icon of the house here. I'll be in position of getting the details of who I can speak to. I know from CAP 8 there I have, it was formed in 2007. They are registered on NGOs, women-led organizations. The executive director is called Naomi, and that's a colleague that I'm here presenting with. So we control this map. It's a geospatial where we use, first of all, Uganda is a boundary, such that if you're in Malaba, you want to profile yourself, this data, even if you are to do it, it will not go into this system because we locked it to the boundary of the country. So there is no data that enter in the system if you don't fall within the proximity and the recognized boundary of Uganda. And if you have filtered your data, you can quickly click on this and you download. And you get the details of the local actors that you want in terms of the sector that they are doing, who to contact from there, and also you don't need to ask someone for an email because email is already linked within the system there. So that, I believe, it is not funding, it is identification for pre-positioning. It still doesn't move away the fact that local and national NGOs needs to work further to again pre-position themselves, but we want to give visibility to the local actors so that people don't ask. Either you go to the DCDO, who will give you a list of profile local actors of 2004, and yet things change. Many actors dropped. A lot about the sectors that are implementing change. Some were not implementing maybe climate change, but now they're doing it. So some of those information now needs to be reflected real time. If someone right now wishes maybe to update their data, you can just click on your organization name. You are able to update and also let the rightful information be in the system. This is a start. We believe that when all data is centralized, even from the NGO forum, access to the information about local actors by the donor is going to be really reduced, and issues of having briefcase organizations will not be there. Because when we are doing the mapping, we'll move to the district, and the district gets you a list. We move to that area, you call this person, then it has to tell you, can you give me 1 hour? You have to sit, wait 1 hour. Then others. Some of them now to stage offices because we said we need to know where exactly your offices are. So this gives us a centralized repository for local actors in Uganda. And it's what we had a chat with the C4C technical teams at the global site. We'll share with them immediately this data set. Then they will host it over to them, that site. So in terms of the breakdown, whether youth-led, women-led, all these things are in the system here when you have this data set with you. So I think for the interest of time, allow feedback from also colleagues. It's good enough to pause here and we listen. Thank you. And over back to Naomi.
Thank you so much, Mr. Lawyer. And we dreamt about it. We consulted the converted signatories. We did it, and now we are showcasing the results and sharing it our way. I think that's the localization agenda. Thank you so much to the signatories who started this process from 2023 to what you can now visually see. Any questions for 5 minutes? Anyone online with a question to a lawyer? Is there anyone monitor? Okay. The ED of SEPAD there.
Thank you.
And then a lawyer have the microphone so that.
I just wanted to find out the mapping, the system is able to pick a particular organization, for example, CAP-AID from Kampala, but CAP-AID has operations all over the country. Is the system able to also pick on the offices in the other parts of the country? Thank you.
Thank you. Allow me to share with you last question. A little bit of the exported data. Okay, fine.
Thank you for the good work. I want to understand how often will this database be updated? Because I know with the changing trends of funding, a lot of target areas of different organizations are also changing.
Yes. When you captured your information, you categorized organizations in terms of women-led, child-led. In circumstances where an organization is both child-led and women-led, do you capture the organization 2 times, or you just tell that organization to only tell you one area they will need to be working on?
Thank you. Take on the women-led. Child-led will be.
I have two hands.
Okay, quickly.
Thank you very much. I wanted to find out, do you have provisions for updating? Because the organizations that are within the platform but not mapped. Thank you.
Thank you. Then the last one.
Thank you. Mine is just simple. I wanted to know whether local governments will access this information. Thank you.
Now, there's a gentleman raised
Okay.
their hand long time, yeah.
Thank you, Mr. Tim.
Thank you very much for bringing us up to speed in terms of technology. I'm wondering if there's a link that someone else can access this information or probably make any changes. Thank you.
Over to you, Mr. Lawyer, to answer the questions.
Thank you. We are knit together now, May. She's the one who started all this trouble for us, but we are grateful. Someone asked the question, if I can remember well, that CAP-8 has other districts that they operate in. Does the system able to show other districts? Yes, because I can confirm from some of the regional leaders who are supporting us during the mapping. Questions were asked on how many districts do you have operational presence in? Then they're able to tell you 5. Then the next question were asked, what do you implement in district number 1? That is maybe Gulu. Then they will tell you in Gulu you have child protection project. And you say the second district is maybe Yumbe. Then what do you implement in Yumbe? It's a humanitarian response, also focusing on WASH. So that one is to help us drill that details. Information is editable. After how long, that will be agreed upon by the C4C. But remember, information about NGOs are not static, they are dynamic. They can change today. I can close my office tomorrow and open somewhere else. So I beg to submit. Thank you.
Thank you so much. C4C, signatories. So that technology, and we know that there was some expenditure. I'm running out of time.
Okay. The rest of the questions will be handled.
The rest of the questions, please write them down so that we are able to answer them. But it's a flexible tool. It can be updated. It captures information up to sectoral level.
in terms of implementation up to sub-county level. So I would like to invite the panel discussants. We have the representative from Karamoja Humanitarian Alliance. Please take up your seat. And while this person comes in, I'd like to also invite the Choli Humanitarian Platform representative. And then I'm trying to see how inclusive this space is. The Disability and Inclusion C4C representative, Eastern Region C4C representative. I'm expecting you to be coming over. Are they not here? Mr. Tim, actually? Okay. Karamoja Humanitarian Alliance, please make it swift. We have very little time. Eastern Region, Mr. Ongatia. He was in the room. Western Humanitarian Platform representative. You are all very welcome to this session. Sorry, Mylene. So as we help Mylene to come in, C4C will need to be inclusive because we know we have a disability-led representative for C4C. As we were discussing this, I just reflected on a write-up by Mr. Macharia David from Cogen, Afrique Consultancy, where he says where his write-up. Thank you, Mate, for making sure that Mylene is comfortable. And Mylene, please make sure you're part of the C4C planning agenda so that we ensure that persons with disability are included in this. As members get seated, relax, and get ready for my question. Mr. Macharia David says, we often talk about localization as something donors must do. And yes, donors play a critical role in shifting power and resources, but from my work with local NGOs as a technical advisor in institutional strengthening and senior advisor in local leadership, a myriad of conversations with development professionals, I've learned that localization cannot succeed externally if it has not been practiced internally. We now have the mapped data. Please come and we talk how we can make it better and make localization work. You're very welcome, team. We have with me the various representatives, and I'll give you a minute each to introduce yourselves, starting from right here.
Thank you, the moderator and the viewers, both online and physical. My name is John Baptist Biarwanga. I coordinate Western Uganda Humanitarian Platform. Thank you.
Welcome.
Well, good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
My name is Paira Boni, actually Humanitarian Platform coordinator.
Very welcome.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
I'm by name Logit Jeremiah. I'm the chairperson, Karamoja Humanitarian Platform.
You're very welcome.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen.
Good afternoon.
Chomendo Mylene, focal person disability, Data for Change Uganda.
Welcome, Mylene, and apologies for not being accommodative.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
My name is Mate Jokas. I'm the current coordinator, C4C Eastern Region.
Thank you. Right there, Mate, the C4C Eastern Region Coordinator. What are some of the key systematic barriers local actors still face at the subnational level, and how can national partners and signatories better support regional leadership in humanitarian and development work?
Yeah, thank
in
you.
3 minutes.
Thank you, Naomi, for that question. One of the key items that we need to focus on as local actors. First of all is how findable are we as local actors? And then what kind of structures have we put in place? Now, as a recap from yesterday's sessions, Women in Leadership session, you realize that most of the time, we as local actors point at donors, but then we forget to do a check on ourselves as local actors. Now, what are the hurdles? First of all, are the structures we put in place. Yes, we are implementing, but as local actors, the structures we put in place are not fundable in terms of the responses we give, the programs we write, the projects we write, the data that we use, or even the accessibility. Now, when it comes to due diligence processes, sometimes we forget to take a vigorous research or review of what does the donor need. Then how best can I align these to my own, rather than saying the donor has to align them with my own areas of focus. Now, also the focus areas of different local actors are not also aligned to the funding streams that are available, meaning that most times we shall keep on complaining, no money, yet the monies are there. But the question is, what are some of the things that we are trying to do? One, as C4C, is making sure that local actors are findable before we become fundable. The visibility that is provided by different platforms like C4C is one of the platforms that we need as local actors to make sure everyone is able to know whom to work with. However, it comes back to us as local actors. We need to take the initiative of bombarding with those who are here. Rub shoulders and share what exactly do we do. Because no one is going to ask you what you do until you send an application. Do we need to wait for application phases or calls? Then we are known in those spaces. So the kind of activities also that we organize at local level is very critical, because these are the very spaces that donors need to engage us as local actors in order to fund us in near or future calls, because that's the same work that they're really interested in. Thank you.
Thank you, Marty. Visibility, looking internally, and then donors appreciating the regional, locally led activities. Thank you so much. I think it aligns with what Cogent Africa is talking about, looking internally. Localization is not about simply the donors and the signatories. What are we doing as local and national actors? And from that perspective, I'll go to Mylene. What have you done as local and national actors in ensuring that localization is inclusive? But also, in addition to that, being inclusive, how have you ensured that disability-led organizations are part of the decision-making processes as our C4C representative?
Thank you for that question, Naomi. As the disability movement, we've tried to build capacity of organizations led by people with disabilities to tap into the available opportunities and resources by communicating to them effectively opportunities that have been made known to us, even those that we just bump into. We make sure that these organizations access this information so that they're able to compete favorably. However, we will find that those that are in urban areas are able to be hands-on and access this information and do the needful. But those in the rural areas, it could be network, it could be the capacities. Even when you give them these opportunities, they kind of fail to tap in because they lack, first of all, the capacity to handle such monies that are available to be applied for. So even when you advise them to take a coalition or to go into a consortium, it's a bit challenging for them. They are scared to be lost. So, but we still empower them and build their capacities in different ways. Hopefully we shall get there. And then as a leader for Charter for Change, I've always called upon the different actors to be inclusive. On the Charter for Change platform and other platforms we've been to, we always tell you to be inclusive. My question to you today is, do you understand what inclusion means? Because when you understand that, then you will be able to relate with us and be able to include us in your programming, in your activities, and we shall be one. When I go to settlements, it's hard to organize people with disabilities because they are scattered. And the only option we have is for the other actors on grounds to be inclusive. And when you're not inclusive, you're leaving them behind, and it becomes hard for us to coordinate them with the resources that are dwindling. So it is my call to you that as we make the small efforts we are making to make them active, to make them involved, that you consider planning and including them in your programs. Thank you.
Thank you. Providing opportunities, planning and including them in the programs. Karamoja, what has been the role of regional coordination structures in enhancing localization? Talking of district task forces, the sector working groups, the CSO platforms, and you're representing Riam network. In 3 minutes, please.
Thank you very much. Coming to Karamoja, as we know, of course, Karamoja is composed of the 9 districts that are existing. As a working group, we as a steering committee came up with a number of options, especially mapping up the local partners that are in various parts of present us at the grassroots and bring up information that are happening down there. So it became very easy for us to tap up the situations that are down there, to retreat and sit down, organize, take decisions on how these various situations down there are supported, and people are supported. So recently we supported more than 2,000 households within the 3 districts down to the villages, to the parishes, to the districts. So we work with the local government, more especially the disaster management committee, district disaster management committee. That always, when there is an issue happening down to the villages, the sub-county office is the first office that approves whether it is an emergency. We involve them and the rest of the staffs and the partners to brainstorm on how we can help them. So several other partners even recently came in, like the Oxfam supported, especially with the floods. Also CRS supported us. I remember also, we also got VSF Belgium. I know they are not in the house, but we thank them. They came to support the rest in supporting the flood-prone areas within Nakapripri district in Karamaja. So this network alone, I know Oxfam organized us, but we moved far ahead to say, let us also engage other humanitarian partners that can come in to support us.
Thank you so much. Coordination with the various coordination mechanisms across the districts, but also the commitment and the political will from the signatories within your region has created that enabling environment. Actually, sub-region, what would be the practical strategies to improve funding access and technical institutional support to local and national actors?
From the word go, localization has been something we all took up and embraced as Acholi sub-region, mostly the local actors. But the movement has been slow. One, from the conception, it came at a time when we were also looking at donors changing their interest from giving money to Africa to looking at Ukraine, looking at the Middle East, drawing their support the other side. So for Acholi, that was once enjoying the benefit of NGOs flocking in and money flocking in,
with the peace, I want to put it in quote, because the gun stopped roaring, but war still within the community on land issue has not stopped, and it is still continuing. And that is a part that I think has been ignored. Our attention as a Acholi humanitarian platform, we are focused on doing the things that we were supposed to do during the wartime, even today, are not transformed into today's world of people have gone back home and there are also these challenges that needs to be addressed. The HIV, that one is a national thing. It has been there every day. Now, what have we, local actors, done to help in building the capacities, or actually humanitarian platform, to build the capacities of the local actors? To consideration, early this year when we were doing mapping, we had over 56 CBOs and CSOs in Acholi. But when Mr. Oloya and team came, trust me, the number had gone down. Why? Because majority of them had closed. They closed business, not because they wanted to close business or they are done with their projects, but because the funding came down. Funding came down. This is what I think. Funding came down. There is a reason. One, our formation, first of all, as local NGOs or CBOs, we identify a problem in a society. Then we use those problems as a means of creating jobs to ourselves. Now, at the end of one project going down, we have not planned transition. We have not planned on the next project, because we are not looking at ourselves as part of the next project. So now it has, and on this I hope the next leadership coming is going to look at focusing on how to train the local actors on transfer of leadership. My organization started in 2019. In 2019, we were called, just give me a few minutes, we were called livelihood, humanist and livelihood in Uganda. Now, change happened in that the founders left the organization and gave it out to another team, and that team started running. I think, Madam Naume, what I'm trying to bring is not different from what is happening elsewhere. That at the end of the day, when we are running these organizations, when we are planning as C4C, we need to plan also on empowering the local organizations on how and when to learn to live, especially the foundings. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Transition, invest in transition planning and sustainability of the entity. Thank you, Mr. Kaira. I'll go to Western Humanitarian Platform. You just showed us a very good example this year when you responded to the flood issues in Western Uganda. What recommendations would you have for strengthening collaboration between refugee leaders, district authorities, INGOs, and local partners to improve accountability and coordination? If you can, please use just 2 minutes.
Okay, thank you, Naomi. It is too unfortunate that you have just seen that we have responded this year alone, but this is the work we have been doing since 2022. At least every year we do the response. And the best of it all is that we document. That's why you have seen the document of this year showcasing. But nevertheless, we have been doing a lot of work as Western Uganda Humanitarian Platform, and both on the ground and both in advocacy. In terms of course, Western Uganda is composed of different organizations. Currently, we have a membership of 150 organizations, whereby we have an inclusion part of it. We have refugee-led organizations, we have youth-led organizations, we have the women-led organizations. So all these organizations come together for a particular cause. So when it comes to collaboration with refugees, we have who is the focal point person to work with refugees. When it comes to working with women, we have which organization is well suited in working with women. When it comes to working with youth and children, we have which organization is better to work with such environment. So as platforms, we are much into coordination, and best of it all, we always work with local governments. You realize that every work we do, we partner with local governments in that particular area, and they give us a milestone. One, it is for ownership purposes. We may not reach there as organizations and the platform, but at least when we work with local governments and the authorities in those areas, there is that ownership, sense of ownership, and actually definitely there is sustainability. And in terms of accountability, on top of being on paper, our accountability stretches to the ground. Actually, our accountability is much focused on the beneficiary or the person who was affected. So that's why you see it is much of, from the other end, not us coming to praise ourselves of the work we are doing, but at least the work is being talked about by the people who were included and who benefited from it. So basically, in terms of accountability, it is not seen on paper, but is seen on ground. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Focal profiling and focal person approach has worked great for you. As we end this session, I'll start from the eastern session. The eastern region, C4C focal person. Just one word to make localization meaningful in Uganda.
In order to make localization a reality in Uganda is by us accepting change.
Thank you,
because without change, you either change or change will change you.
Accepting change. Thank you, Mate. A hand clap for Mate. Mylene, how can localization radically be inclusive?
Inclusion is the word I will use at all levels. From grassroots to top, inclusion.
Inclusion at all levels. Thank you. Karamoja?
For me, promoting compliance at the grassroots level as well.
Promoting compliance at grassroots levels. Thank you. Acholi?
Localization should not only be us in this room, it should also involve, I like what our grandfather said, started the conversation earlier. I would love to have actually bought that guy more beers so that we have many people getting involved and are doing the same thing he's doing. So for me, localization should not only end with us in this room, should go beyond us.
It should be beyond C4C. Thank you so much. To the affected persons, they must be at the center of it all. Western Humanitarian Platform?
I will borrow it from a local government perspective. Good enough, our colleague is there. If you looked at the setup of local government, at least there is mandate at every level. From the district, the sub-county has its own policies, it has its own budget, and it is accountable. The local councils, also though they are not so much functional, but at least from the local council 3 to the district level, there is a function. This is a riff that I'm borrowing also here. Instead of like it becomes top down, let it be at that level, a similar level, that we are, whatever we are doing is, we are doing to feed this one, and also this feeds us. So that is the localization, and I understand. Thank you.
Localization should be at all levels. Please let's clap our hands for the panel discussants. Like the moderator said, C4C. Thank you so much, moderators. I think we'll not have time for members to ask unless there is one burning question, but we are closing this, and it should come from a signatory. If it's not there, because all these are local actors. If there is no question, then we close the session. Thank you so much for listening to our panelists, and thank you so much for sharing the ideas on how we can take localization beyond this. You can take up your seat. There is power in saying, teach me, because it reflects the mindset of someone strong enough to grow, wise enough to ask, and humble enough to receive. Real strength is not in having all the answers, but they have shared their experience with us all that we can adapt to make it work. Thank you so much for listening to all of us, and thank you to the panelists.
That is not enough. C4C. I love it when we rise up and stretch. I don't want us to sit for so long. CD Oxfam, please rise. Thank you. Grandfathers are slow to rise. Now, I want to take a special moment to let us do some energizer. We are civil society members and we do a lot of this. Can somebody volunteer to energize? In 2 minutes, and then we are good to go. I want to call upon the youth representative, Drusilla. Are you in the house? Yes, please come and give us an energizer from West Nile. Clap your hands as take over the microphone.
Let me also get opportunity to climb the stage. Thank you for giving me the opportunity.
You're welcome.
Now we have big people, everyone is big. I don't know, but make sure you have a space near you. You forgive me, my entertainment may be a bit inclusive, but you just clap also at your level. The faces are not, people are not smiling. Ladies in the house, smile please. They are women-led organizations. Now, we are going to pick ball, we play it, and kick. It's a common song, and I want to bring something new, not going to need a review. You pick a ball this side, you pick a ball this side, you put it here, then you put it here, you set it, and you play it. Make sure you have a place to play. 1, 2, let's rehearse a bit. I pick a ball, I pick a ball, I pick a ball, I pick a ball. I put it here, I put it here, I put it here, put it, I shake it,
I shake it,
I shake it,
I shake it,
I play better,
I play better,
I play better. Now you turn round when you're playing it. 1, 2, 3, let's go. I pick a ball,
I pick the ball,
I pick a ball,
I pick the ball,
I put it here,
I put it here,
I put it here,
I put it here,
I shake it,
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 I play better,
I play better,
I play better,
I play better,
I play better. Thanks so much, thanks so much. Have a seat.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Round of applause to, he's a youth representative in the C4C leadership. Ladies and gentlemen, we have been talking about localization. We're talking about fundable, findable. We're talking about local actors. And I think it is high time we dive into something else. I'm looking for my program. Somebody snatch it from me. Sorry. Okay. May I have a program, please? Thank you. Sorry. Okay. Thank you so much, Naomi. We did not do justice. We did not clap so well. So shall we do the C4C clap? Kathy? C4C clap. And you need to also introduce the signatory clap. Let's be inclusive.
That,
okay,
clap
over to you.
That clap was for the women. I don't know why you... All right. Chatter for change. Ladies and gentlemen, that panel was a strong one. All the regional leaders, if you think it is easy, you sit on that panel. Let's give them a round of applause. Chatter for change. And the last one to our moderator. Chatter for change. Thank you.
Right. Everybody wants to know where the money is. And everyone, when they hear INGOs, they think they are donors. And yet here, in one of the panel, we realize also we need donors themselves in the house. And everywhere we're talking about partnership. And ladies and gentlemen, it's a high time we dive into partnership and financing. Strengthening collaboration and unlocking resources. Help me join hands together as we welcome the INGO representative, Ryan, who is going to moderate this session.
Chatter for change.
You're welcome, sir.
Chatter for change.
Thank you very much, MC, for inviting me, and really a special thanks to the Charter for Change for organizing this very interesting and esteemed panel discussion. I stand on all protocols observed and also mindful of the time so that we have a very good, not only panel discussion, but hopefully we have some time for some questions by the plenary. Just a quick note, I know potentially you saw in the agenda that Dr. Moses Isuba was mentioned as the moderator. Unfortunately, he could not make it, so I was asked to step in. My name is Ryan Dooley. I am the director of the Uganda Humanitarian INGO Forum, a network of 63 INGOs operating in the humanitarian space in Uganda, and a number of the signatories are also our members. So very proud and very humbled to be invited here to learn a lot more about C4C and the localization agenda. So let me invite our panelists to the stand. First of all, Mr. Jason Heps, Assistant Country Rep, UNHCR. I think you go this way. Mm-hmm. You can. Yeah, first. Yeah. Mr. Andrew Agassi, CEO of Brass for Africa and Hingo Steering Committee member. And Mr. William Magambo from Ministry of Local Government. Please, sir.
Chatter for change.
Thank you, panelists. Very excited to have you here. Let me give a small little introduction, and then the proceedings, how we will organize this panel discussion, then I'll hand it over to them for their questions. The theme of this panel, Partnerships and Financing, Strengthening Collaboration and Unlocking Resources, fits nicely into the overall trends and feedback we are hearing about today. Notably, local actors are putting in tremendous efforts to become equitable partners, or even better, to build confidence that shifting power to local actors is not only possible, but inevitable. Yet, there are still numerous gaps and a divide highlighted today to fully realize this localization
as enshrined in the C4C commitments. But from what I'm hearing today, the gap is indeed reducing and the divide is shrinking. But still, I think we have to acknowledge there is a journey that we must still follow and still reach. So there's been a lot of evidence and examples shared today from local partners and from local actor perspective and from the signatories themselves, and that's been very instructive. But this panel is designed for the participants to hear from those entities, the UN, the INGO sector, and local government, on the things that you want to hear about how you can establish closer connections to these entities in terms of partnership. So let us hear how you, as local actors, can become findable and fundable around the theme of partnerships and funding. So thank you. Let me start now with the questions, and I will begin with Mr. Jason Hepps. You can introduce yourself, and let me give you the question that you can answer, please. So we talk about predictable and equitable financing is critical for sustainability. What steps is UNHCR taking to increase predictable funding for local and national organizations? And how can collaboration be strengthened to ensure more equitable financing in the refugee response?
Thanks a lot, Ryan. Again, I'm Jason Hepps, the Deputy Representative here at the UN High Commissioner for Refugees based in Kampala. It's an honor to be here meeting this group. It might be my hair. It's okay. You know, you were asking where are the donors before inviting us up, but again, we try to remind ourselves as the UNHCR and our partners that you know, we're an organization that fundraises at UNHCR that depends on donations. 98% of our donations are voluntarily provided, meaning we are out fundraising, and as the timing, I will have to leave at 4 sharp to do some fundraising, to be on a panel connected to in Geneva with donors on the situation in the DRC that we all watch developing. I think coming back to Uganda and what we are doing, we're really, as UNHCR, but also the entire response, is setting a pretty good example and setting and paving the way for a lot of what is going on globally. UNHCR in Uganda is pointed to as an example of 47 partnership agreements we have this year. 30 of them are with local actors. Now, that includes government actors and national NGO partners. In addition, in terms of partnerships with community-based organizations, sometimes referred to as refugee-led organizations, but those include Ugandan hosts on the committee. Uganda UNHCR has had the highest number globally now for 2 years in terms of partnerships and grants. Last year, 35. This year, 20 partnerships, grants to those partners. So we have been investing and doing quite a lot. Now, this bigger question on financing is very much driven by the reality, the number. And we all know that financing has dramatically decreased this year and will very dramatically, or decrease, and decrease next year. And that reflects in our partnerships. I can tell you, next year from 16 NGO partners, we're reducing to 6 overall. And that's a need to consolidate and reduce overhead costs. 2 of the 6 are national partners, and we're very proud of that. But a big driver of the support, and you know, we get a lot of pressure from our donors to work more with national and local partners, though there's recognizing that we're doing quite a lot. a big driver of our partnership and partnership decisions is complementary funding, meaning we need $1, the partner comes to the table with their presentation, and you know this, and they come and they say, well, I already have 50 cents toward your $1. I need 10 million shillings. I've already got 3 million shillings. And those are generally the international NGOs. And we know that. And one of the biggest hurdles, and this is something we will depend on, but one of the biggest hurdles is the ability for donor governments to give direct funding to national partners. And it's an advocacy area for myself, it's an advocacy area for our High Commissioner to provide more direct funding and to the national partners. And if not, to push, and I wouldn't say condition, but almost condition funding to working with national partners. And every single one of our international partners has national partners that they are working with. But I don't, you know, the need to subcontract, it's not because there's affirmative action for that, because there is, but the need to subcontract is a recognition of the reality that there's more actors on the ground, and that in Uganda there is this huge group of national actors and national partners that are working. The reality though is, and it's trying to square that circle, and that's where we are next year, and I think we will work together, and Charter for Change will have a big job ahead of it to work on, is that with reduced funding and recognizing the difficulty of partnering with many, many partners where you increase your overhead costs, we have to find ways and means, the same way that us as the UN are under pressure to consolidate organizations, reduce overhead costs, share offices, the same pressure that is INGOs, it will have to be also impacting to a certain degree with national partners. Finding ways, because the value of the delivery on the ground is not in question at all. And it's an area that, as I said, from a substantive perspective, we require partnership with national partners. But then I think through Charter for Change, through our work, to pursue and demonstrate those efficiencies, I would say, the transparency, the points that the colleagues were raising earlier about ability to address the compliance issues, demonstrating that when there is a compliance issue and holding up, that you address it, that people are held accountable, that you take action. That will make a huge difference and help us to support you in shifting that way of adding to that pressure, that accountability, so it's not perceived as too risky to directly go to national partners by the donors, not by us, but by the real donors, with those voluntary donors. I think I leave it there.
Thank you, Jason. Very instructive. UNHCR is certainly willing to work with national partners. They have demonstrated that from what Jason has said, but there's real accountability that needs to be demonstrated. And also great to hear that Charter for Change has a role to play in bringing those two areas closer together. Now, another body that implements is the INGOs. Andrew is here to talk from that perspective on the Hingo network. Now, many of the signatories are part of the INGOs, but here now we're talking about the broader INGO sector. So, Andrew, if you will, leadership and funding remains central to advancing localization. How are Hingo members reshaping the conversation on leadership and financing for local action? And what strategies are being adopted to move the localization agenda forward in Uganda? Thank you.
Thank you, Ryan. It's been a long day. I hope we were the last ones to speak, so sometimes the last word counts. So if you're tired. But thank you, Ryan. My name is Andrew Agassi. I'm the Executive Director of BRAS for Africa, but I'm also lucky to sit on the Hingo Steering Committee and representing localization and partnerships. And I think with everything that we've been discussing today, the dialogue, the rich wisdom, the knowledge that I have personally gathered here from listening to various people, I think we all agree that INGOs completely understand and appreciate the place of local actors in everything we are doing, especially in our context in humanitarian response. So when we're talking about leadership, I think it's more about how we represent ourselves. It's more about, as local actors, how do we come together? Where are we learning? Where are we learning our lessons? What are we observing? Because the conversation is about the commitments, and there are various categories of INGOs represented here. We have those who are signatories, and therefore they've made specific commitments to be able to achieve these 8 points. But there is a lot of engagement and there is a lot of partnerships going on between INGOs and local actors that I think needs to be tapped into for us to appreciate as a whole what INGOs are doing. And I think some of the key points, especially in our forum, there is a lot of representation of the interest of local actors in spaces where local actors may not be participating. Every time we go around and we are speaking to donors, we are speaking to partners, we talk about this and we mention this whole agenda and we promote. Now, we've seen from the presentation from the consultants that there is actually some money that is moving. In as much as the data for this year showed that there was a sharp decline, we can see that there is a bit of money that is moving. And I think what we can do together, and what I have seen, some of the lessons that I can share with the local actors, is what I have seen is the INGOs do a very good job when it comes to collaboration, when it comes to sharing information, when it comes to coming together to speak with a common voice. And I think that is what leadership is all about. And therefore, even the local actors, and as we come together under the Charter for Change, as we are brought together in dialogues like this one, I think some of the lessons we can learn is sometimes it's difficult to speak alone, and sometimes you need to be able to speak, to be collective and speak about issues, because that's how you get heard. That's how the INGOs, that's how the sources of funding appreciate that you're focused on specific issues and that you're focused on addressing those issues. So I think as far as leadership and unlocking funding and how INGOs are acting in this space, there is a lot of advocacy that I know is happening. In fact, the advocacy is happening with the donors, it's happening with the UN agencies as well, it's happening with the local actors that we are looking at ways to develop common initiatives, and we are looking at ways to respond to national issues together. Just one thing that I also want to say is there's probably an assumption that the local actors are, and I think someone said it a bit earlier, that the local actors are waiting for the INGOs to get the money and then channel it down to the local actors. But in reality, I think the way that it should be looked at is where we try to, and this is what we are championing, we try to develop together, we try to speak the same language, and I think that's where the difference can come.
Thank you, Andrew. Let's give him a clap. Very instructive. Hingo is willing to stand and voice together. Sorry, maybe I think voice together the issues of local partners, and even, if I read between the lines, willing to put the local actors in front and Hingo members even stepping back in order for those issues to be heard by key decision makers. So that's great to hear. Now, Mr. Magambo, very happy to have the Ministry of Local Government here. And actually, it was mentioned by both of our panelists, even there's advocacy that government is working more directly with local partners. And so, Mr. Magambo, your question on policy direction. What upcoming policy reforms or directives is the ministry considering to embed localization more firmly within district development plans and humanitarian coordination structures? Thank you.
Thank you so much, moderator, and good afternoon, everyone. My name is Willie Magambo. As have been introduced, I work with the Ministry of Local Government, and as Minister of Local Government, we lead in the localizing of refugee response as a Government of Uganda pledge. And we don't do it alone. We work together with the Office of the Prime Minister, just as it has been alluded earlier. And out of the pledge Government of Uganda made, that is localizing refugee response, our major task was to get a regulatory framework. That is by developing the national localization strategy. We are fully aware that some organizations already have their localization strategy, but as government, we need to have a regulator. All of those other strategies must feed into the national strategy. Where are we and where have we come from? We want to appreciate the support that we have so far received from the partners, because all of the processes that we have gone through have been funded by partners, but the first thing the government did was to institute the localization task force, which is working to develop the national strategy. We are happy that out of the support from partners, that is Save the Children, we are able to hire a consultant who is working on the strategy. And as I talk now, we have a draft strategy in place. Last week, Thursday, Friday, we were in Entebbe. The task force was in Entebbe trying to go through the draft strategy. And we are hoping by January it will go through the validation where all stakeholders will be invited to come and validate whether what they proposed has been incorporated into the strategy. And thank you so much for that hand clap. And we are hoping after the validation, then this draft strategy can be pushed to cabinet for adoption and approval. What does it mean for the strategy to be approved? One, it will formalize the localization interventions. I've listened carefully since morning. There have been all those reservations. Will international actors give us money? What if they refuse to give us money? For government, for any intervention to be implemented, there must be a regulatory framework. And that's why for us government, our angle is we have a strategy approved by cabinet, then the strategy will guide the modus operandi. Back to the question, I want to, maybe if I go to the question, moderator, I want to recognize the National Localization Task Team. Please, could you stand up, those who are present here? I want you to see the team that we are working with, but yes, that is the team, but I want to sincerely appreciate the international partners, including Save the Children, Oxfam, CRS, Red Cross, and among others, Care International, for the support that we have received, which has guided the journey. The question was asking what are some of the reforms. One is for us, once we get the adoption of the strategy, it will be good for us to go. Then also the strategy will guide on how we shall move. But on ground so far, we are happy to leverage that we already have enabling environment that will support localization. For instance, we have other structures already on the ground. For example, as local government, we have the District Engagement Forum and also the Refugee Engagement Forum. These are national level platform that was established under CRRF, and they are platforms that do provide an application voice for the districts to share and also provide input on refugee response. This District Engagement Forum has been active, and we have seen its members participating on national and also on the international level. For example, in the previous GRF, we saw the District Engagement Forum members making a case at Geneva on how they are supporting the hosting of refugees in their own districts. So we believe that platform at the district is good enough to champion the localization agenda. Equally on the side of the Refugee Engagement Forum, because when we talk about the actors, the district local government are actors, refugees themselves, they are actors, and also ministries and agencies. Then also, We have had a number of, we also have other stakeholders, like we have the district NGO monitoring committee. And we are saying that this was an initiation by government to regulate NGOs operating in the districts. It is chaired by the chief administrative officers and secretariated by the district community development officer, who registers community-based organizations at a district level. But also on membership, we have the resident district commissioners, we have the DSOs, and other co-opted members. The role of this committee is to evaluate the performance of organizations in their respective districts, to look at how they are performing, whether their performance or their activities align very well with the district priorities. So we are saying that this is one of the structure that where we think and we believe that once we localize, we'll support localization. Then also on the other side, as means of local government, we are doing enough to accelerate the localization of the Sustainable Development Goals in order to achieve Agenda 2030. And all these goals rhyme very well with the principles of localization. As means of local government and also government as a whole, there have been a shift of moving services closer to the people, to a level of a parish. And the means of local government is leading a program of parish development model, where we have seen the parish development committees being empowered to plan and also implement activities at parish level. We believe with the reactivation of the parish development model, parish development committees through parish development model, it is another strength that we are giving to our communities where localization can thrive. And
Mr. Magambo, can I?
Yes.
Round of questions, and you'll be able to continue, but I'm just looking at the time. So what I'd like to do now is give a second round of questions to our panelists, and I'll also ask them to give one sentence conclusion as part of their intervention, and then we'll hand it over to the plenary for some questions. But thank you, Mr. Magambo. Maybe if you can mute. We are all very excited about this localization strategy coming out, so very happy to hear of the progress. And many of us and many of you, I'm sure, were involved in the development of it. Jason, over to you for the next question. And interesting, you were talking about the opportunities that the UN and the UNHCR gives to local partners, but some of it also requires knowing that information, which then ultimately is talking about effective coordination and participation that is inclusive. So how can UNHCR better integrate local actors into coordination and planning mechanisms at both settlement and district levels? Please answer the question and then give us your one-sentence conclusion. Thank you.
Thanks a lot. I will repeat something that I said at this a similar gathering a couple of years ago, starting at the national level with even more of a commitment. You know, Hingo, the director of Hingo, has a seat at the table at the monthly donor meetings, has a seat at the table at the interagency, heads of agency meetings, and he or she, but it's been he, speaks on behalf of all of the INGO partners in front of them, and sometimes with a few of them, and can do that in those formal settings, but also otherwise, because he's accountable, he's there, he's present, and always available to them. And I feel like there's an empty seat at some of these that I have seen filled or seen empty in other places around the world. I think of Syria, Turkey, Greece, places I've worked, Greece, Liberia, Peru, where some of those have and some of those have not had the counterpart of the Hingo director, which would be the, what would you call it, for humanitarian, the Hingo without the I, humanitarian national partners. And that's a really hard job to do. It takes support in those meetings, but that offer remains to open that seat at the national level for whatever, and us working with and sharing ideas of how that would work, because I know you're a huge group and a diverse group, and touching refugee humanitarian, which is sometimes easier, but also some other issues ranging from the human rights issues and others that we don't go into as much in the refugee response. At the settlement and district levels, what I can say is, you know, we have very good coordination with government and with other partners. But as you can notice, and your partners or your colleagues notice in the field, the district leaders and the settlement leaders are busy with a lot of interest. And again, what we have tried to do, but I think is a very good practice and where it works in other places is, for example, refugee-led organizations have come together and recognize that the way settlements are dispersed, they need to have spokespeople on their behalf. And it may not be the same person for every settlement. It may be rotating, it's availability, it's about highlighting the advocacy lines, but being there and being present. You're not all, some of you are massive organizations, some of you are small organizations, some of you are multi-sectoral or otherwise, but my very, you know, everyone recognizes, I believe, the essential need to have the active national partners on the ground in the coordination venues, but then to be able to not be, to coordinate amongst yourselves in as much as possible, find a common ground and share one voice. It doesn't need to be on every issue, but on the 3 or 4 most important issues. It means that you will be heard on those issues, and it's not that every time, every issue. So finding that way to coordinate and be together, it's a very good example that can work and can put you forward and make sure you're there in every sector or every location. And just as a wrap up, I think, just to repeat, there is no question that, you know, the way of working is not the old way. The resources are not the old way, but that working with national partners, local partners, is not because we don't lead with, well, it's cheaper, it's more efficient. That's not the reason. That may be better. Generally in Uganda, it's often the same cost, because a lot of the international NGOs that we work with are only Ugandan staff, but they're linked to international, and so they access. So I think you have come a long way as partners, and I think in Uganda there's a huge opportunity, but again, I will stamp that as a community coming together, even with subgroups, as I talked to Francis about or otherwise, it's really, we are there and we are ready to engage, and we have to, so thank you.
Thank you so much, Jason. Let's give him a bigger clap than that for his intervention and for his conclusions. And thank you. I think we really do have an ally in UNHCR. That seat at the table does exist, correct, with decision makers. But then a responsibility is that coordination and speaking with one voice. But it's heartening to hear that there's a real ally that is pushing for local actors to be at the decision-making table, from what we hear with Jason. So thank you so much, Jason. And I hope you still have a bit of time for some questions. Andrew, over to you. We've talked a lot about risk, actually, today. The research has come clearly about risks, and many of the voices today were about risk. But what does Hingo think about risks? So there is a perception that risks comes with local actors, that it's associated with local actors, rightly or wrongly. What is the Hingo position on this narrative? And what concrete steps have INGOs taken to dispel these concerns and build confidence in the capacity of local actors? And you can also conclude, Andrew, as well, as part of your intervention. Thank you.
Thank you, Ryan. I'll say one more thing that I sort of forgot to say when I was talking about funding. Actually, I just read somewhere that Save the Children are withdrawing from competing for the pooled funds at country level. in an intention to try and open up that space for national actors to try and have opportunities for that kind of money or to compete for that kind of money. And I think that's just one example of what INGOs are thinking about doing. Some of the steps are very bold. Some of the steps will be small because INGOs also come in different forms and sizes. But on the issue of risk, I think at some point we can say it's a myth that has also been sustained for a long time. Because when we go out in the field, we work with colleagues from national organizations, from CBOs, we work with colleagues from refugee-led organizations. But I think this whole narrative of risk is embedded in what Augustine and Mike and previous speakers termed as their 80, 90, 100-year-old systems. You know, that maybe over time it's been overtaken, but the operations and the way that the INGOs work must adhere to certain levels of compliance. So I think when national actors are struggling to keep up, for instance, with the donor requirements, with the global trends when it comes to funding, that then develops this narrative of risk. You know, they are not ready. Will they satisfy Uganda Revenue Authority requirements? Are they compliant? How is their data protection, for example, if they're working with children and vulnerable people? But what I have seen and what we have done, even within our forum and in different spaces, different INGOs, for example, with CARE driving the quality assurance mechanism, the QAM Plus, trying to create a system where entities can be profiled and entities can be found, or something that could look like a badge of honor. And that is something that so many NGOs have supported, even though so many INGOs have supported that kind of an effort. We have also engaged government and regulators where we have seen compliance requirements that are probably conflicting between different agencies of government. And HINGO has been very vocal and deliberate in challenging some of these inconsistencies, and especially where we see that they are disadvantageous to actors or national actors or organizations that cannot comply at that particular level. Because often the cost of compliance can be too high. And so you start wondering, are we going to spend all the money to comply, or are we going to spend the money to actually deliver services? So INGOs are driving that agenda because partnerships is also the only way that many INGOs are able to push their impact and to achieve their impact. So if the national actors and the small organizations cannot operate, then a lot of the INGOs you see here and a lot of the success that we brag about will not come about. And so specifically within the regulatory space, we have challenged a number of requirements, and earlier I saw that a couple of things are being simplified. Within the internal systems, we've tried to look within the requirements and to come up with, if possible, a harmonized way of INGOs relating with local actors. So those are some of the steps that that we are taking as HINGO. And I think just to close, when we talk about HINGO and our forum, for example, we are talking about 62 organizations that have different cultures, that operate in a different way. And so it still comes down that, and especially when we are discussing the commitments and as a challenge to Charter for Change working group, the team, all these organizations are willing. We speak together and we know that we are willing. We know that there are partnerships happening. Let's just find ways to harmonize that. It then becomes more visual what INGOs are doing and the good work as far as localization is concerned. And that then becomes a motivating factor for even more players to come on board.
Much, Andrew. Let's give him a clap, please. And thank you for dispelling those myths. I mean, risks are everywhere, actually, all organizations, no matter what they are. So thank you for dispelling that myth. But of course, support capacity building and mentorship are very important to get from one stage to the next, but certainly it is a myth. Now, Mr. Magambo, I will give you the final word and with a question and then your concluding remarks, and then hopefully we can have a few minutes for plenary. You talked about coordination in all the various spaces that are available, the strategy that will come out, but that also requires local leadership to step in. So in practical terms, how does the ministry intend to enhance district level leadership to ensure accountability and promote the active participation of local actors in government-led response mechanisms? That question and then your concluding remark. Thank you.
Thank you. Yeah, as what local government is going to do to ensure participation, and we are looking at the issue of capacity building, because one of the fears of localization has been that most of the actors lack a capacity. So we are saying, as a means of local government or government, we shall ensure that we build capacity for staff who will be for actors within the space, and ensure that they have the required skills and the mandate to provide the service. We're also looking at the issue of support supervision and also joint monitoring. It is something that we are looking at, that if we are to monitor service, can we do it jointly with all the stakeholders, such that in case there are challenges, they can quickly be addressed and also move forward. Then also the ministry is mandated to conduct compliance inspection in relation to the laws and policies that are governing localization and other interventions. So we are saying this will continue to ensure that whatever is being done is done in line with the available laws and regulations. We're also looking at the issue of promoting citizen participation. Can we find a way of how we can mobilize the citizen to participate? The citizen to demand for accountability. For government, government is promoting the issue of community barazas. Can we have local actors at one point go to the community, present what they have done, account for what they have done with the resources, that they have received, and also get feedback from the community about on the quality of the service that has been provided. And we're also looking at empowering some of the structures on ground that enforce accountability. For example, for the districts, we have the District Local Government Public Accounts Committee. These verify value for money. They verify where resources have been spent, whether they have been spent as per the planned work plan and budget. So we are saying we want to strengthen this such that whatever resources provided is put to good use. And we're also looking at the issue of fostering collaboration and coordination. The Deputy Country Rep has talked about the issue of the many structures that are at the district level, which should link closely with the national level structures. And this one we have been doing, for example, we have been conducting the DEF-REF interface, which has been linking refugees and host communities with the purpose of identifying what are these initiatives that are being held jointly but contribute to peaceful coexistence. How does the district and also the partners relate at district level? There are also been structures of the district partner coordination meetings. The Big Five, UNHCR has been funding the Big Five, where on quarterly basis the UNHCR, the refugee representatives, the COWs meet and deliberate on issues of refugee response in their respective districts. And we also say that we shall also have policy dialogue. Means of local government or government is open with other stakeholders to dialogue on a specific policy. How do you go over this intervention? What will be the roles and responsibility of the stakeholders? I beg to submit.
Thank you so much. Let's give a big clap to the panelists. We've learned a lot today in a very short time, so thank you for that. I know that Jason also has to go, so let's jump straight into let's zero in first on maybe one or two questions for Jason, allow him to leave, and then maybe the other panelists can answer a few more questions. Yes, please. Any questions for Jason?
Yeah, and Rain, I would also want to open space. We have not had much from them. So all the three panels that we have had, please feel free, if there are questions that you felt needed to be addressed, we can direct others to them, or any other panel. You mention the panel and they respond. This is our time to speak.
Okay, but
and we have
one or two for
the one and two for Jason before he goes, one or two for him specifically because he's getting out. If there are those ones we can take. Thank you.
Thank you very much for the opportunity. My question to Jason is, how can local actors be involved in redesigning funding criteria and accountability frameworks? I'm called Gladys Logel from Karamoja. Thank you.
Thank you so much, the panelists. My question is general to the panelists and then all the donors in the House. I'm speaking on behalf of the local actors who are present in the House, and they're representing fellow actors who are outside, and their region seems to be so silent. Whenever we receive calls for proposals, I see as if most donors are being concentrated in other regions like West Nile, Karamoja region, and then other regions like Lao sub-region where I come from is very quiet. We rarely get such calls for proposals. I would like to find out from the panelists, the donors in the House, if there are some, there are things that are being done differently in those regions that are informing them on their implementation strategies and the models that we from other regions are not doing. We want to see those things that are being done differently, because I believe, and because I am coming from the community, we are coming from the community, and communities that we represent here, they have similar challenges. When you talk about poverty, everywhere there is poverty. We have households who are living below $1 per day. When we talk about child marriages and teenage pregnancies, I realize that Lounge sub-region is even leading in northern region. When we talk about issues of sexual reproductive health services, I see as if other regions are, leading, and yet they are not being prioritized in the funding models. I would like us to reconsider this, and we draw a roadmap if all of us are going to move on the same level. Thank you so much.
One last question. One last question.
This one is to Andrew, maybe.
Okay. Jason, yes. Jason seems to be attracting more questions. Not only two.
Thank you once again, Onziato Pista. When we talk about meaningful participation of local actors in leadership, I really want to appreciate the progress in Uganda in engaging local actors to take on leadership. And I want to make an appeal that we have more local actors on the ground that have capacity to coordinate and take leadership. Especially, I'm speaking to the sector coordinations. For some reasons, it seems the leadership and coordination functions have been locked to UNHCR, to OPM, local government, and the implementing partners. And yet, in certain locations or settlements, you will find that there are local actors that are actually doing quite a lot of work, sometimes even more than the IP, but they cannot be given the opportunity to co-lead or co-coordinate. So what is the position of UNHCR and the government in encouraging and promoting the leadership of local actors in some of these coordination roles? Thank you.
I think I'm gonna have to answer because I have to join this. So So I'm going to try, sorry, I'm going to have to run. But that's very good. 2 questions. Sorry, I didn't catch your name.
Jovista.
Jovista and Gladys. I think you both walked into what I've been saying and wanting to say. It takes resources to coordinate, to do what from the national NGO coordination forum to a sector coordination. It takes resources that not everyone has. And I think I'm saying the obvious, but I'm saying not only it takes a person, it takes time, it takes money to dedicate the time and attention, because a coordinator should be someone who is objective, that is not there to represent their organization. You are, and that's UNHCR's role in the refugee response with representing the UN and international organizations. We are there not as UNHCR, so to speak, but as representing the international organizations and international community in the UN. How to get involved in the funding frameworks and the decisions, etc. Well, unless you're a good friend or very close to or an implementing agency of a specific donor, it will be quite easy to disregard your appeals or your invitations to go to a meeting. But if you are coming as one group together, and that may be the name of Charter for Change, that may be the name of the Uganda National Humanitarian NGO Forum, that may be whatever, but if you come together, and this is very difficult, in my experience at least, from a national partner, but if you come together, your invitation cannot be refused, because if it does, it has consequences. I hope I'm making myself very clear. If I am asked, if I receive a letter as UNHCR deputy representative or representative from one specific actor that I've never worked with this request, it's one specific actor amongst 300. If I receive it from one international NGO, it's one out of the 60-something. But if Ryan sends the letter, or if the board of Ahingo sends the letter, it's different. I must respond to it, because it must be an issue for a number of actors that have a big impact. And that's why I'm encouraging to take that seat that we have offered in the humanitarian space, on the national, which you are doing in the local. And in terms of leadership of sectors, absolutely. I mean, we just were, a big INGO just came to us for another sector at the national level. They said, but we feel like we want to lead and we haven't been invited, we're not allowed. And I said, but why? Have you never asked? Of course you can lead. Now, government leadership is the strength, or co-leader, or they're really leading, and then we are co-leads. It could be NGO and UN. That's the strength of the response. But absolutely, if you are willing to lead or co-lead and offer, but that comes with a responsibility. It's work. It's not just a name, right? So it requires resources, and if we don't have the resources, at least we will support in requests to continue to support Charter for Change, or to support a secretariat in the similar kind of forum that you have in the national NGO, with support letters of the need for that, because it's a real need that we have, but it takes a lot of work from your side. I want to thank you very much for this opportunity, apologize for having to leave early, and I look forward to the next meeting, as well as filling that seat at our future meetings, and thank you for all the work that you do.
Thank you so much, Jason, and let's give the whole panel another round of applause. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Ryan. Do we continue taking calls? Questions?
Yes, but I think you had also wanted to open up to all panelists. However, I think there was one question directed to the panelists that should be answered, and then I think you open it up to, to anyone. Yes. There was a madam there that had a question related to regional level attention. Maybe Mr. Magambo, would you want to take that one? There was one question there. Or was that one? Okay.
Was it?
Yeah, the madam there was talking about regional poverty and attention on those issues.
She was talking about what are the criteria you use to select areas where you do implementation, leaving other areas. I think that is what I recall.
Has it been answered, madam?
Partially.
Yes. Okay. Okay.
Yeah. Okay. Yes.
I think we can.
Yes. Thank you so much. I think I can respond to her question. My name is Alvin. I advise the Royal Danish Embassy on Development Cooperation in Uganda. I sit on their sounding board. What they consider when it comes to things to do with proposals and regional focus is one, the reports that you share, the information comes from the CSOs. You know, I was seated with her and I told her that you would find a CSO talking about maybe things to do with education. And what they would say, if you're writing maybe a general report, they will give a national outlook in your reports. And then what you would quote areas of Karamoja, you would quote areas of West Nile. But you're coming from Masaka, I was telling her, you're coming from Masaka region. What is that national outlook in Masaka where you're coming from that you put in your report? So if you put it there, we will capture it and we will have considerations there. But if you look at most of the CSO's reports that talk about national outlook, the problems, if it is poverty, if it is things to do with the refugee crisis, if it is things to do with education and health, they focus on those areas. They will look at Karamoja, the reports will show Karamoja, but you're not implementing in Karamoja per se, but you're giving a national outlook that points the other side. So a donor will pick it up from your report, and then they will say, oh, Karamoja is having more problems. Let's concentrate there. So what I call upon all of you is that if you're giving a national outlook, as I was telling her, for example, health facility, if it is Masaka Regional Referral Hospital, what is that problem in Masaka Regional Referral Hospital that you need to put in your report? In that if you post it there on your website or anywhere, we pick it. But what you do, problems, you throw them that side. And when donors come to address the problems, they come to where you threw the problems. I hope I'm communicating. So kindly concentrate where you're operating from to attract the donors to come and look there. Other than that, Karamoja, West Nile, you know, they will receive the grants and, you know, some kind of concentration. Thank you so much.
MC, I recommend that maybe the panelists, they can go to their seat, and because you had said you wanted open discussion.
No, we
for all
wanted them
panelists.
to be there, so that any question that may come, they can still respond while they're there.
And also noted we have a Danish embassy representative, correct? So
Thank you.
It's good to have donors in the
Thank
room
you so
too.
much.
Thank you.
Yes, I recognize Hans, and I'm requesting Michael to pick a microphone and move around too. Thank you.
I greet you all. Good afternoon. I'm called Esther, as I told you earlier. I work with the Bra Foundation. But for some reasons, I don't agree with him, because I think unless their heart is just, or they are used already with Karamoja. But us, let me give you an example. We are having over 50 children in different districts. And we post that, we put all that, we show what they are passing through, but we have never been picked. They have never been minded. Yes, we are not in Karamoja yet, but we're in different districts. So I don't think it's about that, but I think it's what you already have in mind, that Karamoja is doing bad, and other religions maybe, I don't know. Thank you.
Okay, I want to give opportunity to those who have not yet spoken to speak.
Okay, thank you very much. I'm Stella Dong from Noble Youth Foundation.
One of my expectations from this forum was experience sharing. So I have two questions for all of us, including the panelists, if you have some tips for us. We've been talking about capacity strengthening for the partners, and my question is, how as partners are we ensuring that there is knowledge retention? Because we have instances where there is capacity strengthening, but then like you've trained someone so well and the person goes for greener pastures. So how do we ensure there is knowledge retention? Then the other thing is about the systems within the organizations. You find we have access to these fundings, but when they come, the more they come, the more we override the systems, and that is killing many of us. So as partners, how do we avoid, what strategies do we have to ensure there is no overriding of systems? The systems are there and we follow them, but some instances you find when the donors come for monitoring, for audit and so on, there are issues that arise, especially in relation to financial management. Thank you so much.
Hello. Okay. Thank you very much. Once again, my name is Paul. I'm from Karamoja. First and foremost, we have come on ahead with the changing funding landscape. And my concern is to the international non-governmental organizations, or probably the donors if they're here. Are there mechanisms in place being put to be able to source resources or grants or funding from other donors apart from the traditional donors that have been in the system? Because then I'm very convinced that most of the resources that we've probably secured under the UN agencies should have been from specific traditional donors, and that the landscape is currently changing. We had Jason saying from 10 to about 6% of the total funding. Are there mechanisms that are being put in place? Then the other thing that I thought I would give as an answer to the concern of the scoping by donors, especially funding certain sub-regions or regions and not funding the other. Sometimes I think that organizations have their missions and visions that are supposed to be aligned to specific agencies or donors. And I really think that somehow maybe the concentration of funding, for instance, of UN may target Karamoja for all maybe the scope studies that have been done in Karamoja. But I really think that it is not an end to the other organizations, that we can still try to find out what the nature of the grants in place are, and we can align our visions and missions, and probably we can also get that funding. That would be my response. Thanks.
Thank you once again for the opportunity. My question goes to Andrew and other Ingos around. Andrew, you talked about compliance requirements denying local actors from getting the funding. Is there a way, or how can the compliance or due diligence, the requirements that always the Ingos require from the local actors, how can they be simplified without compromising the accountability bit of it? Thank you.
Thank you. My name is Sheila Adiero, and I'm the director of Latina Dono from Nwai District. I have two questions directly to the local government. For so many years, we've been advocating for the government to allocate funds to the districts to facilitate coordinations of civil society activities. It is so stressing for local governments to not all civil society coordination meeting because they do not have funding. We are forced to fund the government to hold us accountable. We also have the district, I think, CSO committees that are supposed to monitor our work and follow up on what we are doing. Sir, I want to tell you that about a month ago, we had a meeting with Nua District, and they said for the district leadership to come and monitor our work, we have to provide transport. And we said, well, we don't have transport to invite you to come and monitor us. So there is a need right there that the local government needs to take that stand and fund the activities of the local government in holding us accountable, because we are a partner in development. Secondly, I would have loved to see the oil and gas companies here in this room. I saw Total and I was very excited that they would come. I am one woman who is so vocal about the oil and gas. Nua District happened to have 70% of the oil and gas. But when you look at the proportion of the benefits of the oil and gas, we are nowhere. And we've been screaming. I was very happy about 2 months ago when there was, I think, World Environmental Day, and I happened to represent the civil society. And in that event, we had PAO, the Petroleum Authority of Uganda, and the other oil companies, UNOC, Total, CNOC, whatever it is, in that meeting, and I agitated them. I'm happy to see that they have started responding by coming to the district. That shows that when we speak as civil society, we are heard. Coming back to you, the oil and gas company have the national, they call it what? The local content. The local content. The local content is not any different from localization agenda. But the local government has to hold the oil and gas companies accountable. Because right now when you come to the district like Nua District, they're not holding this company accountable. It's us as civil society are the one who are screaming because we want to see the local content and the localization in the oil and gas sector. I'm agitating you as someone from the Ministry of Local Government to do this. If you look at the oil and gas itself, we've seen increase of animals moving from the parks and coming inland to where people live. Just 1 week ago, 13 people died. I was very happy when President Museveni sent Ministry of Energy and our son Richard Todung to bring 5 million to the household of the 13th who died and 1 million to the house of the people who are wounded. I hope the 5 million can resurrect the dead. I really hope that. Because for so long, the local government Ministry of Energy has been advocating to see that fencing is done in those areas. But up to now, the money is stuck in the wildlife department. So we want the local government to take a position to help us. You know, it is so painful when you see Honorable Raphael Mageze also live in Nua District. His gardens are also being disturbed, so I don't know whether local government can even help us. You're laughing, you know what I'm talking about. We've seen increase of GBV, so we really need a position in that. Lastly, to the donors. Donors have shifted their focus to the refugee settlement districts. But something that the donors have forgotten, that there is something called the spillover districts. When you come to Gulu City, I want to interest you, you see the number of the refugees communities in Gulu City. Even in Nua District where I come from. Now these refugees have now been accounted for in the city and in Nua District. But they are benefiting from the Panado that has been sent to Nua District. Can you also think of a spillover fund for these communities where you see refugees, like the cities and the neighboring district? Of course they benefit. I'm happy to see Kidgum benefit, but we need to expand that funding. We've seen as a result commercial workers, sex workers increasing. In Gulu right now we see an increase of male sex workers, which you might not be aware of. Mental health cases increasing. So this is some of the things that I thought I should bring to this forum, and I know the donors are here, the partners are here. We are so happy about what you're doing, but I feel there is more work to be done. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much.
My name is Godfrey Dichile. I lead a vibrant youth-led organization in West Nile, and I'm happy that we have the local government in the House. My issue is going to are going to go to local government, but I'm going to be a bit brief. We are happy that the local government now, as the government is coming up with the localization policy, but there are some issues that are happening at local level, especially the district NGO monetary committees and the community services. If you look at some of the districts, if you ask, there's a fee when you are registering the community-based organizations in the district level. There's a fee that is set by NGO forum. The NGO bureau. But of late, if you move to different districts, it's like the first CEO. If you have a small stomach the way I'm having, they'll charge you a bit more. If you don't have the stomach, they'll charge you less. So I don't know what is that disparity for, and that's one of the key issues that I think the local government need to address. One, the capacity of the district NGO monitoring committee need to be built. I think that is now, government needs to have that, because these people are key. But if you have people who are in the committee, if they don't know what they're supposed to do, it becomes a challenge. The issue to do with MOUs, we have CBOs in the district, we have local NGOs in the district who are suffering. They have got projects to implement for the poor because of the delay MOUs, people are in the project. I've suffered the whole night, ignored my wife to write proposals for people at home, then my MOU is not signed. At the end of the day, I lose the project. Now who is losing? The community has lost. I've also lost the other side because I've ignored my duties as a man. So this is the kind of pain. So what am I to say is, issues to do, why should districts ask for money to sign MOU, what they are bringing projects to supplement government that is crying that they have no budget. So these are issues when we speak them with heavy heart, because we're at the moment where funding is going down, we're at the moment where things are hard, the little that you struggle to get is reciprocated by the same government. So this is happening in some districts. That's the thing as local government as we need to address. Lastly, the issue of compliance, the issues to do with the QAM. There were cries that there are different mechanisms people are using for assessing. Today, this one comes with 7 questions to assess you, just to get a fund of 5,000. This one comes with this. And there's a request that can we have a simplified, uniform standard measurement for assessment. I don't know the quant people in the house, but we really to hear something. How far have they gone? And so that we have these issues to address once at a time. Sometimes when we speak these issues, we use a tone that is a heavy heart. You'll forgive. We are sorry people. Thanks so much.
Yes, Alum.
Yes, good evening, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Alum Luana, and I work for Caritas Moroto Diocese, again from Karamoja. I'm so happy that we have the Ministry of Local Government. And though I'm repeating what my colleagues are saying, we have the same challenge. And I wanted to make sure that what is happening in the field is also reflected here. Mr. Bokambo, your colleagues at the districts are not simple people. I know it goes even with, it depends on the person. We work in 5 districts, by the way. Caritas Moroto works in 5 districts. We have different relationship with them. And when we have an amazing one, it's really amazing. So, but this district monitoring committee, as my colleagues are saying, if you don't pull out the transport refund or the fuel, they will not get to the field. So we may have them in activities, like one of our donors requested that, we did that, but probably because it was coming from activities, they saw that the money was there. They came back in less than 2 weeks to ask us to move out again with Caritas. So I told them, I don't have the fuel, but I have the 2 cars. They were asking for water. I told them, I know it is hot in Karamoja, you'll find water in the car. That day, they didn't come. We organized 2 cars, I organized the team, but they didn't show up. They also have a language of a hidden threat. Like, if we're not getting out, it's like we're not seeing the organization. So I don't know if, please, you can work with them. There is the allowances and transport refund syndrome in the districts that is killing us. Remember that we are the guys who are getting the 25% of the funds available, the 70% of the funds available, but we don't have that money, and we are supporting the districts. So let us work together. I don't want to point fingers, because my attitude is always, let's work together. Let's find solutions together. And by the way, I told the same committee, anytime you feel you want to come in the morning at 9 in my office, and you're asking me, where is this car going? You want to jump in the car, we are going to move around with you. But don't expect transport refund and don't expect water. Of course, I have challenges with them because they look at me as the stubborn person, but I'll never change idea on that. I'll put a car available and water in the car available. Yeah, it's a big challenge. Allowances is what is really killing us from down there. Again, because of allowances, probably we have inherited this from previous activities, USAID, the CRS, Oxfam. But on request, if we need to pay allowances, and to me I don't find it justifiable, but if we need to pay allowances, can we come with a scheme for the whole of the country? We are available anytime for any discussion, but you support us on stopping this. Thank you. You support us on stopping this. Thank you.
Wow. Yeah, thank you. My name is Julius Onen, working for Wadandat. I have some few observations, especially for the consultants who made very good presentation. One is that I feel like the sample size of what they presented is small. And you know, statistically, if the sample size is small, then you can end up with bad analysis. So that's one observation that I made. I wish they would try to increase on the sample size so that what they have presented is realistic. The second thing is that there was something which was muted. How do we police those who are not doing well in regard to the localization agenda? Something was suggested that maybe there should be some punitive arrangement. My suggestion is different, that we will rather provide incentives for those who are doing well, so that those who are doing well will continue to do well, and those who are not doing well will see that those who are not doing well are getting incentives. Then finally, there is something that was mentioned about local actors being picked from among those who are already mature, in quotes. Those who are mature and able to deliver are the ones who are picked. One, as a Christian, it's biblical. To those who have more will be given. That's a fact. Then the second thing is there are a range of entities that provide support either for capacity building or for direct implementation. I would encourage you to look at a mix. If you are looking for funding for direct implementation, go for that. If you are small and you would like to grow, then look for the triple nexus. Those who can give you funding for implementation, but also provide funding for capacity building. And at that point, I would also like to encourage the local government, since you really need the local actors so much, try as much as possible, since you work with UNHCR and so on. If there is any funding for local CSOs capacity development, please call them, get consultants to boost their capacity so that they will be able to implement in such a way that your district, your region, and the nation is growing. Thank you.
Charter for Change.
And lastly, I'm taking this lady.
Thank you. Catherine Naiso is my name. I'm the Executive Director for Hamiza Development Foundation. We're in Chaka 2 settlement. We are a direct beneficiary of the localization agenda under Wadandat, and I can say that we are really enjoying the benefits of localization. I have a comment, and this goes to us all. We have been sharing a lot with the Office of the Prime Minister in Chaka 2, And we have reached a realization that actually there is a lot of money within us or among us. We are so many actors in the same spaces doing similar things, but sometimes some partners are not cooperative to share. So I would like to applaud OPM in Chakatu specifically. Their mechanism of working is that closely with UNHCR, they really bring together all the partners, get to know how much money has been allocated to which interventions, and how best can we share that cake together to make sure that we have visible impact in the community. And now with the reduction or the exit of most of the partners from the settlements, definitely it's worrying, but with that kind of strategy or work mechanism, I think we'll head in the right direction by working together, sharing the little money that we have to make sure that whatever we do is impactful. Thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen, I have a response from one of the big people in the house.
Thank you very much. I'm a growing person, I'm not yet an elder, but I want to share an experience on how local is working. I work as a programs manager for C4C Uganda. We are based in Koboko, but we work in the refugee settlements of Bidibidi, Palorinya, Rhino, and Mvepi, in the districts of Upongi, Yumbe, Koboko, and Terego and Mandokolo. Yeah, we were founded in in August 2018, and I want to thank the old man, Alfred, the executive director, the country director of Oxfam, who were founded through the enhancement of local humanitarian actors project, and that discovered us as a CBO that was starting. But from that time, consistently, Oxfam has been mentoring us. In 2021, we were able to get a longer multiple project with Oxfam. And that project opened for C4C Uganda, the world. And when we talk about localization, we talk about things that are working. The capacity strengthening opportunities that come, we local actors at times abuse them. You have a community of staff, when an invitation comes, even if you have capacity in, you get the counters sticking to participating in all the capacity building programs. At the end, you find that it is only one person who has been capacitated. And therefore, when he or she is away, everything. So let's embrace, yes, you're founded, you move on. Watch the organization from afar so that you build a vision that you have formed in other people. So for us, I'm happy we're working with the CARE, we're working with the Oxfam, we're working with the Wooden Dad, we're working with Caritas is coming into our life. So within 3 years, from 2022 to now, we have 16 projects and 2 due diligences have been done. And we're working with over 8 different partners. So these things work. There's this issue of human resource, human system strengthening. We have also got an award from War Child Canada on being the best in adapting to system strengthening through capacity enhancement. Then on human resource staying, it's beyond money that you pay the human resource, but how attractive are you making the institution? We attract human resource based on 3 things. You want the skill, you want the experience, you want the knowledge. But what is so important in human resources is the attitude. If you have gotten the right attitude of people, how small the organization is, they will say we will build this and grow together. And therefore, lay the best environment for human resource to work with. Yeah, thank you so much.
Okay, thank you so much. Ryan, I want to hand over to you the microphone. You finalize there and we move on. Thank you so much. And for the INGOs in the house and probably the key the CDs around, there are questions that have been posed. If you feel there are particular questions you want to respond to, it is okay. And Ronald and then Geoffrey, according to Woodendad, the sample size of your findings were a little bit squeezed. You needed to respond to something about that. Could you give him opportunity, then you respond before you walk out? Thank you.
Thank you very much. Our initial plan was to do a census, not even a sample, of the signatories, all of them. And we reached out to all of them, but the response rate was low. They were supposed to provide the data. And then those who responded, our plan was to take about 10% or more, depending on the biomass of the local actors they have. So the ones that you see we went with, the 30 that we were looking for, came as a result of that criteria. For those that did not respond, the actors, I mean, the signatory that did not respond, we did not have even access to their local actors to go to. So that is how we ended like this. But the plan was different. That is why we are talking about low response. But we have to start from there. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Before you proceed, sir, just allow me share something briefly. As a regional leader and coming from a local organization, I just want to add a voice to what my colleague has said. I think the other bit is local actors, we are doing quite a lot, but can we document our work? I saw some people were admiring my video. Okay, it's not my video, but the video from Western Uganda, and you were actually applauding the great work that was you were actually seeing. But you see, if we do not document our work, that is where people ask us whether we even have the capacity to deliver. But for me, as a regional leader, but also as a leader, I feel like if we document our work, we can bridge that gap and also create trust with our donors as well. So I felt it wise to also share that. Please proceed.
Thank you. I also note there were some questions about Quam as well. I know that Michael Opio from CARE was in the room, but I think he's not here anymore. Is there anyone that can confidently answer the issues around Quam? Or at least let's take note for follow-up later. There's a question around Quam and
yes,
how. Yeah.
There's someone who can actually respond on that.
Okay, thank you, please. And then I'll hand it over to the panelists.
Could you kindly repeat the question on Quam?
I think there was a question around how compliance can be made easier and what role does Quam have in that. I believe it was from this side of the room, but maybe did I capture that correctly? Yeah. Yes. Okay. Is that your? That's yeah. Yep.
Thank you so much. Quam is a fit-for-purpose mechanism to enhance partner capacity, accountability, and trust. And that said, Quam has been upgraded to Quam Plus with enhanced features. It has 16 key standards that each of the partners do a self-regulation of their organization before even an external regulator comes in place. You already know what you have and what you need to put in place where there are gaps. So that is one way of making Quam usable easily from anywhere. It has enhanced online features where you can access from any region of Uganda. as well as a user guide. QAM went live a week ago, and communication will come through across all partners for early bird registration and participation in early January next year. So let's keep on the lookout. We'll communicate through C4C and have partners engage. One beauty with it is that it is not a policing tool, it is a self-regulating tool. And also it enables you, be ready. We already findable by the C4C system, but now moving the next step, as was indicated. If we have all the parameters met in the QAM system or mechanism, then we are ready to go. I submit.
Charter for Change.
Yes, thank you. So before handing over to William, who I believe is really on the hot seat with many of those questions, Andrew, there's a couple of questions that you wanted to address, and then over to William to conclude this session.
Thank you, Ryan. I mean, this open mic session has sort of asked and answered questions by itself. But I just wanted to make 2 comments on 2 questions. I'll take 2 minutes. One is the whole concept of knowledge retention. If there's a lot of capacity strengthening happening in different places and people are moving, I think it goes down to systems. Because if you have a system, then whoever is coming will find that system. But I just want to say that we must be very alert within our spaces, because that's how opportunities come. And HINGO, in collaboration with the UN agencies, we supported some UN agencies to start this series of CSO capacity strengthening that is supposed to happen initially in 6 districts. The first one was in Gulu. I don't know if anyone in the room participated. It was led by by UNICEF, but UNDP, UNHCR, and a few other actors participated. Yes, thank you. So that was there. That's a wonderful opportunity, because we were able to get the UN resident coordinator to actually sign the certificates. So the certificate you get from there shows what the high level kind of training or capacity strengthening that people receive there. The next one will be in Arua in March next year. So again, from our side as HINGO, we circulate that opportunity through our members, and our members then pass on that opportunity to the various entities that they work with out in the field. So there will be Arua. After that, there is also Moroto, Barara, Kampala, and one other place that I don't remember. So one emphasis of those trainings was that 2 people come in because we wanted to also safeguard against this whole, what is it called, talent, this whole concept of people being trained and then people go away. So 2 people per organization. But then there was a lot of documentation that the participants got, and those ones should be resident within your entities, so that if someone disappears, you have a point of reference. And lastly, in a minute, the lady asked about how to simplify compliance. I think there are 2 things here. One, you have to comply. As difficult as it is, that is the starting point. You must comply. Otherwise, you're left out. But I think when it comes to compliance, you can look at it at partner level or donor level. Feel free to talk to the funding partner or the partner that you're working with, because there can be an understanding there. So, and this is something that is also the same even for INGOs, because every organization has to comply. And oftentimes there can be conversations when certain requirements are unrealistic and unnecessary and just meant to make people busy. You can challenge a few of them. Eventually, if that is the way you must go, sorry, that is the way you must go. But I think the ability to talk and the ability to discuss and be able to either get support or be understood, that can help at partner level. And like what Jason was saying, if we speak with a common voice, that's how we can also expose the struggles that we have. And as HINGO, we represent the challenges that our members are facing, and we speak with one voice, and Ryan represents those issues, and we get listened to. And a good example is through that agitation, through that advocacy, through challenging some of these things. If some of you remember, there was a requirement on NGOs, when NGOs were being considered part of the accountable persons under the anti-money laundering by the FIA. And it was a very heavy compliance requirement that was also heavy on INGOs. But after some time that was taken away, but it took a lot of collaborative lobbying and advocacy for that to be changed. So it goes back to, are we speaking with one voice? Even though we are in competition for the resources, we are all championing a similar cause to improve the lives of people. Are we speaking with one voice? Can we find that voice? Because if we are fragmented, then more compliance requirements will come in, because trust goes down, or dependability erodes. So we need to find a way to speak with one voice. I don't know whether that's C4C, I don't know whether that's other entities, but we must be able to find a way to speak with one voice and challenge that. Thank you.
Thank you, Andrew. And I am sure this UN CSO training we can forward to Charter for Change, and they can disseminate to their members as well. William, over to you. I think you have a number of questions to address. Thank you.
Thank you so much, and I'm excited that we got comments from the participants, and I'll be able to give feedback. Where we can't give feedback, we can escalate it to the line ministry. I will start with, I wanted also to add something about knowledge retention, and she did add for greener pasture. People move away for greener pasture. And I'll just give a scenario of government. The government took a decision that it didn't favor many when it decided to enhance salaries for government workers, but it first prioritized science, the workers, the scientists. I don't want to open a debate here, but the argument for starting with the scientists, it was out of an observation that most of the skilled scientists were leaving the country, going even to the neighboring country, Rwanda, Kenya, and others going even overseas to get better salaries. And the government was at a loss. Where am I coming to this is, if it is the same happening in your organizations, do we have avenues of motivating a skilled staff? Even it may not be increment in salary, but do we recognize that staff? Do we motivate him or her to stay in that organization to serve? Then I also go to the issue of why doesn't government allocate more resources to the districts to coordinate CSOs? The national planning guidelines issued by National Planning Authority are very clear when it comes to participatory planning and budgeting. I may not quote the session, but if you go to those guidelines, there is a guideline that requires all CSOs and community-based organizations, including NGOs operating in the districts, to declare their budgets and work plans for integration in the development plans. Have we done it? And the reason for integration is when we integrate, then we implement the budget jointly. I did speak about joint support supervision and monitoring. If your interventions are integrated in the annual work plan of the district, why don't you sit together and plan for monitoring? If a team is going to monitor roads, if it is going to monitor water sources, why can't it along the way monitor your interventions in order to reduce the costs? But we are very aware NPA is currently validating the plans. We are very aware there are just few NGOs and CBOs who voluntarily declare their work plans and budget. The rest you keep to yourself. And at the end of the day, you need the district to recommend you. So we need also to look into that. Then also, this one also goes together with the district NGO monitoring committee. One, it is charging money to give recommendations, to sign MOUs, and also it is asking for money for allowances. The fact is, one of the challenges that is facing that committee is it is not funded. But as government, we are saying all activities of the district must be integrated in the annual work plan and budgets. So it is something that we are going to take back to the ministry, and while the PS is addressing cows, it is the issue that should be addressed, other than tasking the CSOs for them to do their work. So it is something that we are going to really to take back. Then also on the issue of animal crossing from the park, the mandate belongs to UWA. We are going to request that you either contact UWA since you are in that docket, or we shall escalate the issue to UWA for appropriate action. Then also benefits from oil and gas. I don't know whether you have benchmarked Bulisa and Hoima, because at least we have seen a number of benefits going to the oil producing districts, including jobs. They have been prioritized for jobs, they have been taken for artisan skilling. I don't know why it is not happening in Noya, but we request you benchmark. If it is a question of leadership gap, kindly address it. Together with the issue of the other issues of sexual violence, and you have I think if they are there, please, sexual violence is a criminal case, report to police, police will handle. Then also on the issue of charges for CBOs registering at the district, that money you pay to the district for registration is local revenue to the district. And since it is local revenue to the district, each district is mandated to develop local revenue enhancement plan. And each local revenue enhancement plan is supposed to be attached with the district charging policy. The charging policy indicates the amount to be charged per every revenue source. So we are requesting, if it is varying according to how you have come, that is an illegality. Kindly take interest and go to CFOs and ask for a charging policy. Sometimes community-based would do things behind the back of CFOs. Go to the CFO and say, please, we want to ascertain what is the fee that each community-based organization coming to register should pay according to the charging policy. It is a public document. They should be able to show you that maybe it is 30,000, it is 50,000, and it must be uniform. Then on the issue of capacity building, it was more of a recommendation which we have actually taken, that for the local actors to remain relevant, government and partners should get resources and ensure they build capacity for the local actors. Last, I want to appreciate a success story from Chaka 2 about localization. I think those were my questions. I beg to submit.
Thank you. A big round to the panelists, but especially a big round to all of you for those great questions. I hand it back over to the MC.
Chatter for change. Chatter for change. All right, then we give the last chatter for change to our moderator. Chatter for change. Thank you so much. Now, I have a colleague who wants to give you an energizer before we have the last recap of our close of the day today. So please, he's also a youth. You know, youth these days, we are very energetic. That's why you see us in this space. But just a quick one, then the chair will come in, and then it will proceed as guided.
Yes, so mine is just a little bit confused for like 45 seconds. Hey, good afternoon. Good afternoon. Hey, it's good evening now, it's 4? Okay, it's okay. So I'm confusing you. Now, you first just greet your neighbor, yeah? Greet your neighbor so that you can even bonga him or her. Yes? So mine is very simple. You do what I say. Is it okay? Hello? Do what I do what? Do what I say, eh? But don't do what?
What you're doing.
What I do, eh? Okay, let's get up for a second, just. Let's get up. I'm sorry, yeah? Just get up or just quick one. I know some of us have been outdoorsing, yeah? So, are we together? Are you ready to do what I say, but not what I do? Yes. So when I say sit down, you do what? You get up, okay? So when I say get up, you sit what? But don't be confused. Is it okay? Are we together? Let's sit down. Let's sit down. Stand up. Stand up. Sit down. Stand up. Stand up. Sit down. Stand up. Because of that, Abbas. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Who was like me doing the opposite? I got confused completely. And I just stood in disbelief. Ladies and gentlemen, thank you so much, our dear brother, for that. Allow me to take the honors to invite our own. She has been our chairperson for the last 2 years. And so I don't even feel like I'm the right person too, but why not? I mean, it is localization, isn't it? Ladies and gentlemen, allow me to invite our own Joyce Julian, our chair, Charter for Change. And as she comes, we are giving her the Obama clap. We are clapping until she reaches 1, 2. She has been a very strong lady. So yes, we give her the Obama clap. Charter for Change. Thank you.
Thank you, Catherine. What a day. Are we going to say that we are protecting the gain after here? Or we are increasing the gain? So thank you very much, ladies and gentlemen. Allow me to send my gratitude to all of us for sparing our time the whole day. I would like to appreciate the government for being with us since yesterday. Susan and OPM, they have been doing Charter for Change Working Group Uganda. Good things. Thank you very much. I would like also to appreciate the INGO. In 2022, INGO allowed Charter for Change to be in their spaces as an observer. Thank you very much. Allow me also to appreciate the C4C regional leadership. All these efforts that you're seeing, the tracking and all what we are celebrating and showing today, it is because the representative of C4C at different level, they have put in their efforts. Please give a round of applause to the regional leadership.
Charter for Change.
I would like also to appreciate the moderators of today. Now she wants to say Charter for Change because she's the moderator. Okay. Otim and Catherine for managing the entire program.
Charter for Change.
Allow me to appreciate the advisors. If I'm making any mistake I'm making here, I am accountable. So we have the advisors from both sides. We have CAP heads in the room and your team. We have Seford in the room. Then I would like also to appreciate my co-chair, John Jaldak, the Secretariat, the media team, and I would like to appreciate in a special way women leadership in the room. So thank you very much. I'm not going to make it has been a long day, and most of the things that I had put in my closing remarks, we have able representatives that they have answered most of them. I will just talk about very few things. Today we have unveiled the tracking of the progress of the C4C. It is the opportunities for collaboration, not for fault findings. So we need to mark it. We are not saying that this one has not done well or this one has done better, but it is for the collaboration. And also the tracking is to improve the practice and also strengthen how the Charter for Change, starting from next year, how we are going to behave or how we are going to conduct our activities. This one came because most of the time we go into the spaces, we start advocating for localization. If you meet a donor will tell you, yes, they have understood the justification that the local actors keep singing, that we are the closest to the community, we are cost effective, we can provide, make the intervention sustainable. They have understood it all. So we wanted to understand the understanding, where has it reached? That's why we had to do the tracking of the progress. So we have different key takeaways that we have to take home. I've got questions and recommendations from the tracking which talked about institutionalizing Charter for Change. I just want to talk about that. Yes, it is a good thing, but this is a global movement which makes it kind of some difficult to institutionalize it. And C4C is here to encourage and promote local leadership. That's why the leadership is rotational. Once after 2 years, another leadership comes on board, the organization is developed, the person is developed, and all that. So we have seen in the past few years, we have been making a permanent or independent or institutionalizing networks. At the end of the day, the people holding it, they get relaxed, frustrate the members, and the members falls back. And you find them registering in different networks. So this C4C is for everyone, and we want everyone to participate, to lead, and have the opportunities to showcase their potential. That is why the leadership is also rotational. So we have UN combined training that I've had Ingo director talked about it. Charter for Change has already shared that. The first, how many people attended the actually training for UN? Thank you very much. Thank you. So we are having another one in Arua, and members of Charter for Change applied. So that one is sorted. And also thank you for announcing. I don't know if there's opportunities for people who have maybe not heard about it, so for them to reapply. If the door is open, I'll get from Brass Africa coordinating the localization so that I can still reshare the opportunities. So Charter for Change, we use our mailing list for publishing what we have. So if you're here, you're not in the mailing list, please see the national coordinator, and so that you are in the mailing list, you don't miss out what we have to do. The goodwill from the government plus the international organization to collaborate made us where we reach today. Let us appreciate the signatories and the allies to Charter for Change. Allow me to appreciate people who supported this event financially. We have CARE International, we have DCA, we have Oxfam, we have Wood and Dad. We need to have a special club for Wood and Dad. And Wood and Dad is starting to rise because even they have stolen from our own. Juliet Donor. Yeah? So, just 1 year, Wood and Dad is 75%. How come? Because we are where? Seated in the kitchen. So that is, now we need, now today we are saying there's nothing like the capacity. If Juliet was still sitting in Seaford, we shall be tagged as less capacity people, right? But now look at it, 75% last year. You pick Joyce today and you put in another organization, it has boom. Do I have less capacity? But when I'm sitting at NUWOSO, I have what? Thank you, Kea, for bringing that. Because the capacity thing is not, we study in the same school and all that. So the future has to be local as we used to talk about it. And I want to say that the funding landscape, all the questions that we have been asking, the funding landscape has changed. And in the last 3 months, we publish, as Charter for Change, a new resource mobilization strategy because the funding landscape has changed. You write the proposal, you don't get feedback. But what are you showing? They have talked about it. I'm not going to talk about it now. So the funding landscape has changed. We need to note that. And the funding approach has also changed. So if you need funding, yesterday I was telling our fellow women that anything that you need in this world, you have to set a trap. You cannot follow resources, you cannot chase money, you cannot chase anything. Because it was a women's summit, I said even marriage, you cannot chase it. You just set a trap. And if I want to get married today, I first set a trap of the look, trap of the character, trap of anything. Before you know, I have tapped one. So that is what I told them. So that's the same thing. If we want resources, you need to do what? To set a trap. Because resources is a victim of a calculated trap. Make sure the trap is calculated well. So I would like to ask the donors and the international organization to take the opportunities for the mapped data. And most of you has been asking me, do you have partners in Acholi, wherever? So this is the opportunities that you can just go. We are going to publish it at the Charter for Change global website. So you will go to the Charter for Change global website, check the local partners that you want, and you can start interacting with the local partners. People ask about the update. The regional leadership are standby. We shall keep updating the data for the mapped local actors. So this one also tells me to ask the Ministry of Local Government, since you are the chairperson for the localization, when we were conducting the mapping, some of the settlement we couldn't reach as Charter for Change because the OPM was telling us that that is their work. But you know, we wanted to feel, I know this person personally, so that we can be able to direct them directly to the donors. We want to appeal so that in the validation, the next validation or the update, we need to have people, organization at the settlement captured. So those are some of the things that I really want to, I'm happy also OPM is here, CRF, you can talk about that because that is why we are here. I had left out some people who have contributed for this event, Finchurch Aid, CRS, World Vision, Caritas Moroto, Award. So people are wondering why local actors have contributed. Local actors have contributed. We have IRC, Integrated Child Service Consult contributed. And also NUWOSO contributed. So my last ask, because we have talked a lot, Ingo, let us continue advocating for the spaces, because what I am seeing delaying the localization is the absence of the local actors in the decision-making spaces. Because you can never talk about my need. You can never talk about the need of the local actors to the donors. It is not possible. So I think that is what we need to emphasize on. The local actors need to be represented in every decision-making space. And I would like to thank Ingo. When 8 country donors came, you shared with me, and I was able to represent the local actors' need in that meeting. So that's a plus to us. So thank you very much. Tomorrow we are having the annual reflection meeting. It will be for the signatories and the Charter for Change endorsers. So Charter for Change, we do leadership for 2 years, and today is my last day to be called the chair. And tomorrow in the morning.
Charter for Change.
So tomorrow we shall get a new chairperson and a new vice chairperson for the Charter for Change to lead us for the next 2 years. I want to ask the INGOs to bear with us because they keep asking why changing the leadership. It is intentional that we change the leadership because the local actors, we are not yet as stable as the international organization. You give me that big role for 5 years, my organization will collapse because I am the ED, I am the resource mobilizer for my organization. You add coordination to me, and you add what from NUWOSO dropped from 6 donors. Right now we are having 3 donors. Why? Because it is. So we need to keep changing the leadership because you might find I have only 8 staff. 5 staff, so it cannot manage that stability. And I want to add that, and we shall continue. And also it is one approach of supporting the leadership, the women to grow into leadership. So thank you very much, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you for coming. Thank you for the support. Thank you for your advice. And thank you for everything that you have done today. I wish you a Merry Christmas. Greetings. I beg to submit. So at this juncture, allow me to take this honor to call the coordinating signatory, the country director of Oxfam, Mr. Odokorach Francis Shanti. You're most welcome. Oxfam has done us good. This year we couldn't get a coordinating signatory because many had different roles to play. But when I reached to Oxfam, the technical working group directed me to Oxfam to take the lead. So when I reached to him, he took that sympathy and accepted to become the next coordinating signatory. Please, signatories in the room, this is a leadership. It is challenging, but I urge you, Oxfam is ending next year. Remember now, may say they are the grandfather. So this is Mzee Koekoi. So we want Mzee Koekoi to continue like We need the new energy, right? Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Can I ask you to stand here?
Okay.
So, you know, when they talk about shared leadership, it's not a very common thing in Africa that you can peacefully hand over power. In Africa, it's not very common. I'm talking about Africa. Don't misquote me. Look at all of them. I'm talking about Africa. It's not very common, right? Even our beloved Tanzania has let me down. Can you believe that? But I just wanted to, before she goes down, I really wanted to take this opportunity. John Jal is not here. I have worked with them for a short period of time. When did we take on? Feels like many months. That was May this year. That's when the technical working group came up and said, Francis, can you consider taking on again? You know, once you have released your child, after university, they have graduated, they have gone. When they come back home and ask you for money, it's more painful than when you were paying them in school, isn't it? So when Oxfam already dispatched the leadership, going to street child, from street child to care, all of them did fantastic job. And then again we were asked, could you please take it on? Because they normally advertise, and then the adverts didn't attract interest or expression from others. So they came back to us. And I said, all right, this is quite difficult, but you can't chase your own blood away, right? So I welcome it back. But it's my hope, and I'm very confident, given what we have started all together, and we're building on what has been there, that this word, Chisanja, I will hand it over. But just to say thank you very much to you, Joyce. I think you've given, you can do some work, but with a lot of passion, yeah? So she has done it with a lot of passion, and she's given it her all. And whoever is going to take over from her, if you're in this house, please don't be selfish. Don't take advantage of this platform to make it something else. Ride on to the lessons that has been learned. She will become an advisor. There are advisors there who are now also grandmothers, yeah? Those grandmothers will not leave you. And as a grandfather, me, I'm there. If it means in Karamoja, we will ask the gods to come in and help us. Akuju will listen to me also, as an elder. Sindio. So I wish you the best, and I look forward to the next leader, the next pair of leaders coming up. Take it seriously. We are here to provide you all the support that you need. And now I'm even more confident that, we are deepening our working relationship with all the other actors. We've really done fantastic work over the years together, and we're continuing to do that. So let's build on this, let's not break it. If you break it, you break our hearts. So be blessed, and may you have so many other successes to come your way. Thank you. My job is done, to thank all of you and to say that it's not easy to sit here for 2 days. Some of you have done that. Our guest of honor this evening, Mr. Sonko Solomon from the CRF. Yesterday we were having here the Women Summit. It went on well. And Susan was here with the ladies, and I'm sure she has given you adequate feedback. We know that you're very busy, you have a lot of work. You've been sitting here for a long time today, and you've heard the feedback that has been coming here. I don't want to repeat everything, but there are things that I feel that I should emphasize them. This documentation that we have started of tracking the progress, this is our baby, our own. And we've already done that at a global level. We made this commitment, and we're already trying to see how we can also demonstrate it here. The next step will be very critical, and I ask the outgoing leadership to continue working with the incoming ones on this and others to ensure that we keep the trajectory. This report has to be completed, and once it's completed to a satisfactory level, that we will all look at it. Today we have given our input to it. The outcome of it should be disseminated as wide as possible, so that not only the people in this room can hold us to account, and then we hope that the lessons out of it will help us to continue improving. And for us, it will also be an advocacy tool for internally, for our own transformation of our organizations. So I just want to once again thank everybody for really, really wonderful participation here. I always find energy in connecting with you because you bring in a lot of experiences from the field. Some of us only know how to deal with the risks. Even if we say we should not be talking about risk, but that is the reality of our days. The risk is that the funding is going down, and you know that you have to let go somebody who is paying 3, 4, 5, 6 children of their own and the orphans of so and so, and maybe soon they will be kicked out of the rented house. All these things still haunts us in leadership, and we live with it. So that is what we do. But when I come here and sit and listen to you, you give some of us some more energy to continue going on. So with those few, I want to take this opportunity in a very special way to welcome our chief guest this evening to give us his address. Mr. Sonko, thereafter, we will request you to also close this gathering officially. Thank you so much.
Change. Charter for Change.
Yeah, thank you very much, Madam Joyce and the Oxfam Country Director. You know, in government, we are not so eloquent with the NGO terminologies, the word connectivity. So for us, we are on policy and, guiding principles. So if I don't reach that stage of eloquence, please just forgive me. I'm Solomon Sonko from Office of the Prime Minister, CRF Secretariat, Comprehensive Refugee Response Framework Secretariat. This is a secretariat that has been there for 7 years. It's coming to 8 years, in fact. And basically, it has been dealing with the donor coordination, stakeholder coordination, against so many principles. And I want to say that localization is our newest baby since 2023. Ladies and gentlemen, allow me to ride on the previous protocol because by the time I came in, I think many people had introduced themselves. I don't want to really be arrested for, spoiling the protocol, but we want to thank you, C4C, for inviting us to this meeting and yesterday's meeting. Yes, Susan attended yesterday's meeting, but I'll focus on today's meeting because localization is our baby. We want to thank you for a well-laid out theme, basically tracking progress, enhancing partnership, and therefore being guided to take action. From your last words, you said tracking progress is your key agenda. Sincerely, it is also our agenda. because this morning you saw your colleague Jamal. He's in Geneva. I want to tell you that 2 permanent secretaries and my director CRRF are in Geneva to give a record of progress, and localization is one of them. And so tracking progress of localization has been our agenda since 2023. And for those of you who received our questionnaire to inform us about the progress, we thank you. But we also want to implore those agencies that did not respond to our questionnaire that we still need that information. And C4C, we want to appreciate your attendance in the GRF stock-taking meeting of 27th in Munyonyo, where Madam Joyce presented what you have achieved under the localization agenda. And I must tell you, your practices, you had very good best practices. We want to appreciate so far the work done, and we believe this is the direction. On localization, government of Uganda committed under the Global Refugee Forum in 2023 to have it as a thematic area. Little did we know that it had all this membership. For us, we are more than happy because personally, I didn't know that we have all these agencies under C4C. I was telling my colleague Susan that, you know, for me, I'm overwhelmed by the numbers I see here coming in. But most importantly, it is not only in the refugee space. I have had districts that are not hosting refugees in Delango, Gulu, Karamoja, which means that the agenda we are pursuing is a national agenda rather than only looking at a few areas of the district, of the country. So this is very good. And I'll be able to inform our director that, you know, localization is a national perspective. We are giving it a national, you know, touch. Ladies and gentlemen, today's discussion comes at a time when we are having a challenging financing architecture. This morning you saw the trend in terms of financial, you know, from 20 billion to 5 billion. This is challenging and everybody has been talking about it. But I think we have an opportunity to demonstrate that localization can be part of the answer in terms of cost efficiency. And I want to implore Joyce and the leadership of C4C to come up with a concept note showing that localization agenda can be an answer to reducing the costs and enhancing the available resources to deliver the services. This is our appeal to you as a CFO leadership. Yes, I like the terminology. Somebody was talking about the fathers, the grandfathers of localization. And we want to thank you, ladies and gentlemen. Already people in 2007, before we were established at OPM, people were talking about localization. Now, this changes the tone because when we were beginning in 2023, a number of agencies were talking about what is localization. This cannot be possible. Even in government itself, we had a challenge of convincing our colleagues. Now, if we had people at around that time, and you are here now, for me, I think now the clock has turned around. They are already, you know, a team of believers that have already been converted. But again, we don't leave it like that. We still have people who have the perspective of the unknown. And this should be our target. So one of the actions we want to see from this engagement is how are we tackling the situation of the unknown. People think they are losing jobs. People think, even in government, people think this is going to cause chaos. Can we use the best practices so far, the achievements so far, to demonstrate that this is not about, you know, but, you know, an issue that is going to create a change. Ladies and gentlemen, in June, July, when we attended the Save the Children Strategy on Localization, I made an appeal that C4C, by that time I requested the Save the Children, can we do an exhibition to demonstrate the achievements of localization. Because already what Save the Children was demonstrating were good achievements. And what we have been talking about today here. So let us not be silent. Even if it requires one of us national steering group meetings for you to come and do an exhibition, we can always have it. So we want, it's already 6 months. This appeal we made has not been functionalized, but again, we are making it as an appeal. And, you know, please come, let us demonstrate. Somebody this morning was asking, what's the role of government in this whole affair? Ladies and gentlemen, my colleague Mr. Magam has alluded to some of them. But we are talking about institutionalizing localization into the government frameworks. And the localization strategy is already one of them. It is being funded by you. We want, I don't know if we had been given an opportunity, Mr. Magam, to come and talk about the current, you know, give highlights of the strategy, you know, would have achieved. But at an opportunity that comes around, please give us an opportunity as government to come and show your product to those who have not looked at it. But the other issue of government is about providing the necessary regulations. You have been talking about enforcing compliance. The localization strategy has those provisions. And I believe we shall be able to, you know, handle. The other issue is that we want to thank the research team. And for you commissioning this research, we are talking about evidence-based programming. And we have demonstrated it. But I think it doesn't stop here. Can the findings inform our programming under C4C and the respective members of C4C? And to my colleagues in Ministry of Local Government, I think there are quite a number of issues here that we can still integrate into the draft localization strategy. I want to thank the research team. Their recommendations were very clear. And one area that I was interested in were the best practices. And I remember even Joyce in the Munyonyo meeting presented a set of best practices. But should we stop there? You know, showing these are best practices. One of the appeals that came from the GRF was that from the best practices that you have demonstrated, 1, 2, can you identify the priority best practices? Make further investment in some of those best practices that have higher multiplier effects. We would pray that C4C, what was put here by the consultants, look at what can really, again, take forward the localization agenda in terms of multiplier effects from the best practices. Ladies and gentlemen, I think the GIS mapping was also very wonderful. Ladies and gentlemen, that's where we want to go. Office of the Prime Minister wants to go there. That if you're talking about where you are working from as an NGO, this is what we want to map. And that was one of the recommendations that came. So for you, you are ahead, a class of above us, and we want to, you know, copy. As I wind up, I think if we had promote partnership, can we incentivize, provide incentives and disincentives? Partnership is a challenging situation, but if you provided incentives that can enhance partnership, I think we'll do better. But even the capacity of local responders, many of you are aware about local government management service delivery program. It is about minimum conditions and performance measures. You perform better, you get, I think now it is either 20% resources, and you perform poorly, the resources that the program is giving you are reduced by 20%. Can we cope this, even if it is not monetary, but we can start it as an incentive or a disincentive approach into this issue. But also finally, I've been talking about the vertical partnership. All along, where's the horizontal partnership? And when somebody started talking about the horizontal partnership, it came in a way that, you know, when we start talking, we want them to come and monitor, they ask for resources, the district local government. Mr. Magamo has talked about it. But can we enhance our partnership with the district local governments. There's no way, where we are going, there's no way you are going to avoid the district local government. So those of you who have submitted MOUs, I think they are demanding from you a recommendation from the district local government, depending on the size of your organization. So if you are going to them to renew your MOU, that will come to OPM. They will be there, you know, tossing you around because you have not been part of them. I was in local government, but I know how this whole process has been. NGOs don't come around. You invited them for budget conference, planning conference, they don't come. But I left long time ago. I thought this had already been changed. So I think Minister of Local Government, working with C4C, can you find a way, an approach to enhance this partnership, vertical and horizontal? Ladies and gentlemen, I want to thank you for listening to me. We are committed as Office of the Prime Minister on the localization agenda. Please approach us on any event. We should be there for you. Thank you for listening to me.
Beautiful. Let's give a better hand clap to Solomon. I must say I am humbled by you, Mr. Solomon. Please, would you remain up there? I want to perform a task. I am humbled. You came in here, you sat patiently up to this time. Not very many people does that. Thank you. And that is total commitment to this gentleman or gentle lady we are talking about, localization. Well done. We are humbled. Ladies and gentlemen, we have come to the end of our session for today, but please allow me, please. I know you need to come back, but I want to request for all of us will take a photo with the commissioner, and I want to start with by inviting the country director, Oxfam, and then the chair. Please come over, and Susan, please join. Let's have that. The Ingo, please join. Let's have that session fast, then we shall continue. Let's do it faster. The camera men and women, please organize yourselves because all of us will partake of this session. We have our evening tea. Please don't walk out. We want to, in a very special way, appreciate you for being here. You've been there so patiently and eager to talk, but time has not been our best ally. So the photo is being taken. Thank you. We're going to add on to that. If that is done, the INGOs, you're here. Please join. Care, Oxfam, I mean Care, yes, even the staff, please join. Yeah, please, I don't know all of you. Please join. I will not mention your names. Just join in there. I do not want to forget Wooden Dad. I had seen Julius, I think he has moved out. Okay, let's do that. And you do the balancing of the gender. Geoffrey, because you need to look, you're equal on height. You needed, you're very tall now. Geoffrey was fearing to stand near the chair. Yes, the advisors, please. Naomi, Donna is already there. Who else? Any other advisor I have? Naomi, please join. Thank you. And regional leadership, please, let's join. All the regional leaders. Ian has been very quiet today. Chikomeko. Ian is the central representative, very quiet but very vocal. Today he's been on mute model. Yeah, thank you, bro. So let's join. Because you want. Hey, God Bender, thank you for coming back. Yeah, when you're told you can pass from anywhere. You know, giraffes do not have to. Mate. Yeah. Yes. Are we done? Okay, the rest of the members, do we have more signatories in the building? Do we have any signatory in the building? Now, all the endorsers, please join the team. Everybody, it is your time. Let's join. Everyone in the house, come over. Please, everyone, let's do this. You others can be down here, you can sit here, others can stand. Royal Dash Embassy. Where?
Chairs.
You can put chairs, yes. Royal Dutch Embassy. Sorry, you will forgive me. I didn't know earlier. You would have joined the other fast pass. We can edit the photo. There's what is called photo shoot.
Let's add chairs.
We can add more chairs down. Everybody, you matter a lot in this forum. Everyone plays a key role, and you are not the least. You are actually the first, the most important. Please pick the chair. Let's sit. Everyone, make sure you're visible. Those days when I would be operating machines, I would play some soft music on the background. There's a lot of space the other side. A lot of space the other side. Yeah, I would be playing soft music on the background all days. Because I'm not there, now what do we do? Please, the rest of the people standing here, we have a lot of space aside. Please move there. Thank you. Thank you. Over-congest that one, decongest this one. But in Mate's tone. And all of us will say Odi, or members here, please get chairs. This is a report moment now, the photo for the report. So try to...
Sharon, get chairs and put there.
Yes. Esther, find to get a chair and sit somewhere. That gentleman is too brown for you. Okay. Are we set? Please. Now you are doing better. Mighty is for you. The sound operator, thank you. So Geoffrey, do you feel me? Ladies and gentlemen, thank you so much. We have exhibition there. We have a lot of things behind. You can buy one and move with. And please take our tea. There are people. The coordinator, please could you come for a deeming announcement? Mr. Coordinator. Could you come and make some administrative announcement as your title suggests? Thank you. Thank you, ladies and gentlemen, for coming. We wish you a very, very safe journey back and Merry Christmas and a Happy New Year. We hope to see you again very, very soon. It's been me, Kathy, Nakasinde, yes, coordinator West Nile, Western Uganda, sorry, and Moses, Team Augustine from Lano, moderating the program. We do this for a living.